What you doing right now?
Please don't interrupt.
Yeah, but
please don't interrupt.
Stop being an asshole, dude.
Interrupting people, bro. It's not that hard. And Tada, you got like a hot mic too.
I'm sorry.
We're just talking here. Okay. No, you good. You good, bro. I just would like to finish, man, because I wouldn't interrupt you.
All right.
Keep your name very
Good.
She asked me, but thank you. Yeah, so tensions with Iran, and basically they were saying that there were being attacks on ships through the strait by pirates or whoever. And you know the other thing about Israel. So basically, any conflict, they're going to close that Strait of Hormuz, because basically everybody in the Middle East does oil business through the strait. So
Have they ever closed it before?
that's a good question. I never really looked into that.
They closed it a few times before, and we had to go to war with them. A good example is Operation Praying Mantis in the 80s. There are other examples as well.
Christ, this guy never stops talking.
They're criminals. Yes,
So because you interrupt people, I'm going to interrupt you.
It's okay. That's fine.
Guys, please let's not. If we can not interrupt each other and just have some decorum and let the mods mod, that would be great. Let's go to Romero. I haven't seen. It's good to see you on the stage, my friend. Would you like a fresh enema at a time?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're living in a weird world where Americans thought that the best option was a pedophile rapist who has absolutely no real religious beliefs, but wears it like a wolf in sheep's clothing. I think that we're talking about, how good it is this war in Iran is happening. The Strait of Hormuz was open before this war. Now it's going to be perpetually open and closed, open and closed, open and closed. Our energy prices are going to go up. The fertilizer, right? We get a lot of fertilizer from that part of the world. Like, this is going to have ripple effects. And I think the United States has kind of cooked itself by putting itself in bed with the apartheid state of Israel. So if you want to do good things, if you want to be a good citizen, vote for practicality. Vote for somebody that's not going to get you into a war, that there's a quagmire war, probably the worst since Vietnam. And yeah, I didn't like Joe Biden either, but Joe Biden didn't take it.
This is why Trump was elected, because people are idiots and they use slogans instead of thinking.
Like El Normo. El Normo thinks that it's okay to vote for pedophile, rapist cannibals.
So who's a pedophile?
Donald Trump.
When was he a pedophile?
Most of his life.
When did that happen?
Have you not read any of the Epstein stuff?
Who did he commit pedophilia with?
Several children through Jeffrey Epstein.
Who? What children?
I don't know. Look it up, dude. It's not that difficult to look it up.
Hey, I don't want to litigate all the Epstein evidence right now. Although I think
El Normo does, because he wants to distract from the fact that he's a shitty person.
But Romero, Norm, let me talk. Please let me talk. Norm, Romero, you said the quagmire thing with Vietnam. I mean, that would be if we put boots on the ground, right? So I mean, in some level, right, what you're saying is if we really wanted to do regime change or something, that we would get involved in the quagmire, right? I mean, at some level, we could just withdraw right now.
We could.
Right.
We could. Right. And it's already a disaster. We've wasted a lot of money. Those Tomahawk missiles cost a shit ton, right? Those drones that Iran uses cost pennies on the dollar.
It's about $50,000 per drone, and it costs about $2 million per Tomahawk to shoot them down.
So, I mean, already we've invested a lot of military power that's gone to waste, right? Like, most of the bases in the Middle East are kind of wrecked. We had to take one of our defensive missile systems away from South Korea to throw it into the Iran situation after we lost the other one. So, I mean, this to me, like, if you put boots on the ground, it's going to be a bloodbath for America. The vulnerable to a ground invasion. And clearly, the bombing of all these people, a lot of civilians and a lot of militants, hasn't changed the regime. You killed the head, but they killed the head, but Jesus fucking Christ, shut the fuck up, dude.
If you're not a mod, please let people finish.
So already, Iran hasn't collapsed. They haven't greeted the Americans in open arms as liberators. Right? So what have you won? What have we won?
Romero, do you think it's unusual, right? Because I think normally in a conflict like this, the strategy would be economic sanctions and other ways to choke, to weaken a regime, right? And then all this stuff would precede kinetic military action, right? But here, I mean, we've rewritten the playbook a little bit, right? It's bombing first.
No, we had sanctions on them already, sir.
We did have some. We did have some. Yeah, we had some of their assets first.
Yeah, and now to stop this war, to end this war, all those sanctions are going to go away.
But
Iran is going to get everything it wants.
Why would we go away?
But I just want to say, I just want to know the odd word here. We bomb first, blockade second, ceasefire third. Now there are new economic measures fourth, which would seem that would be the front. And now, so I don't know what the next move is. Right? It is more kinetic military.
Well, I don't know.
Which is a good idea.
Let me ask you this, Scott. How many generals have quit in the last year from the U.S. military?
I don't know, but I'd be interested to know.
Yeah, look into it, man. It's kind of wild.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. I agree with y'all when it comes to that, Scott. But we have to not forget where this all started by freeing up that $6 billion of frozen funds that Biden's administration did. Hey, shut your bitch ass up and let me finish, bro. I've been very respectful. Like you've been like taking shots at me in the chat, bro. I will break your jaw in real life, bro. Like, you gotta stop that shit. I hate when people that ain't like that in real life get on the internet and get to talking, bro. I would really fuck you up in real life, bro. Just relax.
Wow.
Thank you.
You got violence in here.
No, please shut the fuck up. Pretty fucking please shut the fuck up.
Guys, let's not.
I just want respect because I give it. You know what I'm saying? But,
Yeah, just let's tone it down a little bit. But I do want to go, Dr. Washington. We'll get back to you.
I
want to go.
I haven't said anything on stage. I need to speak though at some point.
Okay, sure. I'm going to go first to Dow, my co-mod here. I'm welcome to the stage. Dow, thanks for modding with Denise and I here. And I wanted to see if you wanted to share anything, Dow, and then we'll go to Ben. Dow going once, Dow going twice. All right, we'll come back to my friend Dow. Ben, welcome. Would you like to share?
Yeah, I'm just upset at how I'm upset at how we moved on so quick from the question that Denise asked I'm not gonna put Doctor in his name, asked Washington about if the Strait of Hormuz has ever been closed, or if the Strait of Hormuz was closed before this happened. I think we just gave him a pass.
No, the answer is
that
no.
question.
The answer is that. The answer is yes.
No, please, I'm talking to Washington, not you.
I hear you.
Okay, so I think we just gave him a pass, which I'm sure he enjoyed, because that would have put him in a tough spot, because the data he's bringing on stage, he said $6 billion when it was actually $1.4 billion that was released to them, failing to say that Trump is about to release $20 billion.
It was
Failing to say that Trump is about to release $20 billion as part of striking a deal very similar to what Obama struck with Iran, the JCPOA.
It wasn't Obama. It was Biden. It was the Biden administration. You talking all this shit. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Doctor,
said that the Strait
you were mad that you were getting interrupted.
The Strait has
You were getting mad that you were interrupted, and now you're doing it.
I'm returning the same energy that I got.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead,
But Ben is not El Normo, dude.
Yes,
Ben asked him a question and he answered it.
Yeah, please let Ben finish.
About to release $20 billion to get almost the same kind of deal that Obama struck with them, the JCPOA, in 2015. So the fact that these folks will sit here and it feels like they have a switch behind their neck that MAGA flips on the switch today, they switch their position, flips it up the next day, the position is switched. The fact that these same folks here will sit on stage and cape for a guy that campaigned on no new wars. I'm never gonna start a new war with America. I'm never gonna put America into a new war with or forever wars. And now he's put America into this stupid war with Iran. Now they are keeping for him and trying to justify it and trying to find reasons.
But you're not even from America, bro. Go back to your country,
if you
bro.
go back and check the number of
Christ, doctor, why are you on now?
2 seconds, I'm about to land. If we go back and check the number of reasons that Trump has given the past maybe 50 days since this war has started, it's been over 12 different reasons that he has given. Yet these guys want to come on stage and justify it every day. Alan,
I think there are 4 reasons: no nukes, no ballistics, no sponsorship of terror, and no slaughtering your own people. Those were always the reasons. And it's weird that people didn't hear that.
Does the USA not slaughter enough people?
No.
No, okay.
No.
Fucking.
All right, let's go to Black Messiah. Black Messiah, welcome to the stage.
What a weird response. This is why Trump got elected, because people are completely uninformed.
Oh my
They
god.
live
Oh
in
my god. He just
fantasy
a
world.
fucking talking piece for pedophile, rapist, cannibal. Oh my god.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. That's your team, Marlo. Your team pedophile.
We should address the pedophilia.
Okay, let's be grown-ups. Welcome to the stage. Can we let the new person speak? Go.
Black Messiah, would you like to speak? Black Messiah going once. Black Messiah going twice. All right, Daryl, are you back, my friend? Daryl Spivey, are you here?
Yeah.
Oh, Daryl, my dear friend, would you like to share? Thanks for modding with us, and would you like to opine on anything that's been said so far?
Yeah, it's that, to hear like Norm say that we were always given 4 reasons for
Yes.
this attack. That's
Before we attack,
hold
it's
on.
in writing.
Where's that in writing at?
In the reporting of the demand on the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps before we attacked.
Where's that in writing? Where's the report?
Once again, well, New York Times for one, and every other newspaper for 2, and then every other broadcast outlet.
Are you just gonna let Scott? Are you just gonna let him filibuster?
No, hold on. So,
Yeah.
no, hold on, because so what, Norm, what you're saying is
Yeah.
that we should listen to reporters as opposed to what the actual officials are saying.
I'm saying that the president, the secretary of state, and the secretary of war all said these things over and over again. No nukes, no ballistics, no sponsorship.
Norm, that's not.
Well, why are you stopping them though? You keep pretending not to know what they are.
When we actually went in, when we actually launched the attack in conjunction with Israel,
Yes.
our officials did not go out and name 4 reasons.
Yeah, they did. They said it before the attack.
What did Marco Rubio say? What did Marco Rubio say right afterwards?
There were 2 weeks of negotiations.
What did Marco Rubio say right after the first strike?
Rubio said no nukes, no ballistics,
No,
killing.
Rubio said that we got dragged into this by Israel.
No, he did not say that.
Yes,
That's a
he
lie.
did. There's a fucking video about it, Alamo. Are you guys just gonna keep letting him filibuster this room?
That is actually.
Darrow was talking.
Norm, unfortunately, Marco Rubio did say he did make a statement that that they were told that Israel was going in, and so they had to go.
No, that's not what we told Darrow. I'm sorry.
Look at the freaking video. Let me find the video.
Everybody's seen the
I think
video.
if I could say something, I think that this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. This is a trade-off. People have given up their character, their integrity, their honesty about events in exchange for the outcomes that they want. That's where we are. And so we have these conversations and we go back and forth and we argue objective reality. And it's kind of insane. It's just kind of insane. Say what you want. If you wanted to do it, you wanted to go to war with Iran. And so Israel and United States put their heads together. They decided to do it and they're doing it. But there's no need to rewrite history. Like,
that's true.
Whatever, let your yay be yay. Where I come from, we say it with our whole chest. Let your yay be yay and your nay be nay. This is what you wanted to do, and so you did it. Israel has made this pitch to every president in modern times, and they all said no. And Trump was the first one to say yes.
They should have said yes.
If you back it, just back it. You don't have to revise history and tell us stuff that we know wasn't said. Change the sequence. This is why I know that this is not an argument about facts. This is an argument about a desire to have a certain outcome, irrespective of the facts. So you won this round. You got what you wanted. But I'm not gonna. I think it's ridiculous to kind of sit here and be like, they did say that. Marco Rubio did say that. Like, it's just ridiculous.
By the way, I put a Le Monde article. It's the first one that popped up that documents that Rubio did say we did it because of Israel's strike. And
well, that's not what he said either. There, though, Scott. Again, we're getting off topic. We're getting off the fact that
they're always translating. You're always translating.
Normo is filibustering with lies.
There's always a translator.
The sky is red when
all
it's
these
blue.
words through a Norm translator. It's exhausting.
Norm will tell you the sky is red when it's blue.
the slaughtering your own people and the sponsorship of terror. Now, when the question was why now?
Okay, so then let's depose Israel as well, right? They're slaughtering people. Let's depose them too.
Well, that's not true.
And is a preemptive attack terror? Is a preemptive attack terror? Is a preemptive attack terror? Of course not. You know what you have? This is the problem you have. You have the Goldilocks problem.
We should have done it long ago.
So
This is the
if someone preemptively strikes, if someone preemptively strikes the United States of America, if someone preemptively strikes the United States of America, what do we call that? If someone preemptively strikes the United States of America, what do we call that? We call that terrorism. We call that terrorism. So the 9/11 was a preemptive strike.
It wasn't a country.
So 9/11 was a preemptive strike by the Saudis.
Terror is non-state actors. You don't even know what words mean. This is pathetic.
Oh my God, Eldorado.
Says the person that always has to translate everyone else's words.
You don't have to translate.
Don't be that.
You are a bad faith actor. You are a liar. You are a liar.
Try integrity. What you really believe.
I clear. It's a beautiful language. Try learning it. It's a magnificent
Oh my
language.
God, you just don't know what fucking baby is.
Exactly.
That's how you sound,
I don't know
Eldorado.
what it means when you say I'm gonna wipe
You sound like a fucking cartoon, dude.
Eat cannibalism again.
Hey Scott,
What do you
tell
guys
us about
think about
cannibalism.
cannibalism?
You guys jump in a queue. Jump in and play the video.
Be careful who your heroes are, Norm. Be careful who your heroes
I
are.
don't have heroes. God is
I
I can't tell.
Then, am I saying?
Ben, go ahead.
Okay, let me play the video that Scott is saying.
Can I jump in the queue after Ben?
Well, wait, why don't we play the video where he says what nuclears are, like the nuclear.
Okay, let's go one at a time. Norm, you've spoken a lot. Why don't we let Ben hear you?
Preemptive.
Okay.
Go after them before they launch those attacks. We would suffer higher casualties. We would see higher folks killed, and then we would all be hearing
Hold on, let me start it.
That's what was given the reason.
American. The question that comes is why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true because, in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the
first before we hit them. We would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would be here answering questions about why we knew that. And going back.
So Israel was going to strike, so they had to do it.
What? That's not what he said at all.
So Israel was going to strike, so they had to do it.
All idiots. We're all idiots that don't understand words. Only you can
You can speak for
translate.
yourself about whether you're an idiot.
What I heard there.
Nobody
was that-
cares what you heard. You don't get to translate for all of us. We all speak English.
Apparently not.
Stop it. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing.
Why do you guys let Nazis be on stage? Why?
Hey, I don't like the term Zionists. I don't think it's
I don't fucking care what you like.
Filthy
I gotta go,
I
guys.
understand.
I have other things to do. Have a great day,
All
Scott.
right, nice to see you go. Why do you allow filthy anti-Semite Jew hater racists on stage who believe in cannibalism?
Right. So people who are against genocide are anti-Semites.
You don't know what genocide means. How could you be against it?
You anti-Semites have lost its entire
You don't know what
meaning.
genocide means. How could you be against
Okay,
it?
if you say,
I did say so. Tell us what it
yeah, and
means.
you're a fucking idiot. What's happening in
Tell us what it
Palestine
means.
is a
Wait, tell
genocide.
us what it means. Okay, tell us what it means.
To the intent to kill in part or in totality a people.
Okay,
That's what
so
it
it's
means.
an intention, not an action?
It is both.
Oh, so if Hamas says we intend to kill all the Jews and then they attack us, that's genocide, correct? Correct?
Who's carpet bombing Gaza?
I beg your pardon? Wait a second. I asked you a question. Wait a second.
Who's targeting
Hamas
children?
says we're going to wipe out all the Jews.
Are
and then they
Hamas
attack.
sniping children?
Listen, don't try to run away.
Are Hamas sniping Israeli
They
children?
snipe their own children.
Are Hamas sniping Israeli
You
children?
gave a definition. Let's
Are
test it out.
Hamas sniping
Hang on.
Israeli
You gave a
children?
definition. Let's test it.
Does Hamas
Don't
shoot
change the subject.
Israeli
Are you getting
children in the
nervous,
head?
Romero? Are you getting nervous?
No,
Okay,
not at
here's-
all.
here's the
Normal.
question.
If you
You
stop
gave a
yapping,
definition.
if you stop
You
yapping
gave a
like a
definition.
fucking
Let's test it
crazy
out.
person, we can
I
have a
know.
conversation.
Okay, let's do that. So, did Hamas say they wanted to kill all the Jews?
I don't. Did they?
Yes.
Yeah, they have. They have.
In
Absolutely.
writing. And then did they
Is it?
attack
Is
the
it?
Jews?
Why is that? Why is that?
Why? Because they're genocidal, by your definition.
Oh, they're genocidal, but,
Yes,
but Israel's not
definition.
genocidal.
I beg your pardon?
But Israel's
By your-
not genocidal.
But, Israel's defending against the genocide.
Oh, come on, Elormo. You know that's
Well,
not
well,
true.
but that's
We've
not
been
the
watching it
definition.
in 4K for 2 years.
But you gave the definition.
Every doctor that has served in Palestine tells us about headshots and wound shots to children.
But wait a second. You gave a definition. Do you want to change it? Or do you agree with it?
I'm not going to play this game with you, dude. This is a stupid. It is a game.
There's no game. You
This
said
is
definition.
filibustering. This is detracting from the point.
There's no filibuster. I'm waiting
Yes,
for
it
your
is.
answer.
You're
You know
detracting
what
from
Hamas
the
said.
point.
You know what Hamas
I
said.
don't
you know
care what
they did.
Hamas said. It's about
Okay.
actions.
So you don't care. And you know what they did? They fired 10,000 rockets at Israel. So they have the intention as stated, and they have so they're genocide.
How many people has Israel killed?
Why do you ask? You said it was an intention.
Yes, it is. What's the Greater Israel Project?
Why are you changing the subject? It's
Because it's actually on the subject. What is the Greater Israel
the
Project?
Greater Israel Project says that we will expand to Gaza and Judea and Samaria.
And what do you need to do before you expand into those territories?
Conquer them.
Well, you need to expel the people there one way or another, right?
Untrue. So anyway, getting back
Untrue?
to your definition. Untrue. So getting back to your definition of
El Normo,
genocide,
you're
your
crazy.
your
Wait a second,
definition.
El Normo. I have a question for you, El Normo.
Well, wait. I just want to finish my statement. Under
Okay.
your, is this shy? Okay, hi. Under your definition, Romero, Hamas is committing genocide. Now, how do we stop it? Because they attacked first. So
No, they didn't attack first.
Well, sure they did on October.
No,
7th.
they didn't.
Well, sure they did on
History did
October
not
7th.
start on October 7th.
Well, sure it started on October 7th.
No, it didn't.
Which
Of course it did.
That's a crazy person logic. It did not start on October 7th.
It's literally what started it. We weren't at war before that.
Which date was the Romano one to start it, or whatever his name is?
What is mowing the lawn mean to you?
Wait, which day
Wait,
does
why
it
do you
start?
keep changing the subject?
Which
So
day
I
does it
thought we
start?
wanted to have a conversation.
What state started it? Israel.
When
In
did it start?
1948.
Oh, so
And
it
has been doing it ever since. They've been fighting all of their neighbors. They have been harassing all of their neighbors that have
but
been
we have a
expanding
peace- but we have a
into
peace
territory,
with
into all their neighbors.
So Romero, you're saying that Israel does not have a right to have a nation state.
No one has a right to have a nation state.
No one has a right to a nation.
No one. People have a right to exist. People have a right to exist.
To go away for Romero.
People have a right to exist. Countries do not. The United States doesn't inherently have a right to exist.
So all
Canada does
countries
not
that go away
inherently have a right to
Will
exist.
be ruled by Romero. That's a good
This
idea.
is such hyperbole, dude. So
It is.
So you're saying when
I thought
states
we were
come into
discussing genocide, Romero.
so when states come into existence, though, Romero, right? Do they have rights to defend themselves? Do they have? I mean,
sure. So draw me a map of the Israeli border.
okay, but
Take a look online. What's the difference?
But what the international community decided, right, in 1948 was that we're
So we're
going
going to talk about international law? Okay.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
there was a state that was created, and their neighbors didn't like it, and attempted to
And they attack.
destroy that state.
That's all that is.
That's a false narrative. That's a false
On May
narrative.
14th, Israel declared independence. On May 15th, 5 Arab armies attacked. 5 countries attacked one little country. This
After Zionist terrorists have been causing havoc way before
after
that.
they declared independence.
No.
The day after. Yes.
No.
After the day. Yes, after they declared
No
independence.
country has an inherent right to exist.
Well,
Okay.
Many countries have come and gone in
I
history.
think countries have a right
People-
to exist. So we have a
People have a right to exist.
Yes.
People have a right to
Yes,
exist.
then, like, so then
Countries do
and they
not.
elect leaders.
Countries are
Those people
governments.
have a right to.
Countries are governments.
That's right. Countries are governments.
Let's
They're
go.
governments.
Hey guys, let's
People live in countries. This is such nonsense.
You are such nonsense. Dude.
Let's-
Stop
let's
being such a
everybody-
fucker, dude.
let's go to McZed. McZed, my friend.
I would like to ask a question.
Okay,
Who would like to ask a question?
let's go to McZed first. McZed, are you there?
Norm's waiting.
Yeah, okay. Norm, can you just let me mod for a second here? All right, McZed going once, McZed going twice. All right, Shy, go. Oh, there you go, McZed. Hey, I haven't heard from you yet, buddy. Would you like to comment on anything that's been said, my friend?
Well, I was just listening for a second, but if Shai has a question, he can go first.
All right, Shy, why don't you go ahead and ask your question, my friend?
I just wonder, since Romero believes that states don't have a right to exist, I was just curious what his position was on why states actually exist.
Nations exist because they can
No, I said
exert
states.
force.
I said states. Not
Oh, like
nations.
individual states within a country?
No.
No, he said a state, like a country.
nation
A
states?
nation's different than a state, because you could be a nation. An
That's a good
indigenous
question.
people could be a
What
nation
exactly
without
is
a
a
state.
state?
Yeah, define that for me first.
Like, I come from New York State. We're members of the United States of America. I've heard of Israel as a state in the Middle East, which has multiple other states. What is a state?
Yeah, that's the question. He says the
Romero's
states
position
don't.
is genocidal. He believes the states should be destroyed. That's genocide.
Did I say that, El Normal?
Yes, you did.
No, actually, I didn't say that. I said that states
don't have a right
inherent.
to exist. That's genocide.
I said that states inherently, countries don't have a right to exist. People
Yes,
do.
that's genocide.
So don't twist my words, you fucking
Okay,
liar.
so why do you believe they? Why do you believe
That is not genocide. An end of, no, it's not.
Why do you
Of
believe
course
that
it is.
humans? Why
No,
do you
it's
believe
not.
that
You
humans
fucking liar.
decided to-
You want to destroy people's things?
No, I don't think
I didn't say that.
Norm, I don't think his position is genocidal. I do think it leads to so would you say the Ukraine, if Russia can overwhelm the Ukraine, might makes right? I mean, it's just countries don't have a right to exist, but if Russia can just annex Ukraine, then that's just the way it happens.
Tyranny,
Well, I mean,
genocide,
if-
no problem. And that's your moral position. Your moral superiority.
Norm, can you let him respond? Can you let him respond?
Sure, yeah.
You know what, Scott? I'm done. Fucking El Normo's a piece of shit. I can't have a conversation with anyone if he's going to filibuster the whole time.
Pathetic, isn't it? Pathetic.
Yeah, you're pathetic, you motherfucker. You're pathetic. You're morally corrupt.
I do just. I do just, no, Norm, I mean, you're driving people away, my friend. You know.
I know that because I just give them a few facts and they fold like a cheap suit and run away. That happens all the time. It's good. It's good for you to see what a moral argument does to a lying piece of garbage like that. No offense to them.
Well, my line of questioning was in trying to understand why he believes that a country doesn't exist by having him examine.
Well, what's a country?
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that what is a country? A country is a place with borders.
I thought it was much better defined than country or state is a city.
Well,
you know when you're in a city.
Wait, what's the difference in a city and a country?
Oh, that's very easy. A city is a very tight geographic region of a particular municipal control within a broader region, supported always by suburban and rural areas beyond its borders. The city is almost definitively older than the concept of any kind of state. But that's what makes the concept of state and country a bit softer than the definition of city. City is far more precise than state, interestingly.
But right, you can have a city-state, yeah. But McZed, you're saying that the further you get above a city, the more of an abstract concept you get.
Well, it's technically like a philosophical, etymological, anthropological, historical question. Cities are the real history of like human mass organization, right? When they were out in the hinterlands and tribal plains moving nomadically, that was never a state. That was never an organization of any such size. Like maybe they had armies, I don't know. But like that was not over a particular region until you get to state era. They don't have that like conception of like beyond that until after cities come first. First they have an idea of the cities, these big like hubs where a bunch of the people are, main streets, commerce, farmers trading their wares, and then like that commerce produces enough wealth that you get centers of authorities. So the city's often seats of power, older than a state or country, which has, shifted. It hasn't always been a state or a country. Sometimes kingdom or land or regions or realms. All of these are vaguer terms. Like city has been kind of stable as a term as far back as we've been using it. State and country have shifted a bit as we've defined the right of states or monarchies to exist more recently, historically. So, like, it is a fun question. Does a state have a right to exist? Before you ask whether a state has a right to exist, you got to say, what is the state? City is a little easier. Like, you can really isolate the regions geographically of a city. State, the borders are going to shift. Their names are going to change. Their languages will change. Sometimes they'll end up on a different part of the globe. You'll get a New York and a New Jersey. States are tricky.
No, I think that states are actually just like the similar definition to a city, but just larger, right? Before that, they were more so empires, and at least in the Western sense, the empires decided to isolate themselves instead of spilling out and spreading and creating conflict with each other. They decided to create a more clearly defined border structure to encapsulate their territory and their power and their legal structure and their municipality.
Yeah, and I think at least that the concept of city and state are contrasting from each other. They're both different conceptions of the development. I think city is a little bit biological and organic, the harmonizing of the people, and then that results in a general kind of domination over the regions nearby beyond the actual, like even if you were to define these exact borders of, say, London, you're still going to say beyond that, this thing is having an effect on it. And you're going to say that there's some broader notion. And the state, in my opinion, is a bit of a reaction from the broader region saying, we're encompassing this city in this broader bubble so that we can have like a voice from the rural or suburban perspective. That it not just be like sort of a black hole sucking into the city, which we've seen happen in different places. So I think city and state exist in balance.
You know, if your neighbor has guns, rockets, machine guns, grenades, and they constantly kill you with them. Well, guess what the military does? They go across the border and they kill the killers. And guys like Honey, I hate to say it, but you could be a put. That sounds like a candidate for U.S. Congress.
Well, she doesn't have a problem with people like shooting and killing people as long as there are people doing it right.
See, in our world or clown world, it's called security. We're saying when violent terrorists try to kill you, you kill them first. That's called common sense.
He's right about this, though. You don't have to cut him off. He's right. And what's weird is that when somebody says genocide, I say, okay, what's your definition? The intent to wipe out a people. So I say, well, Hamas put it in writing, and then they did it. Then they leave the room. Because the facts are right in their face, and they're just indisputable. And I'm sorry about Denise, Scott, but again, if you have a spin, and somebody counters your spin, and that makes them uncomfortable, then they leave. I mean, yes, Trump has many bad things. He's clumsy, he's petulant, he's vengeful, he's egotistical, he puts his name on things. It's weird. But he's doing things that needed to be done, and apparently the system that we had in place was not able or willing to do those things. Things like telling NATO you're going to have to pay your fair share. Things like exercising American military force against our adversary, China. The war in Iran is a war against China's proxy. The Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps is China's proxy. And we had to give them a big kibosh because China is watching us to see what they're going to do about the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Taiwan. That's what this is all about. And it's hard for some people to think, Hormuz. Yes, Iran has tried to close Hormuz before. And like to reduce this war to one narrow strait is to miss the bigger picture, which are the nukes. The big picture is the nukes.
Yeah, but they seem to be the nukes, but I think historically, if we look at it, right, what was the at least the wars around the Spanish Inquisition about? They're about a similar thing, about people in the East cutting off the people in the West from trading with the East, right? Or people in, I guess, what they call the Middle East, in the middle of the East and the West, cutting people off from making those trades. It's about power and control of the current world situation. You know, I think the nukes are sort of a side project or issue. Israel is definitely about the nukes because they don't want to be nuked, but definitely about like which side of the world is going to like maintain a dominance and control over it. And when you are possibly going to destroy a collection of people, especially the more powerful people's economy, which I think is what China is planning on doing, at least in the long run, to destroy that of the West or America's economy and the petrodollar, then the consequences are going to be a retaliation.
I do want to say, Norm, I don't think that the rationale for the war is as clear as you're making it. I think that now Bill Maher said, couldn't all the reasons that have been given be true to Josh Shapiro? And Shapiro said what he would have done differently is come on the front end and be really clear. And I think the administration has not done that. Now, you could say that's just Trump, right? I mean, he sort of acts first. And I mean, I remember that in the 2016 debates when they were asking about gun rights, and they said, you know, that you have to give people due process, you know, with gun rights. And Trump goes, I think you get the guns and give them their due process later. And that's how he thinks, right? I mean, I don't think he has a conception of what constitutional norms or rights are or what the liberal tradition is. I mean, he's just, no, you could say, as you said, he's a man of action, man of destiny. I mean, you know, yeah, that may be the case, but I don't think he understands traditional.
I agree with you.
I mean, if I remember correctly, at one point he said that he's the president, he is the Constitution.
He says crazy stuff. There's no question about it. But the point is that he's doing things that have needed to be done for a long time. We should have done this to Iran a long time ago. We tried to, what's the word I want? I want to make a verb out of diplomat. We tried to diplomatize them out of it. Huh? Negotiate. We tried to negotiate them out of it for decades. We did the same thing with North Korea. Jason, I'm glad you're here. We tried to talk North Korea out of having a bomb. It didn't work. And it didn't work with the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps. It ain't working. Meanwhile, I mean, one of the big triggers of this war was the people rising up in January. That was a big thing. And then the fact that all the mullahs were going to be in one place so we could take out the supreme leader. That was a big blow. That was, in a sense, a regime change. Because it's not the same, by the way, it's no longer, run by a religious leader. Now it's being run by, the Speaker of the Majlis, which is their parliament. So yes, the regime has changed. They're in disarray. They're running around like it's just weird that the reasons are so clear. The reasons have always been no nukes. And the fact that people won't accept that is puzzling to me. Like, why can't people say that the reason is no nukes? Everybody knows that that's the case. Why can't people say that, Scott, psychologically?
They constantly say Zionists, murderers, genocide, apartheid. It's because they have all the negative linguistics, but they fail to understand that if Iran got a bomb and they wiped Israel off the face of the earth, the truth is, these people who say they don't care about Israel. They don't care about the Jews. They would be happy to see the Zionist genocide state obliterated because they themselves are obnoxious, terrible people. That's the truth.
Well, it weakens your argument when you throw in obnoxious, terrible, but what you say is true. Yes, they want Israel to be attacked.
That strikes me as a really kind of fun movie. I'd like to do a sort of found footage video within like a pro-Palestinian college campus encampment, responding to and witnessing the nuclear detonation of a bomb in Jerusalem by Iran, and then I just want to see the conversation.
That's a good psychological experiment.
Wouldn't that be a great, found footage from a bunch of, camera phones that are at the event? Wouldn't that be, fun, Norm?
Dinner with Andre was all about.
Come on, that'd be good. I'd watch that.
So this is how you set it up, Mick said. So you call them in to do an experiment, right? You say, we're going to test it. And then they say, hang on, breaking news. Hang on, we have to stop the experiment.
You think I do it like a prank on groups of people and I film the results every time? That's pretty smart. I agree with you. That
could be done.
It could be done. You're right. It could straight up be done 100 times.
Okay, I would do this with you.
That would make money, dude.
I would do this with you.
We could sell this. This idea should sell.
This is a great
But
idea.
this would not really matter to anyone who wasn't already sympathetic to Israel. It wouldn't make any difference. And this is a classic example of these kind of things that people on the pro-Israel side come up with and say that is not persuasive to anyone. Okay, and you guys put a huge amount of effort into stuff that just accomplishes nothing. It just accomplishes nothing. This would accomplish absolutely nothing.
It's just a prank, bro.
But it would accomplish nothing.
It's the same thing with Charlie Kirk's
That's not
assassination.
true. It would be damn good television, and I would pay to see it.
Well, politically correct in other rooms on this app after Kirk's assassination, they were gleeful, joyful, dancing, celebrating, screaming with joy. That's the same type of endorphin and dopamine response that would happen if people were informed that Israel was new. That's exactly what...
How long would it be, Mick said? Is he here?
I'm still here, yeah.
What happened to Scott?
You're saying, how long do you process that through the thing? Well, I was...
No, how long is the film? Half an hour? 90 minutes? What?
Well, I was thinking it through as a story. Since it would be found footage, it would be roughly 2 hours, roughly.
Wow.
So, meaning you'd get something 30 minutes before, and then within that 30 minutes, you're getting the news and settling down, and then they all hanker in so that we're all just now in a room. I was thinking in terms of like a movie, and then like, you know, the other 90 minutes are just like the conversations that develop organically amongst the group. But you're saying like, oh, let's do like a prank. We'll leave them locked in a room thinking this is true for like, I don't know, 3 hours, 5 hours, sending out their ideas. You can poke them. I mean, like if you're producing it, you can really just play with them.
What you do is you have a group of panelists that hate Israel, and you get them to talk about the conflict for 2 hours, and then say breaking news: Iran has detonated.
Right, that's
a
the
nuclear
fun of
bomb.
it.
And then you
They might
it's
expect
hidden
that.
camera.
So
They might expect it, though. If we're already talking about Israel, then they're going to know this is a bit of a trick.
Yeah,
But
they'll
if
check
you're
their
talking about
phones.
something else entirely, then it would come as a shock, so they wouldn't be able. Oh yeah, we could say before you go in, no, you know, people have to turn their phones in. This experiment won't allow for any phones.
That's already suspicious, dude.
It is, but you can come up with a reason for that. If there's
How
a
many drugs
test
take
or
your phones
something.
away?
There's a test or something.
I'm just saying, you have
And
to think through the
so-
track
But it's
of
like,
it.
how do you get the right people? And that's where I think you got to come up with. I think a taste test is the right way. We're gonna do
That's funny.
Turkish coffee. It's a Turkish coffee taste test.
That's wonderful.
And so, yeah, so you'll get all these people in there, and you'll get the right kind of people. And the other thing I was thinking is you could do something that's like definitely going to bring you college students, or definitely going to bring you Democratic Socialists of America, right? Like, what'll bring you DSA party member?
Actually, I think the World Affairs Forum with Amir is actually already the movie that you're looking for. And I film it every single evening on YouTube.
You film that room every evening, Alistair?
Not every, but for a while I was, but it's just, you know, so boring, essentially. But he holds it. He's on, what is it, day 59 or something? He holds the show.
And what did they say about the war? They're against it? They're for it?
Don't listen to it anymore. I've out-processed. I'm simply in the recording industry. I don't listen to anything. I just simply record. And
You're just a technician. You're an engineer.
I'm a producer, engineer. Understand is why, you know, people come in so hot on Trump and say he's a pederast and a cannibal. I mean, are they completely delusional? Like, have you seen any evidence to suggest that he was involved in any of this type of activity? I have not. Defamation against our great president.
And Norma, are you familiar with the prophecy that the current Pope is the last Pope? The 112th Pope. Are you familiar with this?
I feel like I've heard it.
Yeah. So the whole idea is Israel got independent in 1948. But it's only until 1993 there is official recognition of Israel by the Vatican Pope. Are you familiar with this? Are you familiar with this?
I've heard it.
So that means the entire Catholic in US, those swing states, they don't recognize Israel.
What 3 states?
I mean, there are certain swing states in US, they are full of Catholic, right? They don't recognize Israel.
That's interesting.
So the whole idea is this thing started about 1,900 years ago, and it is this is a blind spot for Jewish because you're not supposed to understand anything of the New Testament and what is going on there. So you have no idea why this hostility toward you, right? So the question now is, according to the prophecy, which is around 1,000 years ago, there's this Irish bishop. He had the gift, and he basically predicted 112 Pope, the name. And according to my investigation, many believe they are quite accurate. And usually for the first 111, it's just a couple of words. But the last one is a paragraph. And that describes the current Pope Francis. And so the problem with Pope Francis right now is whether he accepts that prophecy. That means he's the last Pope. That means that is the end of Vatican once he's gone. So that is one way of thinking of it. And because he's the last Pope, the paragraph say correctly, he's the end time Pope. That means he has to accept the fact that during this time there is a lot of tribulation. Because there's a lot of tribulation means there's a lot of earthquake. That means today we just saw Japan get another 7.5 earthquake with a potential tsunami. And they have already registered about close to 1 meter tsunami. Yeah. But and then there are war, right? And we already seen the war, Ukraine war, Middle East war, and so on. So all these are signs of tribulation. And Pope Francis should accept this truth. This is an end time, and it's not the time to preach about peace. You should only preach about peace after the end time, right? And therefore, we have a contradiction here, right? He's going around talking about peace in denial that he's the last Pope, and it is tribulation. His job is to help people to prepare, the believer to prepare for the end time, and which he's not doing enough. Actually, many churches are failing, right? And so very behind schedule, and everything is written in the New Testament. Obviously, if you are Jews, you reject all the stuff, and therefore it's a blind spot for the Jews not to have a better preparation for the current end time. And therefore you don't understand why they are, Tucker Carlson and all these Catholic, yeah, that is they are brought up in this lack of understanding. Israel is not a physical Israel, and therefore they reject the physical Israel. So it's only 1993 officially they recognize physical Israel, but only until the German Pope Benedict in 2003, he started the whole process of talking about fulfillment framework. That means Israel is fulfillment, and is a direct challenge to many people. I think it could be Scott as well. They are practicing replacement theology, and that has been going on for 1,900 plus years.
Hang on 1 second, Dave. I think I find your theories fascinating, but I'm worried that other people may struggle with them because it's a lot to take in. So let me
go slowly. Yeah, ask question then.
Yeah, let me put a pause in it for a second. I'm just going to mute you up. I just want to say, does anybody else want to come up to the stage and share their reactions? Number one, do you think that Trump should resign? Number two, do you think that resigning would redeem him? Number three, if you think Trump should resign, why do you think he should resign? Again, you have to look at it from his point of view, because it would have to be obviously his decision. All right. Meanwhile,
Norma, I'd like to answer that.
Okay, good.
And I want to actually make a prediction.
All right, sounds good. Take it away, Randy.
I'm going to predict that Trump will not resign.
You're really sticking your neck out there. Could you want to give us a little more?
Well, A, it's a gut. It's a gut. It's just my gut. And B, I think that resignation, one thing we know about Trump is that he's not a quitter. He doesn't. He's just not a quitter, and I think yes, I think he's kind of. There's a lot of different views out there about this war, but I don't believe that. I think this war, the current war, and I've had people say, "Hey, it's not a war. It's just something. It's something else because only Congress can declare war." Yeah, but no, I'm going to call it a war, and he does care about his legacy. He does. I to the point where I think that we hear rumors of like one of the Trump children even getting into politics, or one or more of them getting into politics. So I think he does care about his legacy. I do think that he would love to tidy up this conflict. He'd love to tie it up with a bow, and his idea of a successful war is what happened in Venezuela. They got somebody out, no soldiers died, or no Americans died, and regime change, or he'll call it regime change. That's his idea of a good war. Iran has turned into much. I think Iran has turned into a much bigger mess than he imagined, but I don't think he wants his legacy to be a failed war, because Iran, they're not the kind of people where you can have a ceasefire with them and then they'll go quietly away. They'll be crowing like, yay, we defeated the USA. We won. So I don't think he wants that. I think he's going to, he's looking for ways to get out of this with as little mess as possible, but I don't believe that resignation is on the list of options for him. I mean,
what if he bombs the hell out of the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps and gets out of there?
We certainly have the mother of all bombs. There's more that could be done.
Mm-hmm.
But he wants to win the minds and hearts of the people, of the American people and the Iranian people. He wants to be the hero, and I think he's carefully calibrating. Sure, listen, look over in Russia, Ukraine. Do I believe that Russia is holding back firepower? They have. Have they really delivered everything they possibly could in Ukraine? No, I'd say no. I think they've held back because they still want to win the minds and hearts of the people. Maybe I'm mixing metaphors, but I think he's carefully calibrating it. That has always been an option. Look, the U.S. has nuclear weapons. No one is really suggesting that we use nuclear weapons on Iran. I don't think Trump wants to be known as the president who did that, the first president in 75 years to use a nuclear weapon. But he doesn't want to lose. But I don't believe that of all the things that are on his list, like all of the outcomes that are being presented to him, I don't believe anyone is presenting him resignation. That he is not a quitter.
Okay. So that was a sort of a spiritual redemption thing. I just want to move it around and make sure, there's a lot of people in the room. Does anybody else want to come up and talk about whether Trump should resign? Why should they resign? What's that, Johnny? Johnny boy? Allahu Akbar?
What he should do is...
Randy. Fucking guys.
He should resign.
Keep my name out of your wife's mouth.
You know what, Randy?
Keep my name out of your wife's mouth, sir.
Okay, I don't want to scrape the bottom here.
Okay, listen, here's the thing. I think what Trump should do...
Randy means in Hindi prostitute. Randy?
You seem to like saying my name. Thank you, sir.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah, I love that. Please do.
We'd love that.
Okay. It would be great if he would resign, but he doesn't have it in him to resign. He will go down screaming the same way that the Islamic Republic will go down screaming. Neither of the two are willing to give an inch. Neither of the two will resign.
So if Trump resigned, it would be Vance. Would that be better?
I mean, I think Vance has more experience, but I don't think it'd be better. I think all three who are in line to become president wouldn't be better. I think we're in a really bad state right now, and I don't know where we're going to go from here. And if Trump uses the nuclear bomb or flattens Iran, the people in Iran are not going to be happy. Right now, we've killed the top supreme leaders, but now the IRGC is in charge, and they're far worse. Same way as the MEK would be far worse. So we're really in shit right now, in my opinion.
Now, you're maybe the only person this morning, and one of the few people, period, who understand that. That previously it was a theocracy, the theocratic layer, that's hard to say. The theocratic layer has sort of been eliminated, right? That was the supreme leader in the mullahs. So now we're in a slightly different position. Could you help us to understand who this Islamic revolutionary, I call them the Genocide Corps rather than the Guard Corps, the IRGC, but could you help us to understand what is this IRGC and why is it even worse than where we were before?
Well, I mean, I don't know for a fact because I don't know exactly. I think Ara should know more, but I think a lot of people in the IRGC are not actually Iranians. Neither were the supreme leaders, but they don't give a shit. None of them give a shit about Iran. They could care less if Iran was bombed to smithereens because they don't care. They don't care about the country. The people do, and the people want this regime to change. They want the supreme leaders gone. They want the IRGC gone. They want their freedom. But I don't know how they're going to feel if the nuclear bomb is used. I mean, how would we feel, right?
What? Let's back away from the nuclear bomb because nobody. No, hi, brother. Nobody wants to use a nuclear bomb because that's going to start a nuclear war in the end of the world. So let's say we stop short of that, but we are talking now about escalating. We've moved tons of troops to the region, and Trump is governing under what is known as the madman theory. Maybe you knew this, Hope, which was originally pioneered by the great, and I say that ironically, Richard Milhous Nixon, who Kissinger would go around saying, listen, I don't know about this guy. He's a little crazy. He'll do anything, which is why we've moved all those troops to the region, even though the country America really doesn't want to see troops on the ground. But, the idea is, well, Trump will do it anyway. It's his last term. And Trump is capable of escalating the devastation. One second, brother. Trump is capable of escalating the devastation on Iran. Do you think we should escalate, Hope?
I mean, I think the only way we can get rid of the people that are there now in charge is to have troops on the ground. I don't think bombing the country is the way to go.
All right, now hang on, because Kaz wanted to speak, if that's okay. I'll just move it around, because you seem to have something. I know I put you on the spot, too, which I apologize for. Kaz, what do you have to contribute?
Should Trump resign? Why would the greatest president in America history resign? That's one. What's the reason to do that? One. Two, the return, if he says it, I believe it, you know what I'm saying? And three, the 2020 election was rigged, and, they about to do something about that,
So, Kaz, you love Trump, in short.
Yeah, I fuck with Trump.
And now, is it fair to say, may I be so presumptuous to say you might be an American black man?
No, yeah.
All right. Okay. Zeigazun. And tell us, why, as an American black man, you love this guy.
Because I'm not just like most dumbass, stupid-ass black people that don't know shit, that just want to be a victim all day. And I was born in Haiti, so I don't think all these vaccines, they didn't shoot my mother up with all these vaccines clogging my brain, judgment and shit. But yeah, I fuck with Trump because I see the good shit he's doing. I'm logical, so I resonate with logical people. Why wouldn't you need an ID to fucking vote? What sense does that make, If somebody doesn't like that, then those people probably cheat and try to cheat during the elections. Why would anybody like closing the borders or, just doing what we need to do, fixing Obama's bullshit mess, giving Iran money, giving Iran money and shit with Hillary Clinton's uranium bullshit.
We didn't give Iran money. We gave Iran the money that belonged to Iran. It didn't go to the people. It went to the government, but it's the money that actually belonged to the Iranian country.
Here's the thing, right? It's hard to tell. People love to say that it belonged to Iran. Like, bro, it's like that's the most. It's a lack of common sense.
I'm Iranian. That money belonged to the country. It belonged to the people.
Listen, bro. If I have money, if I have money, right? If I have $100 million and I owe you money, and you're talking about you're gonna kill me, right? It wouldn't be best to give you the money, you know? One. And plus the thing you don't understand about this deal is these people got funded back the money. So they paid Iran money, and Iran just paid it back under the table just to pay corrupt government politicians, bro. Y'all don't know what's really going on, man.
You know what's really going on?
Yes, because
I don't know. You don't seem to be able to speak very eloquently. I don't know.
I'm just distracted right now, but if you think that if you think what's going on a surface level is what's actually going on, you're somebody we call sheep. You know, you guys believe in surface level. You guys always believe in the story you're being told, but have no discernment to understand what's actually going on. And I really, you people should stay out of politics, because when people argue with you guys take something like, oh, it's a
you people. Do you mean white people?
No, just any. It doesn't matter the race, bro. I'm not talking about race, bro. It don't matter the race. It is anybody that, for example, we owed Iran that money. You have to be a dumbass.
We didn't owe them the money.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
That means we owed them the money. That means we owed them the money.
No,
what are you correct?
No, it's money that belonged to them.
So that means we owe you the money. That means we owe you the money. If you want to play semantics, we can stick on this point. That means I owe it to you. If it belongs to you, I owe you that money. That's what that means. We speak English, don't we?
I speak English much better than you do.
See, you're in competition with me. I'm not in competition with you.
All right, let's keep it really friendly and courteous.
Right, like she's like I hate
to everybody.
I hate women on Clubhouse, bro. I hate women on Clubhouse because Hope needs some more fucking hope, because I hate women on Clubhouse because they're always feminists, and they always think that
I'm not a feminist.
They always think that we always have to be in competition. Like,
let's talk about it. Let's talk about Iran.
She's talking about we're talking about Iran, but your friend Hope keeps talking about the way I speak and how she's better at speaking.
All right,
nobody gives a fuck.
Please don't do that.
Let's be nice. Be mature. But these people always think the surface level shit is what's actually going on, because they have no discernment and judgment to actually figure out why these things are happening, why Trump says the thing he says, why does Trump joke around about Obama and Hillary Clinton being arrested, why does Trump always criticize the deal Obama made with Iran? Why? And they think that they think they're told everything. You guys are not told everything, because you guys are idiots. So you guys have to believe the surface level shit.
But Kaz, have you been told something that we don't know?
I've done my research on things that I know are facts. Yeah, I know a lot of things that people, I wouldn't say you don't know, you just don't want to believe because the government didn't tell you themselves, right? Or there's not a .org link behind it, you know? So there's a different type of people out here. You know, some people just need that .org, or they need to hear from CNN, and they don't understand when they're being lied to. I can't argue with people that don't understand they're being lied to.
I'm Iranian, and I grew up in politics. I'm Iranian and I grew up in politics, so I think I know much more than you do.
Yeah. See, people that grew up in politics, I don't know what analogy to use. It's just y'all don't know what's really going on, because you guys are getting lied to by the people that are right next to you. You know, they're not telling you what's going on. They look at you like sheep.
But they tell you. They tell you.
No, the information is out there for anybody that wants it.
Okay. Hope, he has an opinion, you know that, right? Like, it's his opinion, Hope. I mean, you don't have to actually attack him.
Yeah, what the fuck
I didn't attack him.
Yeah, you, bro, I could read your tone. You're getting upset over my
I'm not upset at all. I'm just saying, you're saying we're all idiots. I'm sorry.
You're an idiot, because you want to attack my point. You wanted to attack my point, so you're
okay, let's not do that, guys. This is very low level. Let's go high level now. I want to move the mic around a little bit. NPC, non-playable. And Kaz, thank you for your contribution. Hope, thank you as well. But let's have no infighting, you children, or I'm going to have to stop the car. Don't make me stop this car. All right. Non-playable character.
We're all on the same team here. That's what I'm
Jennifer, I wasn't attacking her first.
Okay, Kaz, I know that. All right, NPC, non-playable character. Would you like to weigh in, sir?
am so surprised.
Jumo.
Yeah, I was called that.
I don't get that though. Why didn't you call me by my name? Why you call me out my name?
You stupid. So
Why you call me out my name?
your black accent. Your black accent is so. It's actually offensive how
It's
not black you,
offensive.
because you don't even sound black.
But I'm not black. Why would I sound black?
Anyway, I'm offended on behalf of Trump because all Trump did is listen to you and your people. He's controlled by you and your people. That's all. And now you're
Wait, who's
want
you in
him
this
to-
conversation? He's controlled by me?
Yes,
I want $1 billion. Give me money, Trump.
you already have $1 billion.
Hallelujah. Okay, I want another.
So tell me why you have an issue with him, because if the Jews have an issue with him, then who? Then who? If the Jews have an issue with him, then who doesn't? Like, he's been doing everything for y'all.
How do we control him, by the way? What's your theory?
My theory?
Yes.
My theory is that Trump probably listens to people who he's close to, and the Zionist lobby
Yes.
is closer to him than shit is to stink. Like,
Well,
it's just.
how did they get so close?
Well, they married his daughter. That's number one. They married his daughter.
Wait, she's
and then
married
they
to
also
more than
gave
one
him
person?
money. And then they also tried to assassinate him a few times. But
Everybody. Whoa. So wait, so he likes to do what people who assassinate him tell him to do?
he's afraid of. Donald Trump understands that he's not the most powerful person in the world.
I have a question for you, bro. If the Jews are so powerful, how come 6 million of them were killed?
I mean, 6 million.
How do you reconcile that?
That didn't happen, bro.
I don't think the number was that high.
It was not that high.
What do you think, 5 million?
But whatever. Couple hundred thousand, maybe.
Yeah. But that was one point in time in a certain country,
By the way,
in a certain society.
Did you
They
in about 10
saw you guys
countries?
for what you were, and then
It happened in about 10 countries, just so you know. You know, the Holocaust happened across not just one country. Poland, Russia, Germany, France, Romania, Hungary.
If you believe that, you're an idiot.
Jews were killed all over the place. It wasn't just one country. You know, you come here, you got to know your history if you want to fuck with us.
All right. If you drop out of school, then you're going to be at a disadvantage in this conversation. Let's move it around. Jason, did you want to raise?
I mean, it reminds me of Kanye. Kanye said slavery was a choice. I disagree. I don't think it was a choice.
Look at this.
I think it's
You see how it's easy?
it's worth pointing out that the Jews bounced back after that happened, and they took over again and are
Yeah,
still
but the
running.
population is still worldwide, not at the level that it was in 1930.
No, I mean that's
They
true.
bounced back.
That's true.
Their population is less today. In
But
the
I mean-
meantime,
but I mean, they
Palestinians went
bounced
from
back.
500,000 to 5 million.
I mean, they bounced back to controlling the world again, right?
Did
so-
they?
Yeah.
Really?
The world
The
is.
world? Not even the U.S. You're going to say the whole world now.
We use a Ouija board, Randy.
Yeah.
Wow.
We use a Ouija board to control the world.
When the people are, you think people would be embarrassed by these to say these things, but they say them.
Randy, he's being
Oh,
Screw it.
all right. I don't know anymore. What do I know? I'm trying to work, and here I am getting distracted by this stuff.
Bro, normal.
Kaz, if you don't think the Holocaust happened, I really encourage you to go to a library today. Go to the history section and find a picture book. It's in the pictures. It's fully documented.
So this is the problem.
Yeah, why do you think Germany has been paying reparations or did pay reparations?
Oh my God!
Speaking of reparations, where's
you guys
my
don't
money?
understand nothing, bro.
I'm fine.
You guys don't even know how
Yeah.
World War II started, bro.
We want reparations.
Okay, how did it start,
Nothing
Kaz?
about World War II.
How did it start, Kaz? How did
Under
it start?
Pharaoh.
So basically, right?
Let's stay on Iran. Let's stay on Iran. I don't want to litigate.
The Soviet Union massacred a whole bunch of Polish people, blamed it on Germany. Germany was the one that reported that shit. Then the U.S. just didn't believe Germany, and then they made propaganda that they blamed it Germany when Germany is the person that reported it to everybody. They're like, damn, they murdered all these Polish people. Germany reported it. That's what the United States blamed it on Germany. That's why years later, the Soviet Union, they admitted to doing that massacre.
Let's get back to Iran.
Yeah, but let's get back to it. But basically, yeah, bro.
All right.
Trump knows what he's doing.
these people don't know what the fuck they talking about, and you can't say because he's helping all Jewish people are bad, but the bad people are Jewish, you know, but not all of them are bad.
Yes, the cause of all the world's problems are the Jews, essentially.
What about New York
Jews,
Times?
every Jew is responsible. You know?
So, in fact, I stubbed my toe yesterday, and I'm pretty sure it was the fault of a Jew. And it still hurts, by the way, and I want reparations for that. All right, Al, what do you have to? How would you like to weigh in, Al?
You just skipped over me.
Oh, I didn't see you. You can go next. Al, do you want to go? Or you want Tada to go first, Al?
I would love to hear Tada go first.
All right, there you go.
This is some highbrow conversation.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so to answer the question, should Trump resign to be redeemed?
Yes, thank you for getting us back to the topic.
You're welcome. I don't think there's any redemption from Trump. I think that Trump has great ideas, but does not have a plan for completion. Even if we start with the tariffs, if you're going to tax the imports, prior to doing that, you should probably build up the infrastructure so that the American consumer doesn't feel the wrath of your tariffs, pretty much. So
Brilliant. What was your major?
Psychology.
Very brilliant. One of the most brilliant analyses I've heard on Clubhouse, period. Keep going, please. You're welcome.
As far as the war in Iran, I just think, again, it's just an uncompleted plan. I think what needs to happen is it should have been like years. People knew that if you were to attack Iran, you would have to deal with the Strait of Hormuz. That was just part of it. So, I don't know what could have been done, but I just know that there needed to be a better strategy. And the only thing that I would have to say is that if Israel and America are allies, they both have to be on the same page. And from what Marco Rubio said, that the only reason why they attacked is because Israel was going to attack. So before they got attacked back, they attacked Iran. Whatever the PR campaign is terrible, and it's making the American people really destroy government. And when you lose people, you lose those who are going to put the people in power to move forward with your agenda. So I just think that there's no redemption for Trump. He just needs to rethink his strategy.
Well, I want to clarify something about Rubio. I mean, Trump, Rubio, and the Minister of War, Pete Hegseth, said during the negotiations before the war that there were 4 demands that the U.S. was making, and that was no nukes, no ballistic missiles, no terrorist sponsorship, and no attacking your own people. Those, like, you could call them the 4 no's. And as a person with a larger than average nose, I like that designation, the 4 no's. And then when somebody said to Rubio, as he was sort of in transit getting off a plane, why now? He said, well, I mean, Israel and the U.S. were sharing intelligence, and Israel thought this was an opportune time, and that if Iran responded, they'd hit American bases, so it would be better if we do it at this time. And U.S. bought that argument because we share intelligence. So the idea that Israel dragged us, and I think is sort of a misunderstanding of what Rubio said, but the reasons for the war start with no nukes, clear all along. We've been working on no nukes in Iran for decades, really, and proven themselves to be unreliable in diplomatic solution to this problem. Same way, as somebody said yesterday, one of the admirals, North Korea also was incapable of negotiating about not getting nuclear weapons. So, I mean, I think nuclear non-proliferation, I think, is essential here. Somebody else pointed out yesterday, by the way, which I did not know, that Pakistan had obtained a nuclear weapon illegally, which I did not know. So they're known as a nuclear proliferate. So, and somebody pointed out the irony, and by the way, I think there's negotiations in Islamabad today or tomorrow that it's a nuclear proliferator and a terrorist state are meeting with the United States in Islamabad, in the nuclear proliferator country of in Pakistan.
So
very interesting. Yeah.
My only pushback is, again, because the PR it has been all over the place. The messaging, just the American government, when it comes to saying one thing and meaning something else, they're good for that. So you've lost the trust of the American people. When we were back in June and Trump said we obliterated the whole system, and you put us under the impression that they don't have the ability to build nuclear weapons because you took everything out, and that's what was told. But now we're a year later and you're doing the exact same thing. So again, you can't really be trusted.
Isn't it fair to say that they're rebuilding, or that we didn't get all of it? I mean, do we have to be so literal?
Because there's some reports that said that there's some reports that people are saying, and again, this is what's in the news. Some people are saying the CIA said that they didn't have the capability. Some people are saying that they do have the capability. It's just been all over the place when it comes to who to listen to.
Tada, what's their goal? Their goal is to get a nuclear bomb and deliver it with a ballistic missile. That's their goal. That's their security package. Tada. You're looking at it from an American perspective. Look at it from their strategy perspective, and you'll understand why America's doing what it's doing.
Alistair, when North Korea, they didn't do anything with North Korea. They didn't do anything with Pakistan. They haven't done anything with all of these countries have been going for the same goal. Even if it's considered, but now we don't have beef with North Korea. Everybody is playing nicely. So it seems like it's
doing North Korea.
Well, not to the extent.
No, we don't, bro. What are y'all doing on information?
Not to the
sanctions. I can read you what the sanctions are.
North Korea is an exporting revolution to
Nuclear Iran is a much bigger.
But that's what they told us about. They told us the same thing about Korea.
This is absolutely a different whole ball of wax.
No, they told us the same. I don't know what y'all been listening to, but they told us the exact same thing about North Korea. They said North Korea have a nuclear weapon.
We haven't heard from Elliot.
Can I just comment one thing, Norm?
Comparing North Korea with nuclear weapons and Iran are two different balls of wax. North Korea, quite literally, wants to be left alone. Iran wants to rule, bring the end of time. Do you understand the difference? We're talking about religious fanatic. They will murder 40,000 of their own people in weeks to this end. It is not the same. They don't want to be left alone.
Al, I don't disagree with you on this, on some of the urgency. I think, which is all the more reason the messaging is important, because I think in an America that is war-weary from Afghanistan and Iraq and is much more skeptical, I think had something like this happened after Iraq won, you wouldn't see nearly the pushback, right? Because after Iraq won, I think America felt really capable in its ability to exert its military dominance in a way that didn't require massive boots on the ground, that wasn't quagmirish. I think after the debacles in Afghanistan and Iraq, the second Iraq, I think to get the American people behind stuff like this, and you look at the polling, this is not popular, you've just got to be that much better at messaging. And maybe you shouldn't have to be, right? Maybe people should be less emotional. Maybe they should have more rational memories, but we don't, right? And so I think this is what the limits of Trump are. And as Norma said, he's maybe the man of destiny and things, but when you message poorly, when the reason constantly changes, it doesn't seem urgent. It seems chaotic. And I think that the administration has some responsibility for that, to clearly communicate and rally the populace that's, again, really skeptical of intervention. And part of the reason Trump was elected was because he ran as the guy that was not interventionist, right? Twice. And so and he can change it.
Iran has always been on his radar in particular, and every administration before him.
But I'm not denying it.
This is brand new. That's the trouble.
You've got to be persuasive, and he's not persuasive. And that's part of,
there is a faction of people that, he could end cancer and it wouldn't be good enough. I really do.
Sure, but the poll numbers.
But Iran has always been our enemy.
I'm not denying any. I'm not denying any of that. But I'm saying that if this is something urgent, and you're committing possibly the lives of Americans, you've got to be persuasive. And it sucks that because of other things you say, it's harder for you to be persuasive. And it sucks that you've got to be persuasive on something in a context.
To not rely on people coming to their own fucking senses. Honestly,
There's no persuasion of war. There's no words of persuasion that can bring up people to go to another city to go kill large groups of other people. There's no way to persuade people to do that. But that's what leaders do. That's what presidents do. That's why he was elected. He is the solution to a lot of problems. He is strength embodied in his philosophy. And the truth is, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And a lot of people just don't like reality. Hate to tell you the facts of life.
Wait, can we put away the goose? Like, what in the Sam hell is going on here? First of all, there isn't any way. Americans are dumb, but they're not like. They can still breathe and they still go outside and they're still. Well, let me land with the idea.
I want you to go on for. I just want to mention you made a Marvel Comics reference, wanting to Sam Hill. I think that's very cute. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, that's all I wanted to notice.
Yeah, you guys know media. That was pretty.
I'm the only one who got that, but go on, and I take credit for that.
So what we're saying is that it seems, and I've been watching you guys ever since we used those B-2 bombers and we used the bunker busters. I thought after we used the bunker busters. I thought that after we used the bunker busters, you guys would be happy. But no, after we used the bunker busters, I went into y'all's rooms and y'all were talking about regime change. I was like, what the fuck?
Because we hate the regime.
So now so I'm listening to y'all and you're talking about messaging. What I've understood messaging to actually mean in this climate is, what lie do I need to tell to convince people to do the thing that's not in their best? What lie? How do we lie to make people? There's no lie that you can tell the American people to justify a war that fucks up. There's no lie that you can tell the American people that are going to make the American people, both Republican and Democratic and Independent, okay with increased energy prices for things that don't benefit them. There isn't any type of messaging that you can use that's going, because Iran isn't close to a nuclear weapon. So what excuse are we going to use now? What excuse are we going to use to fuck up the world's economy? What excuse?
According to who?
According to reality.
No, according to who?
Americans are not going to believe lies so that we can justify fucking up the economy because Israel wants to do stuff. Like it doesn't.
Israel.
You are nobody. You're making up.
Hold on, Trump is in a position of power, though, right? Like, Trump is in a position of
So I think
power right now.
Elf and Headset and Marco Rubio, they all say the same end time. Crazy, ridiculous. But nobody here understands what they mean. Right? This is the
like
missing
Americans, not like crazy.
This is the missing messages. Why? Because to understand that, it requires a lot of understanding which the media fail to deliver. Both sides, Fox News and the Democratic side. Nobody talk about this. This crazy religious ideology that distinguish North Korea and Pakistan Murad regime. Point. Period. So whenever you talk about nuclear weapon and you start dragging in Pakistan, start dragging in North Korea, you fail because Murad regime is not Pakistan, not North Korea. Since 1979, they only have one mission: to drag the whole world into chaos. And that's what they have been doing. And Fox News fails to deliver that, and Democratic media refuse to talk about that. That would mean their entire political correctness will crumble, right? So this is where we have to address.
Interesting. Does anybody want to respond to Dave? Dave is saying that the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps, who declared war on us in 1979, took over our embassy, has been trying to drag us into war from the very beginning in order to, and I will add to this, Dave, in order to bring about the 12th Mahdi, which is like a Messiah, who is the hidden imam. Does anybody want to respond to that?
No, they don't even know what you're talking about, but they want to respond. They don't. That's the problem. And maybe that's the messaging problem we're having, is that we think like having an ideology that will literally destroy the world because that's what you believe will bring about this religious. Americans are trying to be rationalized. They don't want nuclear weapons. They're not trying to do this bullfucking shit. Listen to their own words. They're not lying to you. They admit to having 60% enriched uranium. Outside reporting agencies say they have 60% enriched uranium. Now we want to get on as Americans and be like, no, they don't. According to what? Your own fantasy?
No, but we got, okay, so I am an imperialist as well. I agree with what you're saying, but the issue is that you're so biased you don't even realize that you're lying. That's how.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
Let me tell you the manipulation that you're undergoing. But you think you're.
So do you think their own words are lying?
No, you're not. No, the thing is that you're actually.
You literally don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. But can I disagree?
Hang on, wait, both of you, hang on. Let's not make it about the person. Let's make it about the content of the argument, okay?
I think that I'm speaking towards the argument. I don't know this lady.
Do you understand their
what she's saying, there's no narrative where what she's saying.
Do you understand the theology?
Can I tell you why I disagree? Wait, can I tell you why I disagree?
Yes or no?
It's not a yes or no.
It really is. Do you understand what their motivation is?
I just want to be able to tell you the reason why I disagree. And then after I tell you the reason why I disagree with what you said and why I feel like what you said is manipulation and it's not even coherent based on a mainstream. All right. So a year and some change ago, I'm saying the reason why I disagree. I just want to be able to land facts over feelings. A year ago and some change, they said that they were enriching uranium. I think that they're enriching uranium. There was other evidence that they're enriching uranium. To point don't make sense if you're using it for civilian cases. Like if you're enriching up to 60%, the only reason why you would enrich to up to 60% is to get to more than 60% so it can weaponize that uranium.
Right, and that's where they're at.
XYZ. Okay. So guess what our government did? Our government sent over B-2 bombers.
No. This has been said.
And then he said, I'm gonna land.
You're saying what the fuck he's saying?
Why can't I land?
Your timeline's off, sweetheart.
No, I just want to land.
Well, so you might want to fix your timeline.
Operation Midnight Storm. It doesn't matter what the time.
Oh, it definitely matters.
So how are the Iranians? How are Iranians? Why can't we just bomb them then? If they're back at, let's say that they're back to where they were a year and some change ago, or less than a year ago. Okay, let's just bomb them again. Why does it require a ground invasion?
We haven't done a ground invasion yet.
Why does it? Well, the Marines are there.
Yes,
and more of them are showing up to that region every single day. So they're not mobilizing over there for fun. There's about to be a ground invasion of Karg Island. What are you talking?
Let's say it's hitting. To let them know that we're serious.
No, but okay, so when I bring up facts, it's, we're not serious. When I look at the fact, hey, she's right about their facts. You brought up no facts. She's right about their uranium enrichment, but what happened? We already did it. We did it already.
You did what already?
So the operation was a failure. It failed as in a main sense that it was a failure. It didn't work. Is what you're saying?
Go again. We need to.
So why don't we just go again? Why do we have to actually put boots on the ground? Why can't we just come again? Alright, that's my question. Like, why do we have to have boots on the ground?
How do you deal with this, Norm? Goddamn simpleton.
It's all yours. It's all yours.
I don't know how you deal with simpletons all day, every fucking day. Like, I want to know
what's the
intelligence. NPC, whatever the fuck he is a goddamn simpleton. Because here's the thing, I don't give two fucking shits. Here's the problem. None of you fucking morons have any sort of intel that is above what the American intelligence apparatus has up your ass.
Problem, I'm just repeating back the same intelligence. I'm repeating back the same intelligence that you have. I'm repeating back the same intelligence that you have.
Okay, I muted the room. We're going to go one at a time. NBC, you went. Please, L, you take the mic.
We got whole ass people on Clubhouse coming to know more than outside reporting agencies, which is amazing.
Do me a favor, don't make any proof. Never mind that.
Yeah, who's the moron? Anyone who claims to know more, anyone on Clubhouse. Yeah, you said claims to know more than outside reporting agencies. If you put yourself in that camp, that's on you.
You said someone's a moron if we're on Clubhouse.
Here's what I said. If you can clean the shit out of your ear. Anyone, not specific, anyone who cannot realize that sitting here on Clubhouse, you personally do not know more than the intelligence agencies of which we are responding to.
What if we know what the reporting agencies say?
You only know what your feelings are. Talk about feelings, that's feelings.
And one at a time, no? Put them down and one at a time.
Thank you. Right. So, L, did you finish? You want to keep going?
No, what I was saying was, before people got all in their feelings, which is amazing.
That wasn't nice.
Oh my God. What, nice? Are you nice? Is this nice?
It's gaslight.
Should we talk nice?
Anyway,
Franklin, go after her, okay?
You know what they do or don't have from a Clubhouse perspective, sitting us or going to work or, you know, shit. None of us. But I'm going to rely on that our intelligence agencies
They
do
don't
know.
care about the truth.
Why do you rely on the intelligence agencies? They are lying to us
Really?
also.
Based on what? Based on what?
I mean, yeah, the intelligence agencies did tell us that there were WMDs in Iraq, and they were the source.
You know, there are
of
also
threats
people
directed.
who actually claim that there were at some point that they were moved, but let's not talk about.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, there's broad consensus that the intelligence there was wrong.
Is there broad consensus?
No, it wasn't wrong. It was lies. But by the way, this is the intelligence agencies telling. By the way, I'm not saying that the intelligence agencies are wrong.
Let me just go as a mic here. I'm not saying that there's not a great case to be made for Iran. I think, again, what I'm saying is Trump, we're in a democracy, right?
I think there's a danger in comparing past conflicts to this in particular, because this has been a problem for decades.
No, I agree, but if you're the president of the United States, right, and you lead a liberal democratic republic, and part of it, public opinion matters, right? You have representatives and things like this. Congress can unfund conflicts and things like that. The War Powers Act and things like this. And you do an action like this, and it might be the most urgent conflict in the past 30 years, but you do it in light of two significant conflicts in the Middle East that were broadly perceived as failures. And so you have to take that into context when you try to bring the people along and tell them why this is urgent. And I think the communication on this has been really poor. And I think, I'm not saying I'm saying its significance merits Trump doing a better job on the messaging. And I think that's been in somewhat of a disorder.
The messaging, Scott, it suggests how to improve the messaging, Scott. It is a very complex how to improve the messaging for both Republican side and the Democrat side. Scott.
There's so many. John, let me shut up.
Well, easy answer. I think
Franklin wanted to go after you.
Go ahead.
Franklin, did you want to go?
Thank you.
Welcome.
I want to first say good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to apologize for my outburst a little earlier, but it's so the topics we speaking on now are very touchy subjects. We have to realize, okay, now I'm a Muslim. Okay, now I've been practicing Islam since 1991.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
So what now from my perspective, my personal perspective of what it looks like Israel, the Jews, the so-called Jews, and the U.S., the so-called Christians, are attacking the Muslims. That's what it first looks like.
The so-called Muslims, you mean?
Well,
That's the Cold War.
okay,
Are you saying that's the Cold War?
cool.
All right. Now let him go, please, David. Franklin's mic.
I'll ride with that. But we have to realize that even back in the 70s, it's always been something with the Middle East and the U.S. It's always been something. They have always labeled the folks in the Middle East as terrorists. That's a known fact. But we don't see them over here attacking the U.S. It's always someone is invading their territory.
But so-called Franklin, you know about 9/11, right?
Of course I do.
Okay, well, I mean, that was done by so-called Muslims.
Okay, but check this out. Now, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because to show you how
I'm glad you're glad.
bullshit. Yes. So, to show you how that was some bullshit. So, the government said that they didn't know anything about it, right? That this was supposed to be a surprise attack. How come the day the planes went into the towers that all the Jews had called in sick from both buildings?
Well, they didn't actually.
Dude, I think you forgot to say. You forgot to say the Jews, the so-called Jews. The so-called Jews.
Okay, right. The so-called Jew called in sick.
Well, wait, Franklin, do you know what Cantor Fitzgerald is?
Who?
Cantor Fitzgerald. They're an accounting firm. Interestingly, the former CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald is in the Trump cabinet right now. Cantor Fitzgerald is a accounting firm. You maybe can tell from the name Cantor that it's made up largely of Jewish people on the top floor of the World Trade Center, and they were all wiped out. And the brother of Harold Lutnick, who is now in Trump's cabinet. So it isn't true that all the Jews called in sick. In fact, Jews were one of the main victims of this terror attack by Al-Qaeda and
I wish you would
Osama
keep saying
bin Laden.
so-called, Norm. I really
I'm sorry,
Basically, he's the denier.
But what's the point of repeating facts to a person who doesn't operate on facts? Let's just not
Okay. All right, now check this out, man. Dateline 2020, and I've heard the amount of footage that they had. If this is supposed to be a surprise, why did they have all this footage? They showed Muhammad Atta leaving his apartment, stopping by a bar, getting a drink, getting a prostitute, going across the street to the little hotel, and then before he went to the airport. Now they got all this footage. The day the planes flew into the building.
What position did he have intercourse with her?
Can we not entertain this no more? We have other people who have like Dave was asking amazing questions. Like, can we be in reality?
Yeah, can you be in reality?
We want to get back to it. Should Trump resign? Should Trump resign, Franklin? To redeem himself?
I would happen to say yes. I feel he should resign because he's a loose cannon. I agree with certain things that he's doing, but not all of them. I know that nobody's perfect. But as far as dealing with foreign relations, I feel that he should resign because he's a loose cannon.
And by the way, what do you like about what he said? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, his view on getting the illegal immigrants out, illegally, because I don't believe in the method that he's doing it, but I believe in the policy that getting these folks
supposed to be here because they taking benefits from people that been here their whole life.
Yeah.
So I agree with that.
Anything else you like that he's doing?
Not in particular.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your submission. I'm glad you got to weigh in there and contribute. I appreciate it. Now, somebody wanted to go next. Who was it? You're welcome. Thank you as well. Is it Beloved? Did you want to weigh in? We haven't heard from you yet. Beloved? Going once or twice?
Your mic, please.
All right. Hang on.
By the way, Norm, this was a lark of a room that I opened up this morning, and look, we've had 1.2 thousand people come to the room, and 69 people now, all wanting to weigh in on such a provocative article. What an interesting turn of events, my friend.
Great title, Scott. Appreciate your
Messaging, which Scott talked about. Can we talk about how to improve the messaging, right? So, as I say, the root of the problem is majority of American has no clue. There are two fractions of Islam called Sunni and Shia, okay? And Shia is 15% and Sunni is 85%. And since 1,400 years, Sunni, the 85%, has been systematically trying to eliminate the future prospect of Shia. And for the minority Shia, 15%, to survive, they have to do all sort of unimaginable survival skill. One of it includes taqiyya, that means to lie, and to tell everybody, I'm not Shia, I'm Sunni. That is point number one. Point number two is they have to prepare for the time when they can totally overcome the 85% Sunni by having this end-time ideology. So this end-time ideology is 1,400 years, and it has been their primary objective to overcome the 85% majority. If you are American, you don't understand this, you will never understand what is hell going on in Middle East, period. And that is the root of the failure of messaging from Republican side and the Democrat side. For the Democrat side, everybody is equal, and we have to be non-racist, we have to be political correctness, and we have to be afraid to be called Islamophobia. That means you will never learn the truth and the language of Middle East to understand how Middle East is causing the worldwide problem, period.
Yeah, but in order to get to accomplish a goal, you don't necessarily need to educate the people entirely, right? We know this in America from all the other politicians that came before this one and his administration, right? All you have to do is have the trust of the people, and that's what's lacking. Messaging or not, if you don't have the people behind you, it doesn't matter what you fucking say. They're gonna focus on their needs at the time, right? All this, like, you don't know Shia, but he's talking about what the American people will do and stuff, right?
Part of gaining support is having the American people understand why we're even there. And that, I don't know how that gets out. I honest to God don't.
You can't.
Mostly because we are so divided that people cannot even. I was far less supportive of bombing the fuck out of Libya. Why did we do this? I mean, we literally decimated that place. Why? I still don't know. Talk about messaging. I don't know that
America.
Like this matters a whole lot more. If you ask me, this is a whole lot more America first.
It matters a lot to you. It matters to you because it affects.
No, it matters to the world.
It matters to your world, but
if you like nuclear war, I guess.
I'm talking. We're talking about. Listen, we're talking. Dave, you just got finished asking and answering questions at the same time. Like, every single response that I've heard is complete. Nothing is grounded in reality. And what I mean by reality is
really
the actual responses, the average American, the actual responses that
right now. You're projecting.
The actual responses that Americans.
You're projecting reality, literally right now.
Hang on. I muted everybody because I think NPC hit on something important, but I'd like to discuss it one person at a time so everybody can really be heard and we can think this through together. We'll crowdsource this question. The question NPC raises, please tell me if I have it correct, is the nuclear threat of Iran, which is the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps. So that is the difference between the BS, for example. But let's talk about the perceived and or actual nuclear threat. Let's go NPC first, and then Alan and anybody else will continue. NPC.
So my original answer, it touches on that a little bit, but I'm still gonna say, for some reason, when one dude talks about the so-called Jews, he's never interrupted. But when I'm trying to say something that's actually grounded, I'm always interrupted because you guys aren't gonna interrupt the flat earth. You're gonna interrupt me. So I'm gonna say the thing.
That's why I muted the room so you could speak, NPC.
Thank you. So I'm gonna say the thing. Every single response has been about ideology. It's about messaging. Oh, people, they just don't know the information. If the average American understood the beef between Sunnis versus Shias, if they understood the nuances of geopolitics and power dynamics of the Middle Eastern region, and the messaging was good, then they'd support the war. No, they would not. Actually, I would go as far to say, the more that Americans find out, the less that they're going to support it. That's what we've seen. What, do you understand what Americans voted in Donald Trump? Americans voted in a person. Americans voted in.
I just want to hear what you said. The more we find out, the fewer would support it? Is that what you said? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Keep going.
Yes.
I want to hear that.
So the more Americans learn, the less they support it. And the reason why is because you have to have an event that immediately affects Americans for Americans to sacrifice their dollar. American consumers are not going to sacrifice gas prices, energy prices, fertilizer, food prices eventually going up ×2. They're not willing to sacrifice it because Israel wants Iran to have a different regime. They're just not
what our administration said, though. They said it was because of the nuclear threat.
Yeah, but yeah, okay.
So it's a question.
They don't believe it because we just got rid of the nuclear threat. So how can they believe? So maybe some better laws because didn't we just stall the nuclear program by a few years last year, right? So we can't say it's nukes now because we already got rid of the nukes last year.
Okay, but I think we've addressed that. It was found as further nuclear. Al, go ahead. No. Dave, go after.
Listen, I'm going into a meeting right now, and if he can't be convinced by outside reporting agencies, I'm sorry, I can't help.
Like the Atomic Energy Agency, for example? Yes. Yeah, they said that Iran has 60% enriched, and that's obviously weapons grade. There isn't any dispute about that. So the reason for this war is the nuclear threat of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So who wants to go next?
I go quick one. So, all right, when talk about nuclear threat to the American, you have to talk about two things. The systematic evidence that in order to deliver nuclear weapon to U.S., right, not just to Israel, you need two things. You need to have nuclear weapon and you need to have a mean to deliver. And Israel is very near to Iran. But Iran, Murad regime, ambitious is to go beyond Israel. And he tell the world, we only have up to 2,000 kilometers. That's it. But what they've done is when they try to send 2 nuclear missiles to Diego Garcia, that is 4,000 kilometers. So that is a total lie, right? So you're dealing with a Murad regime. As I said before, it's the ideology based on Takia, means it's lying. The only person in Fox News keeps saying is General Kane. He always says these people lie, period, right? And he don't use the word Takia because American will not understand. He said keep lying. And then Americans said lying, everybody lies. So what's the big deal, right? So in order to get to America, the Murad regime continuously work with North Korea, use their technology to keep increasing the range. At the same time, lying to the whole world, especially NPC. Whatever truth you say, NPC would not accept it because it lives in a bubble world. His world, right? And his world represents the entire America. One person represents entire 300 million America. But that is not the whole world. The whole world is 8 billion people. All can see the truth. The day when Mura regime delivers 1,000 kilometers, the world wake up because 4,000 kilometers means it will reach the entire Europe. And then, if you look deeper, how long does it take for Mura regime to increase the range to reach New York, to reach a range to Washington D.C.? That is where we need to stop it, right? So NPC live in a bubble world. This is total lie. Okay, that is the bubble.
I live in Texas.
When you tell the truth, they will totally get very angry, and that is a symptom of indoctrination. Period.
So Americans, they are tired of being lied to. So first of all, the whole entire nuclear proliferation thing, that worked last year. And it might be able to work again. We haven't seen evidence of it working. Let's talk about evidence. I'm not talking about what I think. We're going to look at the polls. We're going to look at why the Republicans probably won't win the midterms and the Republicans probably won't win re-election. Because of this
Please, Alistair.
Americans do not like this on both sides. Okay, so Alistair, answer me this. Americans on both sides.
Wait,
oh, my bad.
Alistair, you went back and forth with NPC? All right, you want to go after NPC? All right, after you, NPC.
Oh, all right. So I'll be very quick. Everyone keeping, I'm projecting. Everyone says I'm, and by everyone, a few people. See how that works? It turns out when you look at the polling, the one single thing that Donald Trump did to fuck up his base, it isn't lying to them about the Epstein files. It isn't a bunch of other shit. It isn't like deporting a few U.S. citizens mistakenly. I'll give him that. It's this war. This war is the single worst thing that he's ever done to his own base in terms of his approval rating with them.
NPC apparently
the majority of the American people do not like this war. It's not my opinion.
Hang on a second. According to the polling, this was done by CNN, only 6% of his base are against the war. That's what they found.
That's not true.
It is true.
And by the way, I voted for Trump in 2016, so I voted for Trump in 2016. I don't even look at CNN as a reputable source.
Well, it's just
so, yeah, but that is that 6%.
Yes.
Norm.
Yes.
Norm.
Yes.
Were you born in America?
Yes.
You understand America, like the average American, if they're gonna choose between gas price, oil being $200 a barrel versus America not doing a regime war, which do you choose? First of all, a regime change war that's not even working. It's not even like we did. It's not even like we got it. We changed the regime and then we're dealing with the consequences. We got in there. We tried to change the regime. We failed, and we're still dealing with the consequences. It's not even like we won.
Well, my answer to you is, by the way, I'm from New York. I don't know if you consider that part of the United States because sometimes we feel different. But I understand the importance of a non-nuclear Iran as an American. All right, so Alistair, it's your turn. Did you want to go?
These are the quotes. These are Winston Churchill quotes about the dangers of Islam. How dreadful are the curses which Mohammedanism lays on its votaries, besides the fanatical frenzy which is as dangerous in a man as hydrophobia in a dog. There is this fearful fatalistic apathy.
That's some racist shit, bro.
Please wait till I'm finished. The effects are apparent in many countries. Improvident habits, slovenly systems of agriculture, sluggish methods of commerce, and insecurity of property exist wherever the followers of the prophet rule or live. A degraded sensualism deprives this life of its grace and refinement. the next of its dignity and sanctity. The fact that in Mohammedan law, every woman must belong to some man as his absolute property, either as a child, a wife, or a concubine, must delay the final extinction of slavery until the faith of Islam has ceased to be a great power among men. Individual Muslims may show splendid qualities, but the influence of the religion paralyzes the social development of those who follow it. No stronger retrograde force exists in the world. Far from being moribund, Mohammedanism is a militant and proselytizing faith. It has already spread through Central Africa, raising fearless warriors at every step. And were it not that Christianity is sheltered in the strong arms of science, the science against which it had vainly struggled, the civilization of modern Europe might fall, as fell the civilization of ancient.
Okay, now check this out.
Okay, very
You
interesting.
just read from Churchill.
Franklin, you're up.
Okay, so you just read some, my opinion, some racist shit from Churchill. All right,
Well, it was against the religion, not against the race, to be fair.
Okay, so peep this. The KKK called themselves the Christian Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. So what you got to say about that?
They're disgusting people. I think we agree.
Still beheading other people. KKK is the history.
No, KKK is a group of people claiming to be Christians, claim to follow the Bible, and have been killing my people for centuries.
Yeah, they're terrible. By the way, the Jews put them out of business with the lawsuit, Mars D. I don't know if you knew that. They had their literally went bankrupted because of that.
Okay, so why is they
Franklin, I can answer you. We're Americans, Franklin. We're not British. We declared independence eternal and forever. And as Americans, we are all brothers. And I'm not reading that to try to spread hate. I'm trying to actually frame Islam in the way that Winston Churchill saw it in the 20s, serving in the Boer War. It was his observations about their laws, because there are Napoleonic laws, there are Mohammedan laws, there are Thomas Jefferson laws. And I'm just saying that law is the joy of the law is strength. And that's why we voted for Donald Trump, because I think we have been lied to for 25 years personally, but I think Donald Trump as an executive and as a manager was the best option to hit the ballot box. Kamala Harris, Tim Walz would have been epic failures for global security, American security, and for our well-being economically. They are incompetent fools, and Donald Trump is a superior intelligence to those incompetent fools.
Alistair, can I ask a question?
Okay. Do we want to move on?
Alistair, can I ask a question?
I hear Xerxes. Go ahead, Xerxes.
Hi.
A female voice.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask a question about the quote that you read, Alistair.
Go ahead, ask your question.
You said this was after Mr. Churchill's contact with what and when? Because I'm pretty sure this quote is from a book that was written like 20 years before.
Use your little fingers to type in Winston Churchill.
No, Alistair, don't be mad.
All right, bro.
Alistair, don't
No
be
problem.
mad. It's a fair question.
No, that's cool.
No, that's not
fine.
Alistair, when and where did he say this? It's a fair question. If you know.
In the chat where I just read, please hold.
All right. You're gonna check. Thank you. Okay, he'll put a link in the chat. Okay, Xerxes?
Okay, thanks. No, it's just interesting to listen. I try not to give my opinion so concretely on these kinds of things because I like to remark my privilege, right? Like I am comfortable in my $3,000 townhouse in a great city where I rarely have troubles that I have to think about, like especially bombs. Right, so I think it can be.
We're coming for dinner, by the way, so please put your.
Come on over. But it can be like I think sometimes startling to hear people speak so big about things that they have like very little control over. I know it's like an exercise of ideas, and I understand that.
So
and sometimes it's necessary.
Statement. You mean the Churchill quote?
I mean, like the Churchill quote is, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna wait for Alistair before I make any determinations on what I think that is. But like, you know, statements from like people like Dave who, you know, don't live where I live and maybe are under a different amount of pressure to think about these things versus, I can't remember what the woman's name was who went to a meeting. She seemed to be like very intense about the immediacy in which the United States should handle these things. And you know, I'm a pretty like well-studied like media analyst, so that means like while I don't maybe have like the best and most stable like political knowledge like you guys have, I know like I've heard you guys speak about economics and things like this, I do have like a really deep knowledge of how media is used to encourage and influence people at times like these. So I do find, you know, I'm just, you know, I'm listening and I find the exhibition interesting and repeatable.
Well,
throughout time.
I will say to you that I think the argument is that we've been kicking this issue of the nuclear Islamic revolutionary genocide court down the road for decades in order to try to resolve it diplomatically, and that has failed. And the precedent would be the failure to prevent North Korea, which is obviously also a terrorist state, from gaining a nuclear weapon. And the IRGC was increasing the distance or reach of its ballistic missiles and the power of those ballistic missiles. So you could, at some point, it would have been impossible to stop them from being a nuclear threat. So the time to bomb them, to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon, was long past and had to be done as soon as possible. That would be the argument.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like for me, I think like, you know, talking to people who are Iranian American or Persian American by some other country, and, you know, just witnessing time, you know, through media and stuff, I see this like through a lot of different lenses. And one of the main lenses that comes to mind when I hear people talking about this right now, right, is like how people felt in the 80s and the 70s and the 60s, you know, about these same issues and how, yes, correct. And the proselytizing of fear being like probably the most
it's a potent weapon. You dropped out. It could have been me. I can't hear her anymore. Can you?
About, you know, times like these, or they'll just tell me in, you know, loads of different countries. And it's crazy how they all remember what these things look and sound and feel like, and decisions that their parents made, and, you know, intentions that their schools did, and it all just, you know, cooler heads prevailed or whatever. So that's there for me. But also, like, I don't know how to contextualize like a bunch of powerful countries who have access to nuclear weapons telling a bunch of other countries who are trying to develop not to have them. I don't know how much that makes sense.
We're the good guys. Do you disagree?
I do absolutely disagree.
All right. So
I don't
have
think
we ever used a nuclear weapon against a non-belligerent country? The way that,
I mean, even in belligerence,
has said. What?
Well, so even in belligerence, if it's used, I think historically when weapons like these have been used, there's like a pull, like it's like pulling your hand back from fire almost, right? Yeah. Where you're like, we could do the thing and we're like, you know, our minds are on winning and supplanting what we think power should be in these places and blah, and then you do it, whether, you know, whether it's nuclear or any kind of other large scale mass killing weapon, right? And then and there's a pullback of like, oh shit, like those are like actual human bodies, and we actually need to think forward so that we don't meet this again.
The one time we used it, I mean, that's a humanitarian consideration, was when we were the only people that had it, and it was to prevent the genocide that Japan was committing in Asia of the Korean people, the Chinese people, the Filipino people, the Polynesian people. They were committing mass genocide. In fact, horribly, even as they were defeated and withdrawing, they were continuing the genocide. They were on a killing spree and couldn't stop. And rather than invading the mainland of Japan, which which was the other plan, we decided to use these weapons. And I think it was probably a good decision. That's
Right.
the other.
So this is the thing now.
This is why the United States is the good guys, because we use them to prevent the genocide.
Yeah, so I understand that, but then, like, you know, as like a creative, right, like a filmmaking creative, a writer, all of these things, like, I'm capable of reversing that and saying, well, like, in a different timeline where maybe Japan or China or unified Korea or, you know, Russia by way of Kazakhstan, anybody on that side is the more powerful nation. These nations have existed longer than our country,
You mean,
right?
well, that's not exactly true. In an alternative universe, you mean?
Yeah, in a different timeline. If they are, just put them in the place of America, Germany, France, Italy, and the UK, right? All those guys, they have the money, they have the power, they have the markets, all of that. They have the nukes, right? And then they see, you know, new burgeoning America killing off tons of like indigenous people and doing like the whole slave trade thing so that they can get like the East.
They did those crimes too, killing indigenous people and slave trade.
But like, just follow me here. And then they were like, oh, well, we have a nuke and they don't want to stop, so we could just stop them and we drop it. I think the perspective that a lot of Americans have might be different on this if we had experienced these kinds of atrocities.
How would it be different?
I think this scale of tragedy might engage future generations in thinking clearer about the scale of what is possible, right? And I don't think that the United States doesn't do that.
Which is the tragedy in that sentence?
Like Nagasaki, or you know what I mean? Like, so like if that happened on our land and we knew it as our American selves, it was taught to every generation after, you know, we grieve it. It's a part of us, you know, despite grief.
So you're anti-genocide, right?
I'm sorry?
You're anti-genocide.
I mean, as much as I am misanthropic and absolutely hate the flesh bags that are called humans, I am anti-genocide, yeah.
Oh, I know, you hate people.
I do hate people, I really do.
I think her primary argument is this, right? If America, Russia, France, UK have nuclear weapon, this is totally unfair based on political correctness, human equal right. Every nation should deserve the right to have nuclear weapon.
Yeah, I will say this. I will say this on this argument, right? I think that we got the Ukraine to disarm, right, with regard to nuclear weapons, based on our commitment to protect them from Russian aggression, which Trump is trying to waffle on, right? And so, with the example of the Ukraine, and that the Ukraine can't count on the United States to honor its commitments. If I were any country in the world right now, I'd want nukes, because Ukraine would have been in a better position if they had nukes. And so I think, I mean, this is, if we want to proliferate, if nuclear weapons are really a problem, and proliferation is really a problem, then we've made a huge strategic mistake in Ukraine, because we've said basically, the best thing for your security is not to trust the United States, but to get it.
Well, you're right, Scott. We're like, what, 30 plus years too late, right? It's been a while since Ukraine has given up the nukes, and that was a strategic flop on their part. And other countries aren't going to make that same flop. Every single country is fully aware that if you're not too big to fail, the only way to protect you from the United States is nukes. In terms of America's ability to bully you, I'm a child of the empire, so when America bullies and it benefits the people, I don't mind. But I'm just saying, in terms of like the geopolitical conversation, having nukes is really the only way that if Iran gets nukes, which they won't, but if they did, I won't be afraid for my life. The entire point of nukes is that you don't have to use them. If they ever use them, they wouldn't exist, and it would be justified. I don't think that they'd use them, and I'm against it.
That they would. You live in an alternative, imaginary world like what Xeris is hoping for, right? So
But I think you're cutting me off. I think you're cutting me off. I think I'm saying something. Well, what the fuck? What the actual fuck, Chinese guy? I'm not even saying anything that bad. I'm literally. What I'm saying is a little bit nuanced.
People racist.
No, but why when I speak?
Left.
But I'm not used to being cut off in this room. Like, this isn't my control space. So why can't I just finish an idea?
Information that is totally.
To be fair, he has been cut off every single time he has spoken. Just
I'm
put
saying
that
isn't
out.
even that bad.
I mean, it's not a complaint room. People don't want to hear you complaining nonstop.
I'm not really complaining.
Just say
I'm complaining now. Yeah, that's what I try to do every single time I do it. I get cut off. Like, and what I'm saying isn't even.
Let's let NPC finish his.
I have no fucking idea.
Dave goes after. Okay, Dave.
I support the United States. If I had to choose between Palestine and Israel, I choose Israel, even though both of y'all are awesome bullshit. But I don't know what the fuck y'all idiots want to hear. Like, at the end of the day, the American people, they're not in the position to sacrifice their wallet so that Israel can gain more power in the region. American people aren't with that right now.
And that's not
maybe if it was 20 years ago, sure.
Right. So good. So America doesn't want to do that. America shouldn't do that, and America isn't doing that.
Yeah.
Frank,
If
Dave,
you want to protect America, you want to
speak
protect
a little
America.
loudly and more slowly, and try to be very much like logical
if
and
you want
clear
to
and
protect
factual.
America's citizen, right? You have to first do not go and fantasize alternative world or whatever. This is the world we are living now, right? The argument is, what can we do in this world? And you have a Mura regimes, when a kid know how to talk, that indoctrinate them. Follow me, kill the America, death to America, death to Israel, right? So they systematically indoctrinate the people. How do you actually realize this, right? So you have to make sure the West do not believe this is happening, so they have to indoctrinate the West. We just talk for fun. You can come up with imagination world. We're just singing for fun, right? And now they are making progress, right? Since 47 years. To destroy America, you must have a missile delivery program that can reach America, right? And then you must have enriched uranium. And during the negotiation, they say we have 460 kilograms or 60%. This is all coming from them, but they are, since 47 years, they know in order to achieve the goal of destroying America, they have to indoctrinate the American, right? And the Middle East put a lot of money to the university and all this thing in order to indoctrinate the America, to train the America to, when you argue, start thinking about very creative alternative world, and so that the truth will not be told to the America. Thank you.
I don't know why it seems like you're attacking the parallel universe that I was describing to Elle. We were having a conversation about how I see things, right? And this doesn't actually have to do with like necessarily being indoctrinated not to believe or not to want, like, I don't know what this fantasy world you're talking about is. I come from a military family. Trust me, I know the spiel, all of the spiels, bro. I'm just saying
facts, not imaginary.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I guess my entire perspective is that there needs to be a time where cooler heads prevail, and the immediate thing isn't for old world empires to knee jerk to like blood, right? Like,
you think it's a knee jerk? I mean, they've been threatening.
I absolutely think that this year, right now, in this time, is a knee jerk, right? You have no support from your own government. You have no support from your former allies.
From which government? The American government?
Right. Like, did Trump like clear what he wanted to do in Iran with the government?
Trump is the government. Well, if
No. I mean, like, no.
Hands, then it wouldn't be as
No. When I say the government, I mean all the branches of power.
Like, well, the judiciary isn't a part of this. So he has the support of the Republican majority in Congress. So yes, he does.
So this war is totally legal.
Of course it's legal. Why would it not be legal? What's illegal?
I'm sorry, I can't.
They're trying to say that the war never ended. So ever since the hostage, in terms of legality, Trump can finesse the legality, but the legality for me is the least interesting part. The reason why they attacked right now is because they thought that the Iranian regime was the weakest it's ever been, because they felt like their citizens would help them overturn the government as soon as the U.S. went in. That's the reason why they didn't go in. They didn't. But Norm, like the whole entire pretense. My thing is that the pretense that you guys are using is a lie, and you don't need to lie.
I didn't invade Iran.
No. The pretense that you guys have been pushing in this room is a lie.
Wait, it's a nuclear threat?
Yes, it's a lie.
It's not a lie.
Yes, it is.
A lot of people think that you are a liar. Everything you say is a lie. You're projecting.
It's disruptive. NPC, when Witkoff started the negotiations, the IRGC rep said we have enough nuclear material for 11 bombs. So you're saying that the regime is lying too? Everybody's lying?
No, but they didn't invade. What I'm saying is that the reason why this happened in the way that it happened this year, the reason why we overthrew the regime isn't because of nuclear weapons.
That's the reason.
No, it's not.
Sure it is.
It's one problem. I want to introduce.
Yeah, it's one of them, but it's not like they were rediscovering their nuclear program and we're like, you know what? This is the reason why we're going to kill every single one of them.
Hello.
No, that's not what.
This is called reality, aka politics, where all communication is either projection or politics, or it's spam, or it's hypnosis. Communication is what we're talking about here, and unfortunately, you have to admit that what you're saying is just opinion. What we're saying is just opinion. I don't believe you can actually even tell us the difference between an opinion and a fact.
Well, don't make it personal and take us off into some weird communication Marshall McLuhan thing. I want to talk about what. Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to bring up a point about the U.S. controlling or trying to control other countries with weapon development. So we know Russia already have nuclear capability.
Big time.
And there was no argument when Russia invaded Ukraine for no fucking reason.
We did argue with it.
They got to shooting up a lot of motherfuckers. And then Trump even went and told the Ukrainian president, sit down, basically sit down, shut the fuck up, and sign this peace treaty and let us come on in and take your resources. But because Iran ain't with that program, now all of a sudden it's a problem. See, the U.S. pick and choose who they want to bully.
Wait, what's the bullying? Which part is the bullying?
Yeah, what's the bullying?
So the bullying is like I'm saying, so they say that Iran has nuclear capability and they gonna turn it and use it on somebody.
Iran says that too, by the way. Iran says that.
Okay, that's fine. But they don't have it yet. Russia already have it and then already invaded a country. And they ain't said not one motherfucking word. So Russia and the U.S. can't always.
We told them not to do it. We couldn't stop them, so now we're supplying weapons.
Oh, okay, so slap on the hand, stop it.
Well, but Franklin, the whole entire reason why they don't want anyone to have a nuclear weapon is so that they're not in a position of Russia, because we actually can't do anything to Russia, to be honest, because they have one. That's the whole entire point of the reason why we don't want Iran to have one. So was it Operation Midnight Storm, whatever the fuck it was called? When that operation was happening last year, I was happy. I was like, and I supported it because that's a good thing. Slowing down the Iranians getting nuclear weapons is a good thing. Not because I think that they're going to use them, but because if they acquire them, it shifts the power dynamics in the region, and it's not good for the American petrodollar. I'm a child of the empire. Anything that supports the American petrodollar supports me indirectly. Okay? But let's not sit here and lie and act like the reason why we went to war with them now is because... Yeah, I'm Stormtrooper. Let's not sit here and lie and act like the reason why we went to war with them now is because they're getting close. Never mind. John, you could go ahead and say
it's not only the nuclear abilities that they have. You can just see now their response to this war. They're just shooting missiles at everybody. So they're very much unhinged. And one of the things that we've always worried about, one of the reasons why the world, especially Europe and America to an extent, didn't want to pressure Iran into anything, was because we were actually afraid that they would cut off the Strait of Hormuz. And this was, and from what I've read and seen online, is that most of the U.S. and Israel were were shocked in a way that they did that. So the fact that they did that without even having a nuke as of right now is pretty scary. It sets a possible precedent for the future, right? And the fact that, and like, let's be real, we're in this partly because of October 7th. They are setting up proxies there and all over the world that want to attack not just Israel, but our interests as well, right? They are the reason why October 7th happened. The only reason, the way that they wiped their hands clean is because they didn't know a date. They gave them funding, they gave them knowledge about how to create missiles, they gave them all the spy knowledge that they have. They've been fronting up Hezbollah for 30, 40 years, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, October 7th? Oh, what a surprise. We didn't know it was going to happen. They knew exactly it was going to happen. They just didn't know a date. So they separated themselves from it. They're bad people. They need to be removed. I know the war right now, which is like probably the biggest psyop that they've created, with their Lego AIs on YouTube, a bunch of 20-year-olds that created this, have made us think that this is a useless war and this has nothing to do with anything. These people need to be removed from the earth, and they need it to happen now. And if you just let it happen, it'll happen, and we'll have a little bit of a hurt in our pockets for a while, for a little bit, I think. But these people cannot be in power, and if you could just finish the job, which we can, and it won't be nothing. Not everything's like Iraq. Not everything's like Afghanistan. Not everything is like those wars. This is different. And these people are really horrible people. They kill their own people. They rape their own people. They've been doing it for years and years. They've threatened us, America and Israel and the West now for years and years. They need to be removed. And the biggest psyop in the world is the fact that we're even having this discussion. Like, oh, well, are we losing the war? I don't know. Like, did Netanyahu push Trump into it? It's insane. So that's all I'll say. And I'll give the mic.
So Trump must not resign.
Franklin, did you want to interject something? Franklin, I saw you come off before. All right, Dave. Can't hear you, Dave. Much louder. Okay.
I mean, the topic is Trump must not resign until. Sorry. What I'm trying to say is, what John trying to say is, according to the topic here, John wants Trump to finish the job. So resignation is out of question. John, is that your key?
Yeah, this is like enough already. Like everyone's saying this takes away. Also, by the way, the fact that Iran is keeping the focus on them. Hey, look how bad the U.S. is. Look how bad Israel is still. Oh my God! Look how we're the victim. We're the victim. That's what they're saying. We're the victim. Look at all this destruction. They're not even showing the destruction. They're just telling you about it, right? So like it's all a psyop, and we're all falling for it, and we're all unfortunately voting in people or starting to that are becoming more isolationist. All of the major podcasters on the left and the right are always talking about this. They're taking away from every problem that we have domestically,
right? Affordability, real estate, gun laws, abortion, rights being taken away there. It's all being sucked out because of what's going on over there. So if we were able to finish it and finally put this to rest, we were able to focus on what's here instead of having these conversations that are going circling.
So what do you call finishing?
Destroying them, getting enough time for at least them to be so weak that hopefully the Iranian people there can do something about what they have, or for them to be either regime change or that they can be so weak that they can't do anything else. They can't arm their proxies. They can't shoot ballistic weapons to Europe, which they can now, and they don't. And they answer to us and the rest of the world. They don't answer to anybody else.
So wait, are you saying like? I'm so sorry. Like, are you saying
this comedy?
I think I'm like, yeah. I think I did. Oh, did you get that? Did you get that information from me yet, Alistair? Or was it in the chat? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Another creative alternative world.
Yeah, trying to belittle me won't work. But I just don't know if I'm following the part that you said, John, about like focusing on like things that are plaguing America, right? Like finishing this so that we can focus on us, right? Basically.
I mean, that's what a lot of people are saying, right? Why are we, quote unquote, all the terms now, giving money to Israel? Why are we going to war? Blah blah blah, right? Because it's taking away from issues here. Correct. That's the overarching theme, at least in the podcast world, and where people get a lot of information. Right. So that's what if we could just finish what's going on over there, the world could be a little more tame and a little more together, and and have less of all these unnecessary but deadly distractions. We'd be able to focus on a little more here, not just kicking the can down the road and becoming more isolationist and having Russia and China get into the mix and have Europe fall apart. And have all these other countries fall apart. Let's focus on getting this cancer removed so we could then focus on what we need here. We are a rich country, and people can see that. And if we just get rid of this distraction, this horrible distraction over there, that's obviously that they're taking advantage of the world, then we can start focusing on what's here, not just turning a blind eye and having a mass destruction going on over there.
Okay, but isn't the series... I think I hated it back when October 7th happened and Israel responded. People acted like they didn't know why Israel was responding that way. Like, there's 2 weeks before Israel responded where everyone was afraid for Israel, oh, you poor Israelis, they just got terrorist attacks. And then as soon as Israel responded, now Israel's the bad guys. Right.
But moderators were celebrating October 7th attack. They were celebrating the chaos, the murder, the slaughter, the desecration of humans, the terrorism. They were happy as could be, dancing in the streets on this app. Yeah, let me tell you about Israel. Let me tell you about Israel.
Hell, I wasn't
A
finished.
few years back.
No, nigga, I wasn't done.
NBC, you're right.
Like, bro, every time all right, let me just finish. I wasn't done. Let me just finish.
I don't think the room one at a time, NPC, and then Franklin, please.
Yeah.
No, I'm preferring not no N-words.
NBC, you're right. We had 2 weeks of sympathy.
Yes. So I'm saying that because I remember. I'm an equal opportunist. I remember on both sides. I think it's very incomplete to say they just went crazy. Everyone's afraid. If Iran sends missiles to another country, the only thing that they're hitting are U.S. bases. There's a few instances of a stray missile hitting a random building, but mostly they're attacking U.S. assets in foreign countries. That's number one. And then the biggest thing is, isn't there a reason why they're sending so many missiles? What did we do to make them take off the condom and start sending in more missiles? Like, what did we do? Did we, I don't know, maybe kill every single one of their leaders and everyone associated with them? If any country, if any country, I'm not supporting Iran in this. I'm just saying, if any country suffered even 1% of what Iran has suffered, we'd be at nuclear war. If a bomb hit Trump and killed Trump and all of his cabinet, we'd be at nuclear war.
Iran did try to assassinate him. That is a good point.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if they got away with it, we'd be at nuclear war, period.
Well, not nuclear war. So then there's
yes, we would.
No, we're not going to.
I don't think y'all.
We've nuked people from us.
No, we haven't. We've only nuked people one time, and that was for a genocide.
For less. The genocide.
Not less. We nuked Japan for genocide.
We nuked Japan because we didn't feel like sending our troops in. That's the reason why we nuked Japan.
Because they were committing genocide across the region.
They wouldn't care. The government wouldn't care. The military.
Okay, well, let me make this point right quick, y'all.
America wouldn't care.
So, do y'all remember a few years back when Israel and Palestine was fighting over the Gaza Strip?
No. What do you mean Israel and Palestine? Like, you mean Hamas, the terror group?
Yes. Well, let him finish the question.
Israel and Palestine was fighting over the Gaza Strip.
Yeah. Palestine is over in Judea and Samaria, and Gaza is Hamas.
No, we don't.
They're not really
Palestine. Whatever, but it was the Gaza Strip, so you know what I'm talking about.
Well, you're talking about Hamas, the terror group.
Okay, so they show footage on TV of children chucking rocks at tanks.
Okay, they shouldn't do that.
The Israel soldiers gun them children down.
Right. Well, if you throw a rock at an armed man, what do you think is going to happen? What would you?
Child.
Yeah. Well,
so you need to tell me
if you
throw a child.
Wait, if you throw a rock at an armed man, what do you expect him to do?
No, they didn't throw a rock at an armed man.
Yeah, they threw the man at the soldiers. Well,
they showed them when you down and killing a child because they chucked.
No, I'm saying, I asked you a question. If you threw a rock at a soldier, what do you think is going to happen?
The worst is they indoctrinate the children in Gaza so from very young, kill the Jews. Now, 6 of you.
Well, you think they're going to take away the lollipop?
The rest of grenade.
Why are you saying the answer is killed? The answer is children chucking rocks is killed.
Why did you turn children into
grenade? Kill Jews from very young. Frankly, stop the argument. So NPC argument is, what should Iran do to provoke them to shoot everybody? The question is, why Murad regime since 47 stockpile 3,000, 4,000 ballistic missile? Why do they do that? See, NPC argument is always flawed.
Wait, Dave, you just wait, didn't the United States just validate their reason of stockpiling missiles? We just killed all their leaders in like one day, and we've been killing their leaders, a lot of them, for a long time, not for no reason, but like to sit here and act like the Iranians have no incentive to have the same thing that other countries have, which is missiles.
Right? In 1979, they deceived the French left. Please help us to throw the regime, and the French left is stupid like you. And then since 1979, their only goal is like what John said: systematically deploy all proxy all over the world, including Venezuela, South of America. Why? Because they want to plan for the end time. They want their proxy all over the world, in Azerbaijan, everywhere, right? To coordinate the end time, right? So this is a fact. This is an action-driven fact. The proxy, everything you can find, Google, you can find that. Why Iran regime doing this since 1947? Point number one. Proxy all over the world. Point number two. Develop a lot of ballistic missiles. If they just care about attacking Gulf state, they just need about 1,000, less than 2,000 kilometer range, but not. They prove they can deliver 4,000, right? If you just want nuclear uranium for civilian use, then you don't need to go beyond 5% enrichment, but they told them 60%, 460 kilograms enough for 11 nuclear. All these are evidence that you can Google.
If you live in an alternative world, fantasy world, everything I say is bullshit.
Okay.
Alright, so let me ask you a question. Please, y'all. Let me ask y'all a question.
Can I join, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Maziar. I'm originally Iranian. I was born in Iran, in Tehran, capital, and I've been living in the UK for the last 25 years. So many people like me, they may thank you so much. Thank you. I love you. I love you. Many people in my situation, they may call themselves British Iranian or Iranian British. I don't mind. Okay, I don't mind. I have been, just to be honest with you, I hate Iranian government, the Islamic Republic. What I've suffered from the Islamic regime, I can't talk about that yet, okay? I hate the Islamic Republic of Iran, but I love Iran. Okay, the government is different from Iranian people. No, I've heard few things. I just want to be honest with all of you. When we talk about, I've heard from you that Iranians or Iranian government is supporting Hamas or terrorist groups. Let's be honest. What about the U.S. government? First of all, we have to agree about some terms. Who is terrorist?
A terrorist
is
a non-state actor.
When you say terrorist, I don't mind. Listen,
I'll give you a definition. A non-state actor that kills civilians for a political reason. Yeah, I'm just giving you the definition.
No, listen to me.
Yeah.
You invade. You have the most powerful army in the world. You have the most powerful air force in the world. You attack. You go to another country. You take the president of that country as a hostage. You bring it back to USA. Thank you. You have the power. You have, because you're powerful, you could say, I did it because I have the power. I am the powerful government, the most powerful government in the world. I could do whatever I want. Okay? Let's go back to Middle East. I'm Iranian. I have suffered from Iranian government, the Islamic Republic. I can't even say how much I hate the Islamic Republic of Iran, the government, but I love my country. Okay? And now Trump, this stupid administration, they say I could destroy your civilization. I have the power. I know you have the power. You can. But someone comes and says, Maziar, you are Iranian. I don't care about you. You are against the Iranian government. I don't care. I could destroy your civilization in a night.
Okay, Maziar, there are many Iranian freedom-loving Iranian all over the world, all are thanking Trump right now, right? So when Trump make that statement, they don't care because they know when Trump says civilization is the 1,400 years of civilization behind the Murad regime. That is not the Persian civilization. So there are two kinds of civilization. The Persian civilization and
First of all,
10% Iranian who want to support Murad regime. When Trump says civilization, it means the entire 90 million. No. When Trump says civilization, it's the 10 million Iranian who are paid by the Murad regime who are
So you are a dictionary for Donald Trump. You are trying to fix the stupid things that Donald Trump said. Are you a dictionary? Are you a dictionary of Donald Trump?
Let's go one at a time. Dave,
Shut up.
wait a second.
Shut up.
Dave,
You cannot.
let's go one at a time. First Mazir, then Dave, okay? Mazir, take as much time as you need, and then Dave can go. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. When somebody who's in power says something, actually makes everything badly, screws everything, and then some people who love that person, maybe stupid Donald Trump, some people come and try to fix the problem. No, Trump said that, but he was meaning this. Okay? I'm a human being. I know. I'm talking to you. When you say something, I know what you mean. Okay? I don't need someone else to come back and say, Mazia, you have been talking to maybe, I don't know, Scott. I don't know.
There are 19 million.
We're just trying to make some points.
Said that,
If you
he
have a
was
point,
meaning
make a
that.
point.
You
You have a point to make, sir.
You know, when you say something, you are responsible for what you have said.
His point is that he doesn't
I don't
want
need
to
someone else to come and
Freud.
explain to me, no, he was not meaning that. We are not dictionaries. We are human beings.
Wait, what was the point of that?
So, moderators, if you could please take control of the room and get us back on topic. Should Trump resign will that redeem Trump if he resigns? Or do you think Trump is even concerned about redeeming himself? He said he thinks he might be going to hell, but he said it facetiously. So the problem is, I always think that the solution, or really the conflict, is because of a lack of philosophical understanding. And I'm interested to see, because Xerxes earlier said she hates everybody. She hates people. She hates I know she's being facetious because I understand what she's saying, meaning that there's a lot of conflict and friction, which is uncomfortable. And so I want to avoid it. She wants to live in her little work-from-home bubble in her $3,000 a month townhouse. But the rest of the world does not live like that. If you go to Gaza, if you go to Iran right now, if you go to Lebanon, it's a hellhole, but that's because people choose violence and weapons and terrorism instead of a real economy. And so all I'm trying to say is, all communication is hypnosis, but it's also projection, it's also politics, it's also spam. It's your choice what you want to listen to today right now. Hello?
Yeah, but they choose to live in suffering is a wild statement.
No, but they actually they do. So if you ask a person, do you want to suffer, they're going to be like, no. But if you want to, so right now the Iranians, there's a good chunk of them who actually, go get this money. Let me shut the fuck.
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer the topic because that's what Alistair asked for. And I want to aid Al in his efforts to maintain a clean room. I typed this in chat before it came up. I don't know. I think that it's too far gone for Trump to resign. I think it would be weakness in his legacy, which I know he's very concerned about, for him to be removed or to peacefully leave for whatever reason other than death. I don't know. I don't.
Let other people speak, please.
Bro, do you have a problem?
Because you live in a fantasy world.
Because I've been incredibly receptive to listening to you through your accent. I've been patient enough to listen to what you had to say. So I'm going to continue speaking, and I'm going to finish my point, and you're going to stay on mute.
Dave, do me a favor. Just respond when she's done, okay? You can go next, all right?
Yeah. So basically, it's a short point anyway. I just don't think that Trump is interested in redemption. I don't think he ever was in his life, to be honest, maybe from his dad, but like certainly not from us lay people. And I don't think that it would be lucrative to his legacy or the intentions for, his future generations. I think it would be weak, which he's concerned about looking like in front of anyone. And I think it would further destabilize the position that America currently has. Okay, see, look,
So basically, when we discuss, we can either discuss based on truth, based on statistically significant truth, there are many truths, or you attack based on one point, and then you disallow other people to go beyond one point. So that's your only chance to win the debate. So when you say that I don't care about anything he say except when he says civilization destruction, that is the only point I care. I don't care about other things he do. For my opinion, that is the most important thing. Yes, agree that is very important, but your opinion does not represent a lot of freedom-loving Iranian in multiple cities in the world, all thanking Trump, come and save us. Okay, they all ignore Trump saying civilization erasure because they know that means the erasure of the Murad regime based on 1,400 years of civilization that is foreign to the Persian civilization. That foreign civilization must die so that the ancient original Persian civilization will emerge like a phoenix, and that is the whole point. So if you only focus on one thing he say by mistake that you don't understand and stand on your argument, this is not the room for you to continue. This is a room where people who are intelligent, who do not start with the argument that I'm in the media, I would like to talk about alternative scenario.
Dave, you don't have to be that pejorative about somebody's intelligence and things like that. Just don't, it's not cut.
Also, the question should be answered with a presupposition that you are giving your opinion, in which case there is no debate on my opinion. It's objective. So you cannot argue subjectively how I fucking feel, bro. So pipe down.
People can't argue against you subjectively. The entire conversation is always subjective. This is obviously, subjective, not objective. What I'm trying to say is that all communication is essentially hypnosis. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So essentially, it's all political communication all the time. I'm just trying to suggest that if you want true joy, if you want true peace, just become a lawyer or an attorney, because the law is essentially nonviolent. And that's where I think everybody wants to be. I'm a socialist. I want equity for everybody. I don't want homelessness. I don't want disease. I want equal opportunity for everyone to achieve their dreams and goals and prosper. Abundance economics. Everybody wants the same utopia. But you're the problem. It's people like you who refuse to see philosophy as the solution to all of your own personal dilemmas. Therefore, you're polarized with political propaganda. It's up to you, though, to choose philosophy over your own bullshit. I am complete.
Facing here is 1933. Right? We saw a Nazi regime coming up. Everybody say silent. Peace, peace, peace. 1938 Munich, right? They signed the agreement. Okay, it will be peace. And the UK Prime Minister, look, I have the document. Peace, peace, peace. Okay, but then we end up World War II. And then a couple of years later, Winston Churchill wrote in his book, when you have a opportunity to stop the war, and you say nothing without bloodshed. And then when you have a time to stop the war with some bloodshed and you say nothing, right? Until when you have absolutely no other option but completely subjugation with little hope of surviving, and then you fight. What Trump is doing right now is different from the last 7 presidents. The last 7 presidents all briefed by the CIA. This is the fact. Iran, Murad regime is so crazy. It has the end-time ideology. He would block Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, and bring the whole world into chaos. What would you like to do? Every single one of the last 7 presidents do nothing because they may lose the election. They would cause exactly what MP said. We are worried about our daily oil, gasoline price, blah, 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 and everything. All single one of them has 0 ball, as tiny little ball, and do nothing. And they never learn from what Winston Churchill wrote and said, how to prevent World War II. Until 2026, they come up one with the biggest ball against all the no courage president of the past, the last 7, and doing the right thing, irregardless what consequence, because that is the right thing to do. The right thing to correct the mistakes the French left made in 1979 to escort Ayatollah to the Thailand. And President Trump is correcting the history, and everyone here is living in a political correctness, ideological, left-driven world, not to see the truth and ignore the history. That is the problem.
Trump's approval rating with the Republican Party currently stands at 83.8%, according to Real Clear polling average. Fox News has him at 84. Quinnipiac has him at 89. Big Data Poll has him at 82. Economist YouGov has him at 82. CBS News has him at 88. This is again amongst Republicans. I don't understand the question. Should Trump resign? Why would he resign? He's popular amongst his party, the people that elected him. You could disagree with him or agree with him. That's fine. That's fine. You're right. But I mean, I skimmed over the article that's posted at the top. It's insane. The article's insane. It's somebody who obviously just doesn't like Trump and has an axe to grind with him. And that's fine. Again, they have every right to have the opinion. William S. Becker is an opinion contributor. But the entire premise of the article is his resignation is his last chance at redemption is silly. Why would he resign? He's popular amongst the people that voted for him.
That Trump is trying to rewrite history. Isn't everyone rewriting history all the time right now? Even your very existence in this room is an experiment in history in the making. Link is in the chat. Welcome back to Should Trump Resign Immediately? Will he redeem his soul? Will he redeem the soul of the nation? Hello? But I think a lot of people are trying to say here on this app that they believe in the apocalypse or the New World Order or some kind of far-out religious interpretation. Because there's a lot of people in cults, let's be honest. I mean, I've seen crazy cult videos, and these are people who, in my opinion, are isolated. They don't have access to information. We're all very lucky to have a social conference call where people from all around the world can come and complain. I recently started the Jewish Complaint Department, another house here, and if you want to complain, we will take your complaint and create a room about it. Complain.
What is redemption anyway? What the fuck are you talking about? He's tweaking. Dude, he's tweaking really.
Go back what Scott started, how to improve the messaging.
personality, and you've even seen the biographic film about him and the 3 rules of his world famous lawyer, Ray Cohen, you will understand if he implements the 3 rules of Ray Cohen, Trump can't be stopped. He's a bullseye. Nothing stops a bullseye. And so if you hate Trump in your heart, it's my opinion that the orange president and his blonde wig and his blue suit and red tie could be your moment of enlightenment, of liberation. I know many Trump haters that live with pain in their back. They live with pain in their hamstrings. They got bad hips. They got shoulder pain, elbow pain, arthritis all around the body. But if you were to use Donald Trump as your path of liberation in the same way that you can use the Buddha or Moses.
What is happening?
Donald Trump! Come on! And all magic, all communication is politics, all communication is hypnosis, all communication is projection, and all you can hit the leave button right now, but you choose to listen.
Do it all again in German.
Yes, please. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Wow, maybe that's what happens if you spend too much time here. I don't know. It's my first time.
Did he leave? Oh, no, there he is. Oh. Kitover, my man. What's going on, buddy? He's
facetious, but I listen to a lot of psychonauts, and Trump just signed this MDMA or this psychotic, psychiatric, So what I'm trying to say is that basically it's supposed to treat severe depression, and I think there are a lot of severely depressed people on Clubhouse. But at the same time, I think intelligence is probably the natural way to alleviate depression, and that means books. And in my PTR, I have a book, which is the Isis tablet, which is a hieroglyphic ancient papyrus, or actually it's a copper bust plate. Anyways, it's just art. And so all I'm trying to say is be creative if, your life is retrograde and it's not going so well. The problem with Islam today is that they're still living in 1655 or 1455. It's not 2026 to these people. And that's the danger, because when science and AI catches up with Islamic terrorism, the industrial Islamic terrorism complex, the world has a very, retrograde philosophy. If you're a woman and you analyze Mohammedan law, and you realize you're just property, and you're always tied to the hip to the man, and you want to be liberated? Not in Islam, baby. We own your ass. And that's why women have to endorse the war, because women hold up half the sky. And you should accept personal responsibility for this war, a woman. And until I hear you accept personal responsibility, I don't believe a woman has ever accepted personal responsibility for a war. Because this is a war against philosophy. And the Islamic philosophy is terrorism, sexual dominance, and all kinds of other disgusting Mohammedan laws, which I'm not exactly sure about, because I am not a Muslim.
The Trojan War, of course, was about Helen.
So you just mean the women of the GOP then, right?
Women GOP
Are you taking a break?
best women on earth.
Oh. Okay. Why do you feel like that?
Well, Trump is a rapist. So you begin there.
Well, you think he's a rapist? You think he's a pedophile? You think he's a cannibal? What planet do you live on, sir?
Okay.
And this guy is like a wind-up toy. He's gonna go do another bump apparently. Jesus.
No, these are things I hear on the app. My brain is like a recording box. I'm repeating back to you the bullshit that I hear projected from this conference call app called Clownhouse, which sells all your data.
Focus on one thing at a time. Was it Trump?
Okay, Billy Sunshine.
Was it Trump
Tell
who
us
said,
where we're
"Shut
at."
the fuck up and listen for a minute"? Thank you.
Where at, Billy Sunshine?
Was it Trump who said, "Grab him by the pussy"? You can do that when you're famous. Was it Trump who was found guilty of sexually aggressing on a woman? Was it Trump who has had to pay off dozens of women? True or fact? False or true? What do you think?
True or fact?
Yeah, really, sorry.
Epstein files, and you know who I saw in the Epstein files? I saw Bill Clinton in every single fucking file, having a good old time with Jeffrey Epstein, the best fucking time. I didn't see Donald Trump having the best time with Jeffrey, but I did hear where Trump called the Miami PD and said, "You gotta take care of this fucking guy. He's a problem."
Wait, you didn't see Trump having a good time with Jeffrey Epstein? In like the multiple photos?
Someone's not gonna,
okay,
someone
for
on
sure,
the back
for sure.
can't tell the truth because they have what's noticed.
No, I think he's
He has Trump derangement syndrome.
No, he's
which is not what they call
I
it.
can't even tell.
Trump derangement syndrome is what everyone who follows Trump has. If you don't understand that Trump is the worst thing that ever happened to this country, you're not paying attention. It's Trump who has tried to stop science in the CDC at places like Harvard. It's Trump who allowed Musk and his boys to get in there and destroy USAID, and now 600,000 people have fucking died.
So that's
it's Trump who doesn't let the Congress do their job. Everything about America that is good, Trump is attacking. He's our Orban, and we have to treat him the same way as Orban. It's Trump whose best friends are all dictators, not our traditional friends. Trump is a disease, and we've caught it, and we need to get rid of it.
Well, see, that's why I say Billy Trump could be your moment of the fight.
I'll be finished in a second. The idea that he would ever resign, that's insane. He's incapable of that.
Of course, not 100%. He would never pull it. Nixon says he even regretted it. You would regret that decision because then you got Hillary Clinton giggling and laughing that she ruined your life. And if you want to go down that path as a man, you are a stupid man. And so, Billy Sunshine, all I'm saying is that all communication is projection. How much of yourself do you see in Donald Trump?
Too much, I'm afraid. I eat the same way he does.
But you're I can't get over what you said though. You said Trump is the worst thing to happen to America.
Yeah.
Like worse.
And I used to work for a guy on my radio station who thought Trump was the best president we ever had. Man.
Worse than slavery.
No.
You just said that Trump is the worst thing to happen to America.
Well, you know.
Worse than the Great Depression.
It's 80% true. Everything I say, I like to make strong generalizations, so let me remind you that the 80-20 rule is always in effect when I am speaking.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So he's not the worst thing.
No. He could be the third or fourth worst thing.
Is he a threat to democracy?
You answer that for me, Ben. What do you think?
No, I don't. I think they know.
The president.
Well, you need to start paying attention, my friend.
Billy, I got a great question for you, Billy.
You believe that he's a threat to democracy?
Absolutely.
Billy, let's just clear this up once and for all. Billy, if you were the president...
Alistair, stop with the bumps and, fucking breathe for, 30 seconds.
Go to the mirror and tell yourself that Billy, what I'm saying after Billy.
So Billy, is he really a threat to democracy, or is he only 80% of a threat to democracy?
He's really a threat. He's 100% a threat to democracy. What's
In what way?
democratic?
Really, if you were the president
Do you
of
think
the United States of America, what would your top three priorities be?
You know that we have
So in
three
the next
branches of government, and he's not interested in listening to the other two? That's pretty clear, isn't it?
So do you think that during the next, either the midterms or the following presidential elections, you think that there's a chance that we don't have an election as a direct result of Donald Trump? That's you're saying that he's a threat to
I
democracy?
believe that Donald Trump is going to find a way to postpone the election. He's going to say, what he's going to do, he's going to have his bully boys come out and kill, a couple of us again. We go into the street. Shut the fuck up. We
It's
go
in
into
the
the
pharmacy
street,
section.
and then he declares martial law. And he says, you can't have an
Try to
election
take
until
TDS
things
Bill some
settle
time to
down.
reread the law. Because your projection is
Scott,
insane. It's very low IQ. I don't know what world you live in, because lawyers, Supreme Court, Congress, you guys are delusional. You guys are having your own conversation. You're screaming into a conference call. Yeah, that's good for you. There you go. You just leave. Go meditate. That's what you need. There you go, gentlemen. Now you come to the realization and the enlightenment that I hoped you would find, which is the leave button. Because just like that movie Network, when he says, open up your windows and scream out, I'm mad as hell, I'm not gonna take it anymore. Network. You should go see it sometime, ladies and gentlemen. And you'll realize that what Scott and El Normo here are doing is they're actually putting on a network TV show on CBS right now with Barry Weiss. And I'm happy to be a part of the production as a co-producer. Success requires excellent content, and good content should bring you the contentment that you're looking for. If you come on here every single day, 8 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours a day, or you record rooms 24 hours, 7 days a week, like me, or Dr. Francine, who's got opinions on everything as well. The point is, the brain can present an incredible variety of opinions on every single topic that there is on this app, which is so exciting. Thank God for you, because you are special. You are beautiful. And right now, at this very moment, you are being hypnotized by Alistair. And if you don't like poetry, well, guess what? I bet you're an anti-Semite. If you don't read poetry at least once a week, I guarantee you're an anti-Semite. It's 100% fact. It's like being on Hinge or Bumble.
If you don't like poetry, you're an anti-Semite. What is going on?
Ugly girl, it's 100% always the ugly girl. It's never the hot chick. These are the rules and laws of nature. And there are psychological components of
ugly girls and anti-Semites don't like poetry?
They hate poetry. They hate life. Life itself they hate.
Oh my God, bro. What in the fuck? So do you have one of these like episodes per day, or is it like all the time? Or
creating content? Link is in the
Oh, you are currently creating content.
Right now.
Like in this moment.
The past 2 hours and 50 minutes. This is all being sent to Barry Weiss at CBS, FYI. It's a new show on Paramount.
Is it a new show, or are you trying to get picked up as a new show?
We got it signed 2 weeks ago. Thanks, El Normo, for the contact. Send you your royalty check later, babe.
And what's the premise of the show, Alistair? It's just yelling?
Yeah, it's content. You ever been to a bang room?
I don't know what that is. It sounds...
Oh, just go in the hallway on Clubhouse, hit the leave button right now, go in the hallway and click on any room and just take a little sample. That's called the bang room.
All of the rooms are called bang rooms? I'm having a hard time believing that this was pitched at all. I don't know. Like, who would watch it? especially on CBS. Who's gonna watch that? Oh my God.
It's all about post-production editing. And so, if you've ever seen Seinfeld, a lot of people watch that and said, "Why would anybody want to watch that show? That show sucks." But Seinfeld has produced over $10 billion in revenue, and I think if you analyze, how much you get paid per word in your life, I think we would find out that I probably get paid a lot more per word than you ever will. It's just my opinion, but I could be wrong. Do you want to be a part of the show?
I'm already in entertainment. I'm good. Thanks. And I certainly would never work for Barry. That's crazy. But, I mean, congratulations to you, I guess. Ride the wave while it exists.
Xerxes, let me ask you a question. What's your worldview?
Let you ask
describe economic philosophy? Again, the question is, what's your worldview, and how do you describe economic philosophy? Thank you.
What's my worldview? What is my worldview? I mean, I don't have too much faith in the generations of the past. That's my worldview. And the generations of the past seem to have like an incredible amount of power right now. And it seems unusually oppressive. Like I said already, I'm misanthropic, so there's a disdain for humanity that I have, but it's just because, oh man, I've had so many examples of better humans than the ones that just collectively exist for the most part. It's kind of trash. And what was your second question? Economic what? Hey, Alistair. Economic what?
The next question is, what was the last book you read?
Oh, Frankenstein. Yeah.
Of yourself, did you see the monster and then the doctor? Do you associate more with the doctor or more with the monster?
Well, I think I associate with both. I think my tenacity and drive is, the parts of Victor that I identify most with, like, being thirst-driven with goals to like a crippling degree at times is something that's like pretty prevalent in my life. But I guess like because of my stature, I identify with the monster, at least in my younger years, because there's a lot of othering that happens to people who are like atypical. So like I'm like a giant, I'm like a tall woman, right? And there are linear threads in the way that the townspeople treat the monster.
The monster, you try to be succinct.
What? Nobody else is fucking talking. You want me to be succinct because you want to like yell again? Or I can do that for you. I can just stop talking right now. So let's book you.
Gentlemen, I just want to prove a point that there is a 100% correlation between anti-Semites like Xerxes, Franklin, NPC, and many other anti-Semites on the set. They do not like poetry. They do not read poetry.
If you ask them the last book they read, it wasn't a poetry book. There is a 100% correlation between anti-Semites and people that don't read poetry. So if you haven't picked up a poetry book recently, I encourage you right now to pick up a poetry book and live a little. Life is full of joy. Xerxes, I wanted to ask you a question. What do you think about intergalactic therapy means? Again, the key word.
Why do you keep yelling? Oh my God. What is happening? Hello? You just called me an anti-Semite and assumed that I didn't read poetry. What is happening? You read poetry? Huh?
Asian is protection. Can you imagine going to the gas pump and being like, God damn, that was $100. I guess that makes me an anti-Semite. Could you imagine talk over people like it was a schizophrenic jumble of a bang room?
Oh my goodness.
Screaming into their phone about the dozens, talking about those.
Oh.
I am now going to show you a quick sample of what Clubhouse is like.
Yeah, I just stepped away.
She was making it seem like, and I know you came in, yeah, like, cool. Because the niggas flipped it on her, and if they were trying to make her feel bad. Because she was
He's showing us the trenches of Clubhouse.
She was in here unsolicited attacking people.
I think I'm in
So what I'm trying to point out is poetry. A hell of a lot more interesting than Clubhouse. An audiobook by Alan Watts. So much more fascinating.
Oh my God.
So why do people choose to listen to what I would call the trenches, hypnosis? The hypnosis of the trenches. Hello? Ever hear Shakespeare?
This guy is right.
You know that you laughing at him, he thinks he's funny.
This person speaking?
No. Oh, this is Kitover. Oh. Yeah.
No, this is hilarious.
He's a Clubhouse celebrity.
Wait, why are you saying it like
I think he's more of a Clubhouse historian.
That's pathetic.
I don't know. Because he records everything he live streams rooms all the time. So if he probably spends the most time.
Oh my God, what? Has the time for that, but that's interesting. I guess maybe it'll be fruitful in hindsight for
like let's now you stop working from home and you actually decide to be somebody, right? It doesn't matter if you don't. Just be the character. So you're so 15 years from now you're a black woman. I'm assuming you're a black woman.
Okay,
That's your character. You're Kamala. Your hair is Kamala, and you're running full. And John has a recording from you from today being an anti-Semite. So I think that's why, yeah. Okay. So he's the person who's recording you in the room. No one's recording you.
Yeah.
The anonymous feature.
I mean, I'm okay with that. I stand on the things I say, but I think, that might make other people
uncomfortable. And right now, you see my gay emoji Anon in the audience.
That's in a recording studio in a different section of my house with about 20 phones pointed at it. So this entire 3 hours has been recorded, live streamed, and it's entertainment. And if you take me seriously and you don't think I'm funny, well then you don't know that you're part of a practical joke. This is the Bob Baggett Saget, excuse me, you're on hidden camera. That's the show I run. I produce it for Barry Weiss here at the CBS facilities in Hollywood. I submit the tapes, they review it, they edit it. If they want to use it, they use it. But I'm just a content creator here working for Barry, and God bless you all. I hope you have a fruitful and productive day. Thanks for being a part of the production. If you are upset that I recorded...
It takes all kinds, I suppose. Although I guess I should stop asking questions. I don't understand. It's not actually content creation. It's content regurgitation, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like when a cow barfs up some grass to eat it again, so it can digest easier.
Yeah, creating things would be, something generated from the self, not just like a different form of a React video.
Well, basically, you can boil down life into 4 primary components: cause and effect, and action, and reaction.
Okay. Yeah, I knew something was off the way you were reading that Churchill quote.
Anyone who reads Churchill verbatim in 2026 has mental health issues. Like, no one. Like, there's so many. Unless it's like a Nick Fuentes, unless it's like a white identitarian. Let me shut up.
So,
Yeah, right. Please. Wait. What is wrong with you? Alisa, please. What problem? Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk. I don't understand. Please speak normal.
Normal is not gonna happen here, bro.
Why?
I'm sorry about that.
Why? I understand you harassing. We understand. Hey, what is wrong with this guy? This guy is. What is your problem?
Are you a child?
I think this is Giant. This is Alistair. What's wrong with you? Ask him.
Well, it's clear that Alistair's a child.
What's interesting is I'm Lord and Savior.
Hey, it's Giant.
You have to be born again as a child. What is that?
There you go. Then you're free, man. Be free. I guess.
I want to also be free. Why only him free? I want to do.
What? I can't. Yes. I'm not granting anyone freedom. It was just a term.
You say you be free and I am not free. What's wrong with you?
Okay, be free, bro. I don't know. What?
Okay, sister. What is wrong with you? How are you? Are you good?
I don't know what's happening. Hi, Tati.
The thing about Clubhouse, it's
You don't know what's wrong with you?
English is a second language. If you're looking to improve your English language pronunciation skills, go to pronunciation workshop.
I want to learn English. I want to learn English.
Are you looking to learn how to speak Native American English? Well, this is your opportunity.
This
is a quote from the Native American Wisdom book. It goes a little something like this. My heart is filled with joy.
Slowly.
Repeat after me. When I see you here on Clubhouse, it's the brooks. When the snows melt in the spring,
why?
and I feel glad as the ponies are when the fresh grass starts in the beginning of the year.
I heard of your coming when I was many sleeps away and I made but few camps before I met you. I knew that you had come to do good to me and to my people. I looked for the benefits, which would last forever. And so my face shines with joy.
I don't understand you English because you English.
Comanche. That's Native
Your
American
English
philosophy.
is too high.
Isn't that beautiful?
Slowly.
Moderators, welcome back to Should Trump Resign to Be Redeemed? We haven't heard Scott do a Trump impersonation yet. Scott, take it away.
What are you talking about, Alista? Please take a break. Thank you.
Want to get Scott's impersonation to give us a new national address so I can clip it and put it on YouTube. Take it away, Scott.
Take it away, Scott. Please take it away, Scott. Hi, Tati. Got it.
Oh, hey Xerxes, I didn't know I was on stage or off mute.
What's going on?
Just listening. Interesting room.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Strange.
Very interesting characters in here.
I just describe it as like, you know, like a shaken bottle of soda, just waiting for somebody to pop the top. This room shows you the state of Clubhouse. It's over. Matt, why do you believe that? Not that I have, any dog in this fight.
I will say one thing about the demise of Clubhouse. So I mod in 2 rooms pretty regularly. I don't do pop-up rooms very often, but I mod in like 2 rooms. One's called the Critical Thinking Forum, which is mostly about politics and news. At 5 o'clock every day, EST. And we've gotten as many as like 1,200, 1,300 people in that room, and we run it for usually less than 2 hours. Our numbers are way down, and then I to a few hundred at the best. And then I mod this with this guy Steve Appel on the weekends. These 2 rooms, Ask Uncle Steve and Ask the Atheist. And again, those rooms we've had as much as 1,000, 1,100 people come through in 3 hours, and we get nowhere near those numbers now. So I think we're in like a multi-stage decline. Like I think like the first big decline was post-COVID, right? That's when a lot of people fled the app. Just they got back to life, And then there's been some other decline, and now I think we're seeing like some of the last bits of decline right now. That's one of the reasons why we're experimenting for this in the Critical Thinking Forum with Twitter Spaces, because we're like, we need a backup plan for when Clubhouse just pulls the plug, right? Which seems like it could be at any time.
Really? Now that Clubhouse has started to monetize, I think that their shelf life is a lot longer than.
So you think that the premium membership will kind of, there's enough people to sustain it here?
I don't see Clubhouse shutting down anytime soon, and I think even without the premium memberships, it wouldn't have shut down. Because I think that we don't have. I don't think we understand how many people use this app across the world. Like they do a good job of siloing us, so we don't understand how big this app actually is. On the U.S. side, it's smaller than it was during the pandemic, but every single tech company overestimated the returns that they get from the pandemic. That's why there were tech layoffs. But I still think Clubhouse is here to stay, most definitely. If it was going to fail, it would have failed a long time ago. I don't think it's going to fail to the point where they're going to get rid of the app. Nah.
So by monetize, do you mean like the little coin system, or do you mean like the subscription model that Scott's talking about?
Okay. Both. So buying coins and also having a premium membership, to me, that should have came out a long time ago if we're looking at their own money for their own sake. But I don't think Clubhouse
is as down bad as we casually just say it is. Just given the fact that I've seen thousands of people in rooms, but they're just from Brazil. They're just from Ecuador. I don't think we understand how big this
I'm
app
looking
is.
right now, and it says the
Globally.
statistics right now are 10 million people worldwide.
That's what you don't know about Clubhouse.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry. It's 10 million weekly active users.
Right. I just got my K1. You know, from I'm an investor, a minor investor in Clubhouse, and the major investors just wrote to us and told us that Clubhouse has 30 months more runway without doing anything.
Oh wow. Okay. So almost 3 years without needing to
monetize, but it is trying to monetize now with all these tricks. You know, and it's never been focused on the United States. I mean, maybe in the very beginning it was, but
it's a British app. I'm very proud.
But it is worldwide, and they're thinking. The other thing they wrote in my investor letter is that they are looking for other places to. Other countries to roll out.
What do you mean by British app? What does that mean?
I mean, let's stick to the topic. Dr. Francine.
No.
Should Donald Trump resign?
Please.
To be redeemed. Should Trump resign?
I mean, from like a Persian point of view, I can just say like the massive big rooms where you see like Persian people come in and like have discussions, sometimes like 3, 4, 5,000 people in there. So it's quite a political app. And I think you kind of like oversee this because you're using it as more like a social app. And it's like, oh, the friends you used to have like 3 years ago are not on it anymore. But it's growing on a political sort of spectrum where now everything going on in Iran, that's how people come together and like, you know, share their views or unify or assimilate. And I think that's pretty good.
Thank you.
That's interesting, BB. I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, you also have like big Chinese rooms. But the thing is, it's like, yeah, most people just see it as like a social app. But I think it's more like somehow, it's very political for many people. Why are you giving me thumbs down?
Because you say there's big Chinese rooms.
Yeah, I've seen big Chinese rooms. What's your
When's
problem?
the last time you've seen them, though? Hello?
Well, I mean, I see more Persians right now, but I used to see bigger Chinese. Okay, but like, so for instance, like, I think there's too many black rooms at the moment. Like, I stay away from those. Because it's like they're always discussing like women's hair and like how many people did you sleep with or crash outs and stuff. And I don't find that particularly like cool, or like I'm not really interested in that.
I don't know. As someone who's black and
but at least there are some people who
hey, ma'am,
to
you
like
know how to shut the fuck up? What's going on?
That's what I'm saying.
You're speaking and going on mute. You're speaking and going like, what are you doing right now?
Shut up.
You're talking during people's submission.
She was talking. You interrupted her.
No, I'm gonna respond.
She was talking first.
Said a lot, stupid.
I'll beat your ass. I'll beat your ass.
As someone who agrees.
Meet me outside.
Too many black rooms.
How about that?
I think that only an ignorant person would say they're all about hair and other dumb shit. Because even though I think it's too many black rooms, they're not all about the same shit. They're about everything else.
I mean, who cares about black women's
Ma'am, shut the fuck up. I just left a black room that was about stocks. Before that,
what'd you learn?
That was about baseball. Well,
how much money did you learn to make?
That was a room. Then before that, I left a black room about baseball.
What'd you learn?
It was a black room about geopolitics. So I do agree it's too many black rooms. I used to see other races more. I still do because I have a good algorithm. But to just say that it's all black people talking about hair, I mean, either you have a dumb algorithm because you're dumb, or you're gaslighting and not really searching your hallway.
Oh, no, you can't. I like to teach people and tell them what I mean without being mean. I think it's important if you use this app to tell people what I mean without being mean. And I am a supermodel. I do work on TV. I'm highly desired in the industry. And everybody wants to be like me because I'm beautiful. And not many people understand the point of what this app is. It's not to criticize people or complain. It's to read poetry. That's the great point. Just read some poetry. Your life might be a lot better if you try to be like a supermodel like me. A supermodel who reads great poetry and reads great books all day for CBS. Barry Weiss and makes $1 million a year as a supermodel. Stupid ass. You're a stupid ass, dumbass. Stop calling people stupid ass. You made him leave. You're such a stupid ass. You made him leave, you stupid ass. Yes, you're such a stupid ass.
John Kitover, my friend. John Kitover
He's fucking multiplying.
He's unbelievable. You drove Dr. Francine
I
out.
like John Kitover these days. I don't know why. Maybe it's because he reads some of the greatest books ever written by men. Real men who know how to enjoy life. Yeah. Just read poetry. Stupid ass, not like you, stupid ass. You're just a gay guy living in your basement pretending to be a black
John, don't let me... John, come on, dude. You're killing my mood, buddy.
There's no point.
John.
He's a gay white guy pretending to be a black woman. That's ridiculous. Not me. That's stupid. That's not me. That's stupid. What's the point?
John. So Xerxes.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about you a little bit.
Sure.
You're interesting. So what rooms do you hang out with?
I spend time in RPO. When I use apps like
I don't know RPO.
Oh, research purposes only. And it's a group of mostly women. Well, I mean, they're multiracial people in the room. They're from everywhere. They live everywhere. They're got it. Yeah.
No, not everyone.
Okay. Did you guys want to answer the question?
Most of them are no IQ in that room.
Okay, I'll let them answer your question, Scott. No problem.
Keep reporting stupid in the goo.
I put stupid in the group. Yeah, okay, so you hang out there. I don't know research purposes only. I don't know what that room.
We just hang out and they talk about, I mean, it just depends. They are topics that are largely centered around the African diaspora, but it's like more nuanced than just like typical gender war bullshit, which is the thing that's like kind of kept me around them because I can't really do gender war stuff with people who like don't love themselves, which seems to be a large percentage of people on Clubhouse. So, but yeah, and then other than that, like because I've only been in Clubhouse for like 6 months or something like that.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Well, that's amazing. So
You're
I was
a newbie.
Yeah, I was in for the golden age. I came in during COVID.
Yeah, let's see. Well, I think a lot of the remaining people, like all the people here, pretty much are remainers from that time, the survivors of the pandemic. Which is interesting to hear, like all the lore. You know, like we'll talk about things, and then somebody will come in with a lore bomb, and then everybody's like, "Oh no," because like back in 2022, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't know what's happening, but I'll just listen. You know,
like some of my best friends in the world are from Clubhouse. Like I'm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm relocating. I'm kind of moving around right now. I'm a little nomadic. I'm heading back to Philadelphia, and I have like all my stuff with me. And a friend of mine from Clubhouse, I've met multiple times in real life. She's picking me up and driving me back to Philadelphia from Connecticut.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I have a friend from LA who I've stayed at his house. I've met up with. So I mean, there was a camaraderie back then.
I think different connections, like, because I've gone to different social audio apps and different social apps, you know, like Discord and a couple of others, and like they all have their own behaviors. And I find that like Clubhouse is more so like a mixture of people who are either like kids of the internet who grew up in the internet, like they know like internet etiquette, they know when to spot a troll, they know all those things, and then also sprinkled in heavily with like people who use this app like a diary, kind of almost. So like they'll come in, they'll drop in for however long, it doesn't matter. But then there's always the knowledge that you just go back to your normal life. You could uninstall this app at any moment. It actually doesn't mean anything. And that's, those two confluences are really cool. But then what I've learned in Clubhouse is that because some people are operating inside the internet and some people are operating outside of the internet, tensions arise, and, you know, consequences come to people that they didn't know were possible, because, you know, some people don't know that they're talking to real life people who do real life shit.
Yeah. I tend to, I think one of the things I like best about Clubhouse, like, so when I opened this room, right, the first maybe hour or so, before I kind of had to go do some things and the inmates took over the asylum. But it was a good discussion, you know, like, because this article was super provocative, and I think it was interesting to hear, like, you know, a friend of mine who likes Trump and another friend from Canada who hates Trump. It was interesting to hear them, you know, and some other people go back and forth, and I think it's, you know, if you can get a civil discussion going, it's interesting, right?
Yeah, that's kind of like what I'm used to. So I'm a Discordian. That's where I come from.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm like kind of used to.
That's advanced level.
I know, yeah.
Moderators.
Yeah, I know. It's a hard shift, dude. Yeah, what's up?
Excuse me, moderators.
Sure.
I got a question for both of you, and I just would like one sentence, not more than one sentence responses. Can you tell me what philosophy is?
Etymologically? Sure. I mean, love of wisdom, right? Philo, love, sophos. I mean, no, beyond that. I mean, it's. I'm actually reading
one sentence. I asked for concise. One sentence. I'll repeat it.
The love of wisdom.
Give me a one sentence response.
The love of wisdom.
What is
the
philosophy?
love of wisdom. The love of wisdom.
What's your one sentence response?
To what is philosophy? Philosophy is people who like to intentionally, publicly jerk themselves off about the things that they haven't reconciled with inside themselves.
And politics?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. What did you say?
I said, would you call that politics?
It could be. Politics, it contains a lot of philosophy.
Politics, but that's definitely what philosophy is.
I'm reading a book right now, Roger Scruton's History of Modern Philosophy. So I will tell you, what is philosophy? He's a British guy, so I appreciate his syntax. What is philosophy? There is no simple answer to this question. Indeed, it is in one respect the main question of philosophy, whose history is a prolonged search for its own definition. Nevertheless, a kind of answer can be given in terms that explain what follows. Philosophy involves the attempt to formulate and also to answer certain questions. These questions are distinguished by their abstract and ultimate character. I think that's a great paragraph definition. It's a little longer than a sentence, but the whole abstraction and ultimacy, right? It abstracts things, right? I mean, abstraction, you're asking, you know, the part from the whole, and ultimacy, right? It's not asking about chili recipes or, you know, how good was Buffy the Vampire Slayer when Angel left. It's asking ultimate questions, right, about the true, the good, the beautiful. So, abstract and ultimate.
Well, I think the most important question is basically what's in the books, meaning that
an actuarial scientist, an accountant, a financial analyst can actually give us the more accurate picture of the situation. And then we should base the conversation based off of what's in the books. Unless you think through your revolutionary politic, for some reason, somehow, you get around the bank's ledger. It's not going to happen. So, hello? Hello?
Hello?
I mean, what is your definition there, my friend John? The same one with you, which is the love of wisdom, the pursuit of wisdom, the enjoyment of wisdom, joy of wisdom, the joy of the law, because philosophy is not just wisdom, philosophy is also law, and that's why I am a practicing attorney and lawyer trying to liberate my people. But see, I think like what's interesting about Scruton's definition is the abstract and ultimacy, and he fleshes that out, because I do think you can love. I mean, I know that philosophy, the Greek, the etymology is love of wisdom. It's part of why I answered that way. But on some level, you could love wisdom and not be that philosophical, right? You could define wisdom in a way that doesn't prefer the kind of abstract critical reflection that at least philosophy in the West does. I'm leaning on kind of a Western definition, because if we looked at Eastern philosophy, that might be, it just would be a different conversation. But yeah. I talked to my attorney the other day while preparing for an upcoming case, and she said, "What do you do all day long, John? Describe your day to me." And I said, "Well, I'm not exactly sure how to describe what it is that I do." And she said, "Do you read books?" I said, "Yes, I do read books." And so all I'm trying to say is pick up a good poetry book right now and read it. Set yourself free from the hypnosis known as Clubhouse. You don't have to worry about the fear of missing out.
Oh my
There's
God.
no FOMO. As Scott has confirmed, we are making plans to exit the app and go completely to X Spaces, because we believe that this app could and must shut down for national security reasons.
What?
Because Amir in his terrorist room, his anti-Semitic death trap, which is brainwashing all these good people in Clubhouse to hate the innocent Jew, is disgusting. It's despicable. And if you're an anti-Semite, there's a 100% confirmation and correlation that you hate poetry and you don't read poetry. That is read poetry. That is not true. Pick up a book and prove. That is not true, because I like T.S. Eliot and I like his poetry.
Oh my God.
And his critical stuff. And T.S. Eliot was a man of letters who certainly was no fan of the Jews. So John, I can prove it to you. You can read and write poetry and not like Jews.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask, what if you don't read poetry, but you write? Still anti-Semitic, I'm assuming.
Well, like these days, I mean, the fact that you go to Starbucks or Chick-fil-A could be anti-Semitic. There's a lot of anti-Semites these days. Well, what I'm trying to point out is that there are four great powers in reality.
Oh, again.
It's
One
cause and
thing
effect.
that John Kitover has always done for me for the last
Or
5
art
years,
and critic.
it always fucking made me laugh.
Those are the four words that I like to think about, which is art and critic, or cause and effect, meaning that when I get into conflict or confrontations with people, because I will admit that I'm intentionally obnoxious to try to create some type of different medium of exchange, meaning that when Borat first came out and you saw Borat, people thought it was so funny because this guy pranked everybody in the movie to think he was some Eastern European reporter from Kazakhstan. So that's kind of what I like to think that I'm doing in my art meeting. And thank you for participating. Hello? So I want to go back to anti-Semitism for a minute, because I think it's interesting. Like,
Do you?
I think what's interesting is that you have like Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens, and their brand of anti-Semitism is dovetailing with the kind of anti-Semitism on the progressive left. I find that really intriguing.
And what kind is that?
Wait, their brand. Wait, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, their brand of anti-Semitism. What's going on here? So is it anyone who has any critiques? Anyone who's an isolationist? Anyone who's MAGA, truly MAGA? Anyone who's America First? They're anti-Semitic because they don't want to just open their cheeks and let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants all the time. Our bodies and our American. It's our soldiers getting sent over there, and it's our taxpayer dollars. So
But it morphs into. Well, I mean, it's different, but it does. I mean, it morphs into like Tucker being supersessionist.
But he's always been that.
Look, I don't think. Okay, so.
Do you want to tag me in, Scott?
I don't think that Tucker's anti-Semitism. I don't think he's always been supersessionist. He also didn't always talk this theologically, and now he's really doing like traditional anti-Semitic Christian replacement theory, right? So it's not just critiques of Israel; it's critiques of Jews, and it's critiques of Judaism as a religion. So it's pretty deep and insidious. It's intriguing to me that he employs this stuff. And Ben,
Ben wanted to take the baton.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, it's deconstructionism. Like, if you're talking about what is the similar strand of anti-Semitism between the Tucker Carlson right and the far left in the United States, it's rooted in deconstructionism. So I think that there are overlaps of anti-Semitism, no doubt, but I don't think it's not rooted in anti-Semitism. Let me put it that way. It's not saying that the root of all problems is the Jews. It's saying there are power structures in place and we need to tear those power structures down. Like that's where it's coming from. So that's why, like, as somebody who's moderate but leans conservative, like, I like the systems in place. Do I think justice is equally applied? Absolutely not. I'm certainly America first in the sense that I want what's best for my country, but I'm also not America only. So Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump have been fighting back and forth for several months. And again, I think Tucker's entire approach is more of the deconstructionist side, and that's why you're seeing him, and then also Marjorie Taylor Greene. You mentioned the three of Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens, but I would say that there's Marjorie Taylor Greene's also there as well. There's a couple of others.
You know, I get the disruption thing, right? And I think it's one of the reasons why Trump has been elected twice, right? I mean, because it's one of the reasons too. I think in 2016, a lot of progressives couldn't believe that people went from Bernie Sanders to Donald Trump. That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, I was a Bernie supporter, but I didn't vote for Trump. But Hillary was certainly not disruption, nor was Kamala Harris, both of whom I voted for. Now, Biden, I think the reason why Biden is an establishment guy won was largely because of COVID, and he didn't campaign, which helped. But I think that no incumbent could have won an election during COVID because people were just so frustrated and so angry about lockdowns and this and that. It's just, whoever, could have been Obama, could have been anybody, they would have been voted out. But I do think it's interesting that Tucker Carlson, with the platform he has, and again, I'm not saying you can't be critical of Israel and Netanyahu, I think is awful, but when you're talking about Christian replacement theory and how basically the church has replaced Israel as the people of God, and that basically the church is the true Israel. I mean, that stuff, both in mainline Protestant and more evangelical circles, that kind of talk, especially post-Holocaust, has really dropped out of mainstream theology. And for him to sort of take up that cause with his platform, now that is some deep-seated resentment of Jews. That's just not about Israel. That's about Jews and theological resentment of Jews, which is just intriguing to me.
But do you agree or disagree with what I'm saying? I'm genuinely curious about your opinion on things. Like, I think you're a well-thought human being. So, like, on the deconstruction side of things, I think it's rooted in deconstructionism.
No, I do think. I mean, look, whenever you think of Trump, right? I mean, I think people wanted disruption and deconstruction. You're right, and Trump is a disruptive deconstructor. Now, to some degree,
But
right?
Trump is not a deconstructor. Tucker's a deconstructor.
Oh, okay. I thought,
That's
yeah,
the
okay.
point that I'm saying is what separates Tucker. What separates Tucker, the Tucker strain of the right, and the far left strain from the moderate left and the moderate right. I know people want to say that Trump is an extreme figure, and yes, his rhetoric is extreme, but I don't consider him a deconstruct. He's not trying to deconstruct the system. He gets pissed and bloviates about it. That's fine. But like, he's not doing anything to really truly undermine the system in the way that Tucker Carlson, or again, you're looking at people on the extreme left, like the Squad, that kind of thing, who are saying that the system is inherently, the system itself is what's broken. It's not the application of the system, and that's what Tucker seems to be implying. Is this? It's not the application of the system. It's the system itself. This seems to be the ideological difference here. That's the point I was trying to make. That's the tie between the two.
Yeah, no, I think that's not.
I think you guys are manufacturing anti-Semites right in front of our faces.
I think when you take a line that even the New Testament doesn't take, right, about Jews, like basically Paul says the covenant with Jews is irrevocable. What do you think of the New Testament? But when you basically go beyond the New Testament to Christian replacement theory, you've got an issue with Jews. Yeah, I think you've got an issue with Jews. I don't think I'm manufacturing that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, but do you have an issue with Muslims? Like when I hear a lot of Jews speak, when I hear a lot of Jews speak, I can easily say that you guys have a problem with Muslims. But it seems like every single identity group.
I'm not a Jew. I'm a Christian. But
sure,
you might as well be a Jew.
I don't.
And I'm
why do I might as well be a Jew? What is that? What is
This is a serious conversation. I'm sorry, but it's just like, bro, like, I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to see like an escalation in the type of language that we're using when people are giving valid critiques. And when people are giving valid critiques and they're still tarred and feathered, it makes all the Alex Jones conspiracy stuff more palatable.
Sure,
and that's an issue. You guys.
You're just catching up to the information. The truth is in the Epstein files. Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, the two Bills. And you know what? They had a good time with Jeffrey. I seen all the photos. I seen the tranche of videos. All the naked women, all the hot tubs, all the luxury dinners. And when Ghislaine Maxwell's making speeches at the United Nations multiple times, well, clearly we have traitors in our midst. And what do you do to a traitor?
I love Kitover.
Okay, so Scott, let me show you what I mean, because some people are pretending to be obtuse in the chat. So when Kanye West says slavery was a choice, he says the worst things when he says what the fuck, who's that? George Bush doesn't care about black people. Kanye West has gone after every single ethnicity, and at the same time, he's a person who's known to be clinically diagnosed crazy person, right? This person gets, when you look at all the stereotypes, all of the tropes regarding the small hats, and then you see them flex the banning people from countries. When it comes to one person being racist, you can be racist against one group all you want. They're not going to get, who's banned from a country because they're racist against anybody? How do you get banned from a country? Like, that's like where it becomes like, okay, and then it becomes, all right, if you criticize them, you're going to be lumped in with Hitler Youth. So then it becomes, okay, we can't even speak about you. So then it becomes, all right, like, when it comes to all the tropes about the Jews controlling the media, being super, super powerful, having the right friends in the right places, being very, very strong lobby, being really good at statescraft, controlling countries from inside out. Like, when you look at all the things, are you gonna, like, how are people not supposed to connect the dots? Like, Like, you're starting to connect the dots. I'm trying to not be anti-Semitic. Like, how do we not be anti-Semitic?
Tell us what you got. What you're saying is because a
It's
group
just
of
commercial.
you're saying because a group of people has a disproportionate influence to their size, right? They also have a disproportionate, like a Nobel Prizes and all these things. I mean, it's a group that's only 15 million people, and yeah, it has through strategic, through success and other things have been able to be effective at advocating for their interests. I mean, I think that's not a conspiracy.
Yeah, I don't think it's a conspiracy either. But if I repeat what you just say, I get shouted down and called an anti-Semite. I don't think that it's like Asians being good at math. I don't think it's a big conspiracy that Asians are good at math. I think that there's a lot of different reasons why, on average, Asian children are really, really good at math. Okay, but if I say that on average, Jewish people are this, and that, then it becomes anti-Semitic because of the implication of what I'm.
I think it's because there's over 2 billion Asian people. Because I've asked Asian people.
So how do you guys explain the strength of the Israel lobby?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Kitover, are you recording? Scott, I'm happy to talk, but is he recording the room?
John, are you recording?
John, are you broadcasting the room anyway?
He did say he was.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk, but I really don't feel like being.
No, the positive stereotypes are the ones that are scrutinized.
No, but what you're saying is wrong.
Yeah.
What you're saying is wrong.
So
What you're saying
Jews
is
are
hurtful.
overrepresented in media.
What you're saying
lobbying.
overrepresented in the media. If we weren't,
And lobbying.
people like you wouldn't be saying the shit you're saying on social media. Now, would you? If we're overrepresented and we control it, then why is it so negative towards us? Please tell me. Explain that one. Why do we have all the problems we have on social media and on the media, and people like you saying the things you're saying if we control it? Explain that. It's illogical, isn't it? Completely illogical.
If you want it to be.
What else do you want to bitch about us? And is it every day that you like to say something? Could you pick on someone else this week?
I mean,
every day.
I think
Yeah.
two
So
things
what
can
else
be
do you want to
true,
pick on?
guys.
What else are you about us bothers you? What else?
So thank you for asking the
Get it
question.
all out.
The main
Do
thing
we
that
control
bothers
the
me-
sports? Do we control sports?
You guys also
that
control
bother
the
you?
weather. You guys also control the weather, and right
We
now it's 60 degrees with an
control
overcast.
the weather.
So
Really?
that's an issue
So
that
do you
I have.
think the stuff that you say then gets picked up by other idiots and they harm people as a result of it? Do you have any idea what kind of harm has happened to our community? Do you know? Do you pay attention to it? Do you read about
Well,
it?
do you know how many car accidents are caused by the
But
rain?
do you know how much
You
harm
don't
has
care.
happened
You
to our
don't try to make
community?
it sunny, even though
And
you can.
after the recent incursion into Iran, within 6 days of the incursion, we received 8,000 threat to life in the United States alone to our community, to institutions in our community. 8,000 threats to life in 6 days. That's just a little slice of an example. We spent over $750 million of our own money for security to protect our institutions, to geofence them, to target harden them, our own money, because of shit that's said like this that other people pick up, and then they just start going up
You
the
mean Jewish
pyramid.
people are
Then
overrepresented
they
in the
start
media?
going up the pyramid of hate. And why don't you Google what the pyramid of hate is and learn about how your little comments then grow into a little more discrimination, a little more hatred, until it
That's
reaches
actually
the
what I'm
top.
talking about.
Why don't you take a look
Okay,
at it?
so can we calm down? Can I just ask a question?
Calm down. It's really awful to live with it.
Wait,
it's really
I understand.
awful to take children to go to temple, and you gotta have SWAT teams in front of your temple. Do you know what that feels like?
I kind of do understand
It
what
really sucks.
social violence feels like.
And
yeah.
all this shit just adds to it. And instead of being sensitive to it, you have assholes that say things like this that are being said in social media and then accuse us of controlling it.
Okay, so I'm just going to address a couple things. One, I believe that in America, from the ages of like maybe 6 or 7, at least on the West Coast where I live, we are taught to be sensitive to the plight of Jewish people. It's taught in education systems all up and down the state, probably in the other 2 that are above us as well. I don't know what's going on in the rest of the country. I live in California. We have a whole museum dedicated to educating people on the
I wish
Holocaust
you
and the
were
plight of the
right.
Jewish
I
people.
know that it's a beautiful museum. I wish you were right, except the new stuff being introduced into the education system and the ethnic studies in the California education system is a real problem. And there's a lot of issues with it.
I'm talking about in K through 12. So
yeah, that's where I'm talking about K through 12.
Well, they don't do ethnic studies in K through 12.
Well, yeah, it's being introduced. I'll put the stuff in the chat if you want to see.
So I'm just gonna finish what I was saying. But I think two. Oh my God. I think two things can be true. So like, bro. So while I understand your frustration, Abby. Bro, like honestly, shut the fuck up. To be honest.
As you move them down.
No, don't move.
Okay.
Fascist comes out, ladies and gentlemen.
He's not. You can hijack the room every 5 minutes. That's just
So Abby, I understand your frustration. I can empathize with your frustration completely. But I think two things can be true. It can be true that the violence against Jewish people in the United States, at least, and probably globally, we can count that, but I'm just going to talk about where I live, right, has exponentially grown in the last at least 3 years, if not more than that, right? While also saying that Jewish people are overrepresented in the media. This is just a raw fact. So, despite being 2% of the population in America, right? You asked a question about Jewish people being like controlling the league. I don't know about the word control. That's like kind of weird to me.
Can you define that word a little bit?
Yeah. Like, but being like an owner.
Well, who owns the media?
So half of the NBA is owned by.
Media. You said media.
So, well, you said sports, so I'm answering that question first.
We'll get to media.
That's okay. I'm gonna do the thing I'm doing. Cool. So half of the NBA is owned by Jewish people. I don't think that this is bad, but yes, half of the NBA has Jewish owners.
So have Jewish owners?
I can totally get that list for you once I'm done saying what I'm saying. Cool. I think like 30% of the NFL has an owner that is of Jewish descent. I don't think that these things are bad. Like, people want to collectively share in what the American dream can be. That does mean creating teams. It does mean producing media that maybe represents your stories better. It does mean, like, getting involved in the whole fucking machine. I don't know why. Maybe it's because like people do use this demonstrably in conversation to demean Jewish people, but admitting that that's a fact isn't a bad thing, right?
I asked Scott something.
Yeah, sure.
Scott, is Jeffrey Lurie a bad guy?
Because
is Jeffrey Lurie a bad guy, Scott?
Who's Jeffrey Lurie? I don't know who that is.
He owns the Eagles. Is he a bad guy?
Oh, Jeffrey Lurie. Oh, yeah. No.
He's a good guy. Is Robert Kraft a good guy? Puts a lot of money in his community, into Boston, into Massachusetts. Robert Kraft's very philanthropic, right?
Here's an article I just.
I go through some more Jewish owners of the NFL because you mentioned the NFL.
Now we're going through the individual.
No, but I wanted to talk about Cersei's when you're talking about media, because I think media is more interesting, and the word control is.
That's not the point.
The word control is really interesting. So Cersei's, may I ask you something? The media. So let's go. NBC is a public corporation, right? It's publicly traded. ABC is owned by Disney, publicly traded corporation, right?
Yeah, sure.
So I actually own part of the media, I guess, because I have stock in Disney. Yeah. So let's go through it. These are publicly traded corporations. The owners, these media giants, publicly traded. Lots of people are owners of these companies because they're traded. They're public corporations. Comcast is a public corporation. So how does one ethnicity control it if it's a publicly traded corporation?
Right. So while you answer
to Disney by examples.
Sure. Well, while a company has to answer to its shareholders, right? There is a person in control or a group of people in control who make the bulk of the decisions. So these might not be like financial decisions all the time,
Who would
right?
that be? Who would that be in control?
You're not asking.
Like, Abby, you're actually like, why are you forcing us to be in this corner where it's
She's
like,
a lawyer. She's an
Don't get angry, but when people use terms, the terms aren't defined, and they don't know what they're. No, NPC. When people use terms, they need to define their terms and know what they're talking about. So when you use the word a company, define your company. No, I'm not triggered. This is like about trying to. It's like kind of law 101, like trying to explain to people. No, NPC. What's a publicly traded company?
You're smart, so
I'm smarter than you on this. What's a publicly traded company?
You're smart enough to not play these games. No one's
It's not a game. It's logic.
You're playing games.
It's basic logic.
Communicating dishonestly. Nobody said all. No one said all. No one said that.
Control of media. So I asked what the media is and who the media is
You have
and who owns the media, and they're publicly traded companies.
So listen, guys, it doesn't have
that Jews control the media.
It doesn't have to be adversarial.
You did say it.
Overrepresented, and then you agree.
You did say it.
If they're overrepresented, then that's fine.
Oh my lord.
You did say it. So I'm just trying to explain
we said
what these companies are.
Overrepresented.
They're publicly traded.
It's a mix. It doesn't really have to be like
Sony publicly traded, right? David, you live in LA. Let's talk about all the media in LA.
Publicly traded company is an example of democratized ownership. That's not that. You know that. I mean, like, you know that a publicly traded company is
a board of directors. As institutional investors, correct?
This is fruitless if nobody's gonna speak.
All right. Let's go one at a time. Sorry, I didn't hear you start, Scott. One at a time. First, Abby, you want to go?
I was just pointing out when they say that Jews control the media and taking that trope, I was taking the trope and explaining that the media, the majority of it, are big publicly traded corporations with institutional investors, all kinds of different individual shareholders. There's a board of directors, and the majority, if we break down the top media companies in the United States, are publicly traded entities. It's not one dude running.
Let me go,
Let me finish.
Let me go.
So therefore, when you make that comment and you talk about a
Nobody
company,
made that comment.
you did.
No,
you
I
have
did
to
that
be
comment.
intellectually honest as to who you are talking about. So for me to ask who the companies are, there was a reason I was asking it. And I'm sorry if you take offense, but it's a little Socratic to make someone go through the process and realize sometimes their statements, you have to break them down. Break down the word control. Every word that you say, there is an explanation or a definition of it, and that was my point. Now
I'm responding because she just mischaracterized what I said, and I'm not a PC person, so if I said something, first of all, I made a joke that Jews control the weather. Why didn't you?
PC? What is it that you said?
The only thing I said is that I was breaking down out loud the different coincidences that people have to deal with. And I was trying to think out loud, and I was trying to ask the room, hey, all of these different things that are lining up, what are people supposed to think?
Okay, so let's just
Jewish people are overrepresented in the media. That is what I said.
What do you say about the media?
No, that's what I said. What I said is the only thing that I said was that it's obvious that Jewish people are overrepresented in the media, and no one disagreed with me.
Well, what does overrepresented mean to you?
Based on population, Scott agreed. What do you mean? What does it mean? Why do all these? You know what overrepresented?
No, I don't. I want to know what point you're
Norm, you know what overrepresented. Based on your population, based on the size of your population, the amount doesn't match.
Norm, come on. I feel like I have to water crazy. There should only be X number of Jews in the media and no more. Is that what you're saying? What's overrepresented?
I'm not.
It's because they're good at representing.
No, but black people are overrepresented in it. Wait, overrepresented just means overrepresented. Black people are overrepresented in sports. There's a reason why Asian people are overrepresented in higher education. There's a reason why.
One at a time. Do black people control sports? Does anybody ever say that?
There are several jokes. There are several jokes.
Yeah, Larry Bird.
There are several jokes that we do. There's several jokes, and the only reason why a person might say
say that we aren't is because all the owners are white.
So black people in sports because they're good at sports, or what's the reason?
The reason why they're in sports is because they're good at sports.
Okay.
Well, when you tell a black person that black people are overrepresented in the media, I can't be offended because that's a fact.
So they're good at slow down. So they're good at sports. Does anybody say, oh my God, we should kick them out of sports?
No, Norm. That's what you guys do. As soon as I say that Jews are good at media, the next thing is we want to kick Jews out of media. What does you being good at media?
Wait. Tell Normo, he's not saying on its face, he's not saying something that's anti-Semitic. I don't know, NBC might be a giant anti-Semite.
I don't need
but right now he's not saying anything.
I don't need you to interpret. I can talk fine. I understand how language
Apparently
works.
you don't, because you're thinking
I'm very good at it. I'm very good at it.
He's not saying anything negative.
Can I go next? No, hang on. So in what
I don't know
way
why you keep muting me.
Hang on, Ben. Why are Jews overrepresented in media to you, NPC? What's overrepresented to you?
I'm not gonna ask questions I'm not gonna answer questions that I believe you know the answer to.
Okay, so you're now reading my mind. You know what I know.
Abby isn't dumb, and you're not dumb, and you're treating the fact that I'm pointing out the overrepresentation as a conclusion about what to do. That's the reason why you guys get into issues. The reason why you guys get into issues is because you're treating my statement of facts as a conclusion on what to do about it. You're treating my...
Hang on. You're making a paranoid racist comment, and I'm exposing it. What would that mean? Have you counted?
What do you mean it's racist?
Have you counted the number? Well, because there's these old tropes that Jews control.
If I start to count them and then I count them, you're going to call me racist for even trying to count them. I'm done with this, but you're going to call me an anti-Semite for even trying to count them.
Hang on. So you made up a story, or you're repeating something.
No, you guys created Hollywood. My friends are Jewish. The first
There's a lot of pride in that. There's a lot of pride in the fact that emotions...
Okay, you guys
created Hollywood.
Yes.
I read a whole entire book on it.
And there shouldn't be shame. NPC
How is
shouldn't
it
be shame.
anti-Semitic to say that my Jewish friends gave me this book?
I don't want to hear about your Jewish friends. We're talking to you now.
Hollywood's awesome. There's no problem with Hollywood. So what's wrong with saying that Jews are overrepresented in media when they are?
Somebody started an industry. Okay. Now, obviously, Hollywood is now owned mostly by, I think, Japanese companies like Sony and Australian companies like Fox.
Yeah,
right?
That's not true.
So the Jews don't own Hollywood. Okay, so 100 years ago, a Jewish guy started a movie company, but obviously that's no longer the case.
No, but why you act like it's arbitrary, and why you're acting like
arbitrary?
Why you act like the institutions just went away, like it was just one dude. The dude who started Hollywood just happened to be Jewish, and then the rest doesn't matter. No,
I wouldn't say that.
I think the problem...
No, but you're making it seem like it's like a
over 100 years ago, a Jewish guy started a movie studio, and you're focusing on it.
Okay, so...
No, it wasn't. It was more than that.
Okay, you guys are literally yelling at you guys are arguing with house.
No argument really. We're just going through the facts.
You're trying to
mythology. Let me add on to that shit.
May I speak, please?
Can I speak?
Wait, can Ben go first? And I'll shut up.
I think Ben was first.
That's cool, bro.
You guys are arguing past each other. Again, maybe NPC is anti-Semitic. I don't know that, but he's stating a statistical fact. Jews are overrepresented.
Let me finish. Could we use a different term? Let me ask you this, Norm.
Let me finish before you jump down my throat.
I'm not jumping down your throat. I don't want to hear your
literally trying to mediate between the two of you.
Let's just take a look at the statistical fact and see if
yes, let's look at the statistical fact.
Where did you get it from?
Let me just mind for a second. Ben, can we move the argument forward if instead of overrepresented?
That's what I'm trying to do.
If we said disproportionate, like
but it's the same difference, Scott. Disproportionate.
No, it's not.
Disproportionate is a worse connotation than overrepresented because disproportionate it actually does suggest some inequity that needs to be remedied. I don't think anything needs to be remedied.
All right.
So disproportionate says that it's not proportionate. We need to fix it. I don't think that they're overrepresented and that's okay.
That's something you repeat. You heard somewhere that you've never checked out. Chinese people own Chinese restaurants, and Jews are college professors and psychologists and scientists. So
may I speak without being interrupted?
Go now, so I could go, bro. Yeah. So do you want to move past this, or are we going to talk about how Jews are?
this, but it's like you and MPC been going on at 5 minutes.
Can Ben go before you because he's gonna have some time?
Like y'all,
he never got to finish. Can he go? And then after you, you can go.
That's fine, bro. But he's not. Y'all not letting him go though.
Okay. So you said there's a statistic. Where is the statistic?
You know what I'm saying?
So okay, Norm, can I actually speak, or are you just going to talk over me?
No.
Norm,
Where
you and I
is
have
the
had enough
statistic from?
You and I have had enough interactions on this.
I'm
now.
not
You
even
know
sure
that
I
I'm
know
not
who
mean
you are.
spirited or any of this
I
stuff.
assume
Okay,
it's
can
not.
I actually speak, or are you going to let me?
You are.
Do I have your
I'm not-
permission to speak?
Please don't tell me that you and I have. I don't even know who you
No,
are.
this is not constructive.
May
Let's
I have your
please.
permission to speak without being interrupted?
It depends on if you're going to repeat anti-Semitic tropes. I'm not that interested. Like,
I'm not
I'm sure there's a place for you to repeat those. This is probably not a good place.
May I speak? No. Am I allowed to speak?
It depends if you're going to repeat anti-Semitic tropes. Probably
I'm not going to
move on.
repeat anti-Semitic tropes.
Okay. So what is it? So you want to go beyond this, like this statistic that you don't
Yes,
have
I
any
do.
basis of? Okay, what would you
I'm
like to say?
saying that. Okay. Oh my gosh, Norm, dude, literally, dude, I'm agreeing with you. Okay, like I'm fucking agreeing with you. You just literally won't let me fucking
Might
speak.
even be a Jew himself.
Okay, dude, whatever. Why don't you just? I mean, you're telling me 100 times.
He sounds like a Jew.
What you keep doing is you keep
I'm not
repeating
Jewish.
it, you can't speak.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. Yes, certain groups do better in America than other groups in America at certain things. That's okay. Are there barriers in place? Are there not? Like, if I see a Jew is doing it particularly well in an area, if I see a white person, if I see whatever minority or majority you want to say, I don't care. I don't care who's doing well and what. I care if is there barriers. The anti-Semitic shit is so infuriating to listen to because everybody from Tucker Carlson on down wants to have an opinion about fucking Jews. When I'm going, okay, is there barriers? I'm a white guy. I'm a white Christian. There's no barrier to me from doing anything. If you're a black person in America, I'm sorry. In 2026, there's virtually no barrier to you doing anything in America. That doesn't mean this historic injustices didn't happen. It doesn't mean that. I'm not saying that. But this whole idea of like, oh, well, the Jews control this, or the Jews do this, or there's more Jews here, or there's more Jews here. Again, I haven't listened to everything the NPC has to say. Maybe he's going to go off on a bunch of anti-Semitic tropes. Pointing out that certain groups do better in America at certain things is not anti-Semitic. It isn't. It oftentimes leads to anti-Semitism, which is why I think
trope about Jews controlling the world and having
I
an
don't
evil
think the Jews
agenda.
control the world.
What's
I
that?
do not think the Jews control the world.
I know you don't, but this is a piece of the same thing. We control the banks, we control the media, we control the United States, we control Donald Trump. It's a part of a whole anti-Semitic, weird, paranoid view.
But it's an actual fact that the only lobby that's bigger than the Israel lobby, it's a legitimate fact.
No, it is not a fact. So now I gotta chime in on the lobbies discussion
No, the
because
pensioners.
you don't understand what a lobby is.
A year ago,
You don't understand what a lobby is. What's the largest lobby in the United States?
It's the pensioners.
Okay, who else is the largest lobby?
Teachers, and then Israel is either 3 or 4.
Israel is about number 40 or 50. It's the insurance, it's the prescription drug companies, it's insurance, it's the NRA. Do you want to go through the list? No. First of all, teachers, yeah, you can go through the number one, and you can pull it up. Anyone can hit Google and look, and way down on the list. But by the way, just so you know, that AIPAC, and I'm going to be very clear on this, does not write checks. Jewish Americans write checks. We write checks, and we write checks to members of Congress, because that's all AIPAC does, is members of Congress. They don't do the executive branch. We write checks up to $5,700, which is the limit for members of Congress, and it is bundled by an organization. It is not that organization writing the checks. It is Christians and Jews that support the American Israel. May I finish? I actually know this more than you do, okay? I actually know this more than you do. It's Christians and Jews that believe in the American-Israel relationship that write checks to the maximum of $5,700, and they give it as to an organization that bundles it and gives it as support to
it's a super PAC in their top 5 strongest in the United States.
Did I just say how AIPAC is funded? It's individuals
That's
Writing
fine.
checks.
They're still top 5. It doesn't
They are
matter.
not
You're getting
top
their money
5.
from
Go Google it,
They're still
sweetheart.
top
Go
5.
Google the top
That's
5.
fine.
Not
I don't
even
know why you're
close.
denying that.
Not even close. I'm not denying it. Anyone can look it up.
know what she's talking about.
Anyone can look it up. Look at the top lobbyists in Washington. Have you spent time lobbying? Have you ever knocked on doors in Washington? Do you know who's there? Who's on it? Who's okay? It's the pharmaceuticals. It's the insurance companies. It's AAA. It's NRA. You can go through it. It's the AARP. AARP is one of the top.
I just pulled up the list of the top 10 largest lobbying groups according to Zippia.com. AIPAC isn't in the top 10.
Thank you.
It's not in the top 10.
Not even in the top 20.
The number one is the National Association of Realtors, which we all know is a Jewish front group. Give me a fucking break. Then the American Chamber of Commerce is number 2.
Right.
Again,
I forgot about the Chamber of Commerce, Ben. That's a big
the Pharmaceutical Research Manufacturers of America is number 3. American Hospital Association is number 4. Blue Cross Blue Shield is number 5. So again, not AIPAC.
Keep going, Ben, because there's lots of other
Meta
ones.
Platforms, number 6. American Medical Association is number 7. Number 8, Amazon. Again, I guess a Jewish front group, according to this jokester. Business Roundtable, the NCTA, and APAC, and fucking NPC. I almost called you APAC, which is hilarious. NPC, I was going to bat for you so you could open your mouth, and immediately you stuck your foot in it, dude. Yes, I'm a Christian. I'm pro-Israel because they're an ally. Because there's one free country in that entire fucking region. There's one free country. That's it.
Let me go. And they reflect American values and interests and defend us, and we can trust them. Israel's trustworthy.
I will tell you, it's a very important thing.
He's been waiting. It's literally just getting ridiculous.
It's part of your
at this
First
point.
Amendment, and you should all exercise your right to petition the government.
Guys, go ahead. What's your
Has you've been waiting patiently. Thank you.
Why do I have to wait that long?
Because all of the people were talking. Now it's
I apologize that you had to wait for 10 minutes.
It's cool though. It was like 20 minutes, but
25 minutes, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make it short though. I don't know why people are saying or missing the point when they say Jews run the world. It has nothing to do with just Jews being good at things. It has something to do with the intention of how and why they want the position they have and how they got it.
We don't want that position.
Let me go though, bro. A lot of corruption, a lot of lies throughout history. They've done a lot of bad things. Now, I'm not talking about all Jews. The structure is Jewish people are real people, and a group of bad people pose as Jewish people. So they're not. It's not a
Can
all
you give me an
Jewish
example
thing.
of somebody who poses as a Jewish person?
Like the Rothschilds and shit like that.
They're not Jewish.
These are real people.
Yes, they're not Jewish. They're all Christian now, the Rothschilds.
They converted.
Here's the thing, right? I don't buy that. If y'all buy that, right?
Well, we know it.
I mean,
you can buy.
I wish they were Jewish. I would like their money.
It's like somebody saying, it's like your whole life belief, and then there's people like me that know about these people, and now they want to be Christian, bro. It's not real. It's just a facade. People don't know facades.
Where did that information come from?
Have you ever met a Rothschild?
And here's the thing, right? And here's the thing, right? Throughout history, it's not like people are just saying this now. Everybody's been saying this throughout all of history about.
Yes, people say bad things of black people too. When I call that racism, what do you call it?
Simple. They've been saying
Cass,
this about.
Cass, people say bad things about black folks, and I call it racist. What do you call it?
What do you mean? What's the point you're making?
Well, you said that people say bad things about Jews. I call that racism too. What do you call it?
No, but people have been saying specific things, and I'm talking on a big
They
stage.
did it about black
For
folks
example,
too, and then they enslaved.
so what Jewish people do is
No, wait, Cass, I'm asking you an important question. Cass, wait a second. People enslaved black folks. I call that racism. People said that they were bad things. I call it racism. What do you call it when they call Jewish specific things? Whether they call Jews lazy, or they call Jews stupid, or they say Jews are on welfare. I call that racism. What would you call it? Well, as I said before, I said a specific group, not all Jewish people.
Yes, a specific group.
I would just say all black people are not like that. And all Jewish people are not like that. But
all Jewish people are not like
that
what?
happen to run everything.
Run what?
They have bad intentions. And
Who
they
has a
spread
bad
They
intention?
spread a lot of pedophilia.
Jonas Salk had a bad intention, Cass. Did Jonas Salk have a bad intention, Cass?
And then they want to lie about things like the Holocaust.
Albert Einstein had a bad intention, Cass.
They want to lie about the Holocaust.
So do we say all people are like P. Diddy and Michael Jackson?
And all these companies are owned by Jews.
Cash. Are all black folks like R. Kelly and P. Diddy and Michael Jackson?
No, that's my point. All Jewish.
I agree with you. So then why would you say it about Jews?
Bro, did you not hear what I said earlier?
Yeah. So I go,
it's
black
not
folks
all.
are into
Listen
pedophilia.
to what I said. It's not all Jews, but the Jews at the top. Yeah. The people at the top doing it. They happen to be Jewish.
Okay, who is a Jew at the top?
It's a lot. It's families.
Name one.
It goes on families.
Dude, who is a Jew at the top?
I just gave you some.
But they're not Jewish, so give us one.
They are Jewish.
No, they're not. Cass, they're not. So give us a Jew at the top.
Who's a Jew at the top?
They're Jewish.
Dude, you're talking something I want to meet one of these Jews.
Michael Bloomberg.
Okay, what did Michael Bloomberg do that was bad? He was mayor of New York. What did he do? The city got safer. You don't like Michael Bloomberg? The company.
I don't know. I don't live over there. I was trying to help him.
What did he do? What did he do that bothered you? He said he did evil things.
His crime is being Jewish, obviously.
He took $1 a year.
There's no evidence.
Cass, hold on, Norm. Cass,
don't say she. I was just giving an example.
Who is Jonas Salk? Who's Jonas Salk, Cass? Do you know what polio is? Do you ever hear of polio?
The sickness?
Yeah.
What about it?
You don't have it, do you? Do you have any relatives? Do you have any relatives that had it?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, you know why they don't have it?
Why?
Because Jonas Salk invented the vaccine so that nobody has it anymore.
So here's the thing, right?
And guess what about Jonas Salk? He's Jewish.
Yeah. You know what?
And then Saban figured out how to put it in little sugar cubes so you can have it in school and make sure school kids have it.
This is important. So you see it like that.
Shall I keep going?
I see it. The way I see it. Here's the thing. This is why there's a lot.
Do you think we should still all have polio?
Abby, I'm responding to you.
So you know what he charged for the polio vaccine?
You're saying a Jewish person, right?
Yeah.
There's this sickness, and he made a vaccine for it, right?
So you don't
listen to this. I'm saying this.
And you know what he charged for it?
Here's what I'm saying, bro.
Wait, we didn't finish the lesson. You know what he charged for it?
It was free. Knowing how to
free.
I know. I know. We
millions of people all
you cannot talk because you want to over-talk me, bro. Like, no, dude, I waited all that.
No more fragility. All right, go ahead.
But basically, you guys see it like that. I see it like, first of all, they knew what it was. They probably had something to do with it, and the vaccines are not what they are. Like, bro, these vaccines are
Holy shit. So you're saying Jews brought polio into the world so that Jonas Salk could figure out how to cure it and take credit? Is that what you're saying? I think I just heard him say that. Did anyone else? David, did you hear him say that?
The story you think it is not really that.
I heard him say that, yes.
You shouldn't trust the vaccines. Point blank.
How do you even react to this?
You didn't know what polio was.
Because people test these vaccines out. People test these vaccines out, and there's a lot of bad news.
Oh my God.
Polio, that causes a lot of things.
He's not trolling.
Rewind a little.
Right.
Is he really not trolling? You really believe
I
that?
don't think he's trolling at all.
Okay, so it's
Actually,
like...
this stupid.
I'm not trolling at all. This is what
You actually
they create the problem.
Yeah, he's like incredibly anti-Semitic. Like, honestly.
Why?
It's just
Because he wants to take your body. That's what happened. That's what happened. Look at the Epsteins.
How can you guys do this?
Look at Epstein.
All of the
You think Epstein's not tied to these people?
You just said all of the Epsteins, guys. Literally, you just said all of the Epsteins.
I said, look at Epstein.
No, you said look at all of the Epsteins.
I said, look at Epstein.
Okay, all right, let's go one at a time. Let's try to elevate the conversation a little bit. For the record, no, Jews did not invent polio. Jews did
the
polio
if you would
vaccine.
know if they did.
Yes, of course.
They wouldn't put it.
There's no such thing as inventing polio. It's
No, but you guys did, but normal, you guys did invent the transgender surgery.
What are you talking about? Y'all push that transgender shit.
Let's move on. All right, that has
Oh my goodness.
Thank you for lowering the
Can't be real
intelligence of the room. Let's move on.
It's so unfortunate because, this kind of rhetoric actually is like a double-edged sword. It like hurts you guys, like the people in the room, to keep hearing this kind of narrative, and it simultaneously disables like all of your contributions in a fast swoop. It sucks.
Poetry on Clubhouse is extremely valuable because
Bro, shut up. I've had enough of you.
you too might be coming forward. Your art that you choose to listen to.
Bro, honestly.
Therefore, use and discrimination to know how much is too much Clubhouse.
So, Universe, please don't create this.
So here's my big issue with a lot of this stuff. It's what's happening is that they're creating unfalsifiable arguments. I mean, when I say they, I'm going to be specific here. I mean anti-Semites like Kaz. When he says they, he roughly means the Jews, but apparently not all Jews. But what he's doing is he's creating an unfalsifiable argument. So if you just go, oh yeah, hey, what you're saying is totally insane, so let's follow it. Then he goes, okay, well, again, with the polio vaccine, like, oh, the polio vaccine was invented by a Jew. And then he goes, oh, then polio must have been invented by a Jew. You see this again. This is not the Kaz. This is like other people who are anti-Semitic as well.
I'm not
Hey, what you're saying is insane.
Yeah, you are.
Jews.
Yeah, you actually are, dude.
No,
Like saying that the estimated number of deaths during the Holocaust is a lot.
It is.
That's anti-Semitic, bro.
Literally, textbook anti-Semitism. It isn't veil.
But I've heard numbers as high as 18 million.
No, but that's not the direction he's going, NPC, and let's not be intellectually dishonest. Please, let's not be intellectually dishonest and giving...
What do you mean?
and giving Cass credit.
It's as high as 18
but we're talking about the person here right now. Here right now, those estimates go down and not up. So to not be intellectually dishonest.
But I genuinely think that the mainstream numbers are overrepresented. By how much I don't know, but I do think the mainstream numbers are overrepresented. We're still talking about hundreds of thousands and millions of people. It's still a tragedy. So like measuring yard instead of a few feet.
Trying to minimize it is a classic anti-Semitic.
No, I don't have minimizing it. You guys are taking it so when
it was about his statement. Kaz's statement was about minimizing it, bro.
It's not about minimizing.
We're not talking about people who are not in this room. We're talking about the person who said the statement.
I understand English. I disagree with the way of doing it, and the reason why is because they're not doing something positive. I'm not saying that he's doing something positive. Clap for Kaz. What I am saying is that the reason why let a person finish an idea and then you can see where they're going with it. Let him finish the idea. You're gonna see where I'm going.
And we just keep talking over each other because one of us must.
Okay. I'm going to say this again. I had to take a few phone calls and do a few meetings because I'm trying to control the media and the banks and the world and Donald Trump and polio. So we're going to go one at a time. Universal, please don't interrupt. So for those who didn't know...
Trying to be a part of the conversation, sorry.
It's all right. For those who didn't know, Holocaust minimization is a classic anti-Semitic trope. Why? Because it's part of this whole idea that Jews are controlling the story, and Jews are controlling the media, and Jews are playing victim, and Jews are lying. That's where that whole thing comes from. So you have fallen victim to a classic, really it's a Nazi trope. And when black folks in particular begin to parrot Nazi anti-Semitic lies, it's particularly disturbing since black folks too were the subject of discrimination and racism and oppression historically, like the Jews. Now, do we have to keep drilling down into this nonsense of Holocaust denial and Holocaust minimization, or can we move on to something slightly more intelligent?
The reason why I don't think you guys care about progress. The reason why I don't think you guys care about anti-Semitism.
What were you going to say?
This is what I'm going to say.
Yeah. Before Abby got on stage, I think I was misunderstood.
Okay.
I was trying to basically build a bridge with not the Jewish, but have a conversation with some Jewish folk and kind of tell them, hey, there's a lot of people that you guys are calling anti-Semitic that are not anti-Semitic. This is the worst thing that you can do. Because it helps the conspiracy theorists. It helps the conspiracy theorists because when you start to deny, oh, we're not overrepresented in the media, or if you say that Jews are overrepresented in the media, you have to feel like you're committing a crime. Like there's certain things that you guys are doing that aren't strategic in my point of view, and that gives people like Kaz more credibility because you guys can't even have conversations. You can't even have conversations.
Hang on. Do you remember welfare queens? Remember that term?
What does welfare queens have to do with?
That was from Ronald Reagan. That was from Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I wasn't alive during that time. I know you were alive during that time, thank God, but I wasn't alive to witness.
I wasn't alive either, but I know that term.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with being?
He's talking about the proselytization. He's talking about the proselytization of propaganda.
If you're against the state of Israel, you're also an anti-Semite. Like
it's an anti-black trope. It says that black folks are overrepresented in welfare. It's a lot.
But they are. But they are.
I agree. This is what you don't understand.
They are. I agree.
You're talking to people that agree with you.
Look at
He wasn't alive during the Holocaust. How could he even know about it?
Look at
He wasn't alive. That's the new standard for knowing about something.
What?
Does this news to you, Normo, that black people are overrepresented when it comes to welfare benefits?
And we're overrepresented in sports. And we're overrepresented in politics.
The lack of impulse control in this room is crazy. I'm so sorry.
This is kind of crazy, and I'm sorry that includes moderators. Norm,
Did you just learn something today?
Norm, you gotta control.
No, I'm trying to teach you about racism, and you're proving impervious.
But here's the thing, Norm.
so why don't they try a different strategy?
Oh my God. People say this, right? People say people are racist against white people. Black people don't like white people, right? And I tell them, do you realize only a small
Black
majority
people
of
don't like white people. Where do you get that from?
Bro, can you shut the fuck up?
Please.
No, you can shut the fuck up, bitch.
You look like a thumb, nigga.
Who is that talking?
Nigga, you are a thumb, bitch.
Like the
Oh boy, now we got black people on black people.
And I tell black people, like, bro, you realize only a small percentage of white people owned slaves back then, right? I'm that type of person. I'm not catering for anybody. And I'm telling you that 6 million Jews, that's been a folktale in the Jewish community.
Not a folktale.
Listen, let me land it, bro. Before you cut it out, bro, I'm here to listen to you, bro. Just let me say what I say, bro.
Okay. All right. I mean, thank you for your participation. It's enough already. It's a folktale. It's a lie. It's a Jews it's enough already. I've heard enough nonsense from this guy. I'm here to tell you that it's a folktale. Okay, it didn't happen, right? I mean, my mother lived through it, but she must have been dreaming. And by the way, all those dead Jews, any minute now they're just resting, and any minute now they're fixing to get up and walk. So, thank God for that. They're all coming back to life. It was all a big misunderstanding.
The craziest part, Norm, is that it's the most documented thing ever. These motherfucking Nazis, they were proud of it. They didn't deny it when they were put on trial. They said we were following orders, but they didn't say we didn't do it. It's the most documented thing of all time. It's like October 7th, the terrorists who go out there and are videotaping themselves raping and killing people, and then people say, oh, they didn't do it. There's always going to be somebody, I mean, God bless Kanye. Kanye said that slavery was a choice. I guess this guy must agree with him that slavery was a choice.
But the thing is, when Kanye said that, I believe that people get to say, things that they believe in some instance. But at the end of the day, y'all can talk all the shit y'all want, but people notice patterns, and I think that free speech is the best. Free speech is the best policy because if you try to stifle what people are saying, what you're gonna do is you're going to start alienating people who just have questions.
Yeah,
and when you questions and makes the people
No, you're just trying to provoke people.
that are conspiracy theories.
You just want to provoke people. You don't. Yeah,
No,
you're trying to provoke Jews when you say the Holocaust didn't happen or it's a folktale 6 million.
Wait, that was the other Jew.
Oh my gosh, you don't have a source for that.
Yeah, NPC didn't say that. Randy, NPC didn't say that.
But whoever said that it's 6 million is a
that person's been
they didn't
removed.
read that in the book. But there's no source for that. They didn't read it in the book. They just made it up.
Yes?
Yeah,
What?
Norm, let me say something.
Yeah, go ahead,
First
Al.
of all, to NPC's point, yeah, maybe they are curious. You don't know if they're trying to provoke you or not. Second of all, as a strategy, when someone says, yeah, Jews control the world or Jews control the media, then you say, that's right, motherfucker, we do. And if you don't get in line, we're going to come after you.
Finally,
Why not
last
lean
person.
I'll
into
try
it?
that next.
I mean, you know, there's always multiple ways you can take things, and it's like, there's
Okay, so
something like,
okay.
Jews control all the banks. That's right, and if you don't get in line, we're going to come and we're going to default your mortgage, and you're going to be living on the street, you motherfucker.
So thank you, Ellen, for being some comic relief to this room, because clearly that was meant to be funny. So
No soup for you.
Right, exactly. So this is where I think
There's no soup for you.
this is where
Was that sarcasm?
It's a
quote from Seinfeld.
And I wasn't trying to be
Yes, it's
funny.
a quote from Seinfeld. There's a strong difference between I think it was Kaz. There's a strong difference between Kaz and NPC. NPC, I think.
Nigga, fuck Donald Trump.
I don't have. Okay, I don't know.
I'll take care of it.
Good, thank you. I think that there's a difference between Kaz and NPC. Yes, between Kaz and NPC. NPC, I don't actually think that you're anti-Semitic. I think that you're saying, hey, we should be allowed to ask questions without being labeled anti-Semitic. I 100% agree with that. You should absolutely be able to ask questions without being labeled anti-Semitic. There's plenty of things that the nation of Israel has done that I don't like, and that's fine. There's plenty of things that Benjamin Netanyahu, I'm sure that if I went through his voting record, all those things, there's things that he's done that I don't like. That's fine. Again, I'm not a Jew.
Probably things you like and things you don't like.
Please let me finish. But here's, obviously Norm is getting triggered, and that's understandable.
I'm not triggered.
That oftentimes,
this is the way I talk.
Oftentimes, these questions that get asked oftentimes lead to the exact same thing, which is they end up in anti-Semitic tropes, right? So that's why Norm is getting triggered the way that he is.
I'm not triggered.
Yeah, I've spoken.
Jumping off the mic.
I do this all day long. I choose to be here.
I know you do.
No, Ben, I don't know how long you've been on Clubhouse, but I've been on Clubhouse for a minute. There's time before. Let me tell you something. Norm before we're 7th and after we're two different people. Okay?
Again,
two different people. Okay? And Norm after October 7th, he's a different animal. Okay? So
Same person.
Different animal.
Same person. He's still a human being.
Maybe. Okay.
I don't think that Jews being successful in certain areas of America means that they control those areas of America, or that there's some conspiracy theory here. This is where it's like, yeah, of course, there's things that certain people, again, I mentioned this earlier, certain groups do better in certain areas. Asians don't control math; they do statistically better in math.
Indians
Well, Ben.
Did you just call him an animal? I can't go on stage.
No, I said he's a different animal.
Then you said maybe when he said I'm a human being. You said maybe. What
Yeah, because I call him Jumo. Listen, I have a tongue-in-cheek relationship with Norm. It's just different, you know. I call him Jumo.
I don't know.
I'm not sure who you are. Do I know you under a different name?
Yeah. You tried to sell me parking space in Gaza last year.
Oh, are you interested?
I was interested last year.
No,
but now with the prices and I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not even
free parking in Palestine.
Yeah, I was in the room that you're trying to sell parking space in Gaza.
No, I'm giving it away for free.
And can I'm going to make one comment because I have a dentist appointment and I'd rather have that pain than listen to some of these people. I just want to say that what happens in the Middle East is not decided by my synagogue or my kids' day school. And to come and attack us and go after us as we're trying to live our lives in America is anti-Semitic, is bad, is wrong, and dudes like Kaz are scared just try coming after religion in the United States. We don't decide the military moves and political decisions of a nation on the other side of the planet. We decide what we do in our temple or if we want to eat pork or not. It's just not right to go after us personally and attack us and send death threats and want to harm us in our lives in the United States. That's what I wanted to say.
I agree.
Thank you, Abby.
Welcome.
Great.
Hey,
Wishing death on people is bad, and being mean.
And by the way, the U.S. has been planning to invade Iran ever since they took over our embassy, and it's the most one of the most planned.
But you understand why they made the decision when
I
they.
do want to correct something that Ben said. I wasn't being satirical. I was being dead serious. Speaking of that,
I know you were. I was just trying to.
yeah, no, it is. I mean, yes, there's a comical part of it, but you know the trope of Jews control Hollywood. You know, we've heard that for years. Well, actually, there was an article a couple of years ago written by a Jewish guy who said, "Damn right," and he listed everyone, all of the Jewish CEOs, all of the Jewish heads of the production companies, all of the Jewish heads of the talent agencies, etc., and his was, yeah, we're here in Hollywood, we're successful at it, and stop complaining. That was it.
It's funny.
A lot of Armenians, other than MGM, don't. I mean,
it's not an attack on. It's not.
No, I know you're not. I'm saying it in a loving way because he was a client of ours. He also controlled the casino here at the MGM. But he was. Krikorian was phenomenal man. Oh, yeah. Very philanthropic. I mean, so there's, by the way, some very successful Armenians in Hollywood.
No, I know that, Abby. But the point is the reaction to when someone makes the accusation. Instead of going on the defensive, well, what do you mean? No, they can't. Well, look at all these other people leaning into it and saying, yes, we are successful, too bad. And I've used that argument as well with people who complain about such things. It's like, well, okay, if you don't like that Jews are doing this, then you go to Hollywood, you start a company, you get a media thing, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Oh, that's
sure, but the question,
I mean, I think that last part's a little bit right. But I will say, I did say this before you got in here, Alan, that it, you know, the negative conjecture around this statement actually doesn't afford anybody the ability to like give Jewish people in the media, and specifically Hollywood, their flowers, right? And so as a person who cares, you know, this kind of medium, film and television and literature and plays and all that stuff, I find that it's strange to listen to people say it in this way, and I can't really think that they are meaning anything but negative things, because when people respect the art form and they are speaking about, you know, a large number of Jewish people and their prominence in Hollywood, they don't say the Jews. They say people of Jewish descent, or they say the Jewish people or a Jewish person. So when somebody says the Jews, like it's like pulling a trigger. You already know, right?
But I say the blacks.
Yeah,
I have to say the Jews. If I don't say the Jews, then the blacks.
I mean, if you say the blacks, that's weird.
Yeah, but you know, look, it's a lot.
What is with all these microaggressions? Like Alan, you're almost 80, bro. Like, what is with all these we have actual anti-Semitism. Why do we have to round up? This is the issue. Why are we constantly looking for different ways to round up to anti-Semitism? Why can't a person just be flatly anti-Semitic and just call them that instead of these microaggressions? Well, if you say the Jews, then really that's a dog whistle, and I say the blacks, that's not a dog whistle.
But I also, you see, I think also if it's not you, if the label isn't for you, you don't actually have to be reactive toward it.
saying that Jews doesn't mean you're anti-Semitic.
Do you hear what I'm saying though?
Because
you don't actually have to react to it if you don't feel that you are being anti-Semitic in those moments. You don't have to react to it
It's
that way.
objectively not anti-Semitic. It's not about me. What you just said,
so if
it
it's
doesn't
not,
apply to anybody in
but
the
what
world.
I'm saying is, if it's not you, then you don't have to react. I don't think that's true, dude. I think when some people, I think some people using the Jews is absolutely 100% charged, and you would be foolish to pretend that it isn't.
The word isn't charged. They just don't like Jews.
Yes, people are using this word as an epithet, bro.
Yeah, if you're not talking, if you don't like black people and you call a person a black person, that doesn't mean that a black person is now a racial.
I think you're being willfully obtuse.
You're an individual racist.
This is what the left does. They try and police speech and tell you what you can and cannot say because you're offended. I have a lot of Jewish friends. I refer to El Normo as one of the Jews plenty of times, and he's never once corrected me on saying.
I call him the top Jew.
Here's a person that wants to come in and police speech because she got a badge from the Liberals of America Society.
Bro, when? Excuse me, running your mouth about nothing. You've been sitting up here on mute the entire time. Now you're talking big.
The Jews. There's nothing anti-Semitic.
Bro, I'm trying to bring the conversation into a space of peace so people stop going at each other's throats with stupid shit, dude.
You're trying to police people's speech.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to police your speech because you haven't said anything of note, so you can go back on mute.
There was nothing offensive said. We're tired of hearing your antics.
Are you tired of hearing my antics? Then leave the room, bro. Nobody asked you to be here.
Move the conversation along. We don't want to hear.
Okay, move the fucking conversation along. What do you have to say?
Awfully pedantic, though, to say you shouldn't say the Jews. I mean, we say Jesus was king of the Jews. We don't. I mean, this is fucking silly. If they're Jewish, you say the Jews.
Yeah, I don't understand the English language. Well, if you can say something, it sound offensive.
Well, then don't be offensive.
I don't really think they care. I mean, Norm, do you care?
I think her voice is annoying. I think her voice is offensive. Should we tell her to stop speaking?
I'm against racism for the record.
Or the Persians.
Right, but I think
let's what it is.
But Elnoma has the intellect to understand when he's talking to a foolish person and when he's talking to somebody that has integrity.
I mean, he did get nominated for multiple prizes.
He's already shown us evidence that he knows how to differentiate the two. So that's why I wouldn't feed it to someone actually calling me the N-word, being a black person. Me personally, I don't engage with people like that. They're automatically have been.
Have you used the N-word before?
I mean, yeah, I've used it before. Yeah.
He is a black person.
I'm a black guy. Yeah, absolutely, my nigga. What's up?
Whoa. So a lot of it is the intention behind it, right? So if somebody says they're Jews in a certain way, you know where they're coming from. And if they say it in another way, like the way TC said a minute ago.
But why are we even talking about it?
Let's move on.
I agree. It is silly. It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to comment on the article if you want to get back to that. But
don't say the article. It's offensive.
Okay, we're talking about the Jews.
I was just going to say, Xerxes, in the entertainment business, there's a lot of people who aren't as successful as they want to be. And instead of blaming themselves for their own shortcomings or lack of dedication, it's easier just to blame somebody else. So that's it.
Yeah, blame the Jews.
No, yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think, there are multiple structures at play. Anybody who's involved in entertainment knows that there are multiple structures at play. I mean, just get good.
Yeah, in any event, as far as that article on the Hill, one of the things that struck me, and I'm trying to find the paragraph, but they said how Trump dominates the news cycle and has been creating chaos. I can't find it now, but yeah, I think you understand what I'm saying. And what I find hypocritical about that and ironic is the fact that, yes, that's what he did from 16 to 20. And I was on the left, 2016 to 2020. And yet, when he left office and Biden was the president, They didn't
Yeah,
shut
they're
up.
way out there, man. We're in the
They
Ventura County.
still, David, I don't know what you're saying.
Shut their mouth.
Thank you. So, and they still kept talking about Trump. And what I've come to realize, it's not Trump that's creating the chaos, it's the left. They thrive off of it because they actually believe that it's actually going to work as a strategy against him. And all it did from 2020 to 24 is it got him reelected. And thank you, the left, for reelecting Donald Trump. That's the only point I'm making.
Well, that's a very salient point, honestly.
Kamala Harris.
I've said this plenty of times. The left always wants to blame conservatives for Donald Trump. The left is the reason why Donald Trump is president. Why they can't understand that it was high inflation. It was the
border.
disruptive. It was the border. It was the disruptive international conflicts that couldn't get managed. It was all of these. It was crime.
It was the messy Afghanistan law with Trump.
It was all of it. I just don't understand why people don't get that.
And it was Kamala Harris. That's the candidate.
The sad part about it, they have learned nothing. That's the sad part about it. They have not changed the Democrat Party. They're still pushing for the same weird candidates. Well, Dave, I think you got a hot mic or something like that, yeah. But
Norm, can you mute David?
I'm sorry, guys.
I think Kamala's going to run again. This other guy, weirdo guy, they got
Gavin Newsom.
Gavin. Oh my God, Newsom. Oh my God, he's like Joe Biden's son. They kind of look alike. Last week I noticed it. I'm like, wait a second. It's just like another Joe Biden.
He was married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, right?
Yeah, the Fox News person.
Wow. Yeah, Newsom is about if Newsom becomes president, shit, I might be moving forever, bro. I ain't coming back.
I mean, when Biden left the country, he went to the White House. He looked pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, Newsom had a mental breakdown a couple of months ago on camera. I always equate him to Greg Stilson from the original Dead Zone with Christopher Walken, who's like, he sees him, Christopher Walken can see in the future, and he sees Stilson starting a nuclear holocaust on the planet. So that's Newsom to me.
Yeah, I got a question about the topic. So I just got in about 15 minutes ago, but this is should Trump resign to be redeemed? I feel like I just looked at the article too as well. I feel like it doesn't matter who gets in office; they're going to go through the same reps. Where in the beginning there's like always that honeymoon period with your new candidate or a newly elected candidate, and then shortly thereafter, whether it's a quarter after or year or annually or midway through their term, people tend to be completely disappointed with the outcome, because a lot of people are going to the polls emotionally charged, which is unhealthy. So this is a bunch of tribalism happening right now, which is unhealthy for the country. So I think that this is just going to be the nature of the political cycle, or the political scene, at least for the next decade or two. So I mean, he could resign. I don't think he really cares about his reputation. I mean, he's an older guy. He can't run again, so he just doesn't give a fuck. So.
Bless you, Sam, for taking the room seriously and giving a considered, intelligent, informed response with perspective. Yay for you. Hang on a second.
I appreciate it. But what you guys think?
Now the bar is high. Nobody can be less intelligent than Sam. So you're going to better think about what you say before you share.
Well, I'm thinking about it because the other thing which I didn't touch on is the fact that the article assumes that everything Trump has done has been immoral and that he needs to be redeemed by it. And that's certainly, that's been the talking point of the left, that what he's doing is immoral. And, one can ask the question, is it immoral to go against a oppressive regime in another country. I mean, this is the United States. We've declared other regimes immoral and have committed, our military power to overthrowing other immoral governments, and yet somehow that message is lost on the left. Never mind the fact that the IRGC in Iran is oppressive to women, that they make them cover themselves because, of course, if a man sees a woman's hair or any part of a body, he will instantly be thrown into lustful desires and have to, have sex with that woman. So it's incumbent upon women to cover themselves. I mean, that's the reason why they dress the way they dress. And for some reason, the left seems to ignore simple things like that, and continues to say, well, Trump is immoral because he's trying to go against this government.
But you know what I mean? Like, the immoral, label is subjective, man. Like, it really depends on.
Of course.
Yeah. But the unfortunate part about it is that if you really think about how Trump has been really running the country right now, I didn't vote for him, but I got to give him a little bit of credit. He's been pretty much neutral, even though it seems like he's been all in when it comes to this particular Middle East. But for the most part, if you look at his entire ledger, he's been kind of like trying to play both sides. He's a little bit more of a liberal type of, the more centrist type of Republican. Versus a hard right, like far right or whatever, but
like the neocons.
What? Yeah. I believe so, bro. Hey, think about it though, because he has been trying to ceasefire for a few months now.
Ukraine and Russia ceasefire.
Right. That's
Armenia.
He wants to strike a deal. He wants to strike a deal.
So let me tell you why Trump wants to strike a deal.
Let me just finish my submission though real quick. But yeah. No, I mean, look, if you think about it, again, somebody pointed out, the Ukrainian Russia war. I mean, he's definitely been trying to strike a deal. He wants us to get back to our lives.
Yeah, and that's on Biden.
Hey, I got to say, Trump, my name's Trump. Government and federal Trump. Getting
Change your panther, bro. Change your panther.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and land there. But ultimately, I mean, look, like I said, he can't really please everybody. I know he's trying to make the attempt to, and it's only an attempt. I don't know personally. I don't feel like he cares about how people feel about him. I think that if somebody wants to put together an article like this, a journalist wants to put one of these pieces together. I think he's at a place in his life right now where he can care less.
Yeah, so it's amazing to see like people's different perspective when it comes. The reason why Trump doesn't care isn't because he's a moderate. It's just his neocon friends gave him some really, really, really bad command after he gets into a situation that's fucking up. The reason why Americans voted for Trump is because they're like, you know what, everything's in chaos. I have to choose between a shit sandwich and a turd sandwich. At least I'm going to choose the turd sandwich that I feel like the economy is going to be stronger. He's talking about populist issues. He's talking about bread and butter issues. The Democrats are talking about booty gang, transgender shit. Okay, we're going to vote for Trump. The markets are going to be better. He does the one thing. He does the one thing that it's almost like last year when Trump was doing all the deportations, and then he had to slow them down because the deportations were actually affecting his rich friends and their cheap labor. This is the same reason why he's trying to come to the negotiating table now, because he did something incredibly stupid, and now the markets are paying a price. And this is like the world's market. Like, even if this conflict gets solved today, the economic impact for losing that amount of oil, it's still going to affect us for years, even if this is solved today. This is a royal fuck up. This isn't him being bipartisan. This is him being bipartisan.
Let me respond. The funny thing about NPC, he forgets the failed diplomacy that happened in Russia, in Ukraine, that Biden and Kamala failed to create,
has
They refused
repercussions
to negotiate
on
for that. They
others.
refused to negotiate.
The gas prices on average $5 on average across the United States in 2022. On these fighting. With those sanctions he put on Russia, right?
Yeah, and I was against those. I was against those.
Hold on. Last time I checked, right? Ain't that like the third world's largest oil supplier is Russia? If you sanction them, dude, what happened in that situation dwarfs what's happening now in Iran. Iran had, they admitted they had 60% uranium enrichment. And they like egged it on and say, what the fuck you gonna do about it? So for you to say something like, oh, that's so freaking stupid, that's a farce, bro. And number two, Donald Trump, his first election, the reason why people voted for him again, because he was right. The coronavirus did come from China. These motherfuckers knew about this shit. Talking about it came from some wet market. I remember I got my Twitter account canceled off that shit. Because I knew it came from the lab. And they was like, oh no, you get the fuck up out of here. People was losing their jobs over this shit. And it come to find out he was right. You know what I'm saying? He told us about the Democrats. Oh, they just want open borders. Oh, they don't give a fuck about the border situation, security. Guess what? We just went through Biden Kamala. He was right about that shit. They don't give a fuck. They don't put us first. They tell you, these Democrats will tell you that in our faces right now. Yes, I don't give a fuck about you. Yes, I won't care about it. I want to get your money, give it to everybody else. I mean, damn, dude. This dude is right.
Nathan, when we go back and forth, one thing that always amazes me is how you never acknowledge how similarly a lot of shit we agree on. And a lot of the shit that you said we agree on, that's the reason why I'm confused. Because if you're going to criticize unnecessarily going to war that fucks up the economy, you pointed out the sanctions with Russia and how the sanctions with Russia was the double-edged sword. So how can you point out that the economic ramifications of Russia was bad for the economy, and then blame the Biden administration, which I agree with you on, and then when the Trump administration does this, which they didn't need to do because the whole entire proliferation is a lie. It's a lie.
God damn it, David! The cheerleading from the fucking audience, from the stage, like holy shit!
Right there. There is no dispute about the level of enhancement that are.
The Secretary of State said the reason why we went in is because Israel made us go in. I trust Marco Rubio more than you.
Marco did not dispute the enhancement of the uranium.
No, but he said the reason why we went in. No, the reason we didn't go in because that's not true.
Okay. I have a question. I gotta move you to the audience for a second and give you a timeout, NPC, because we went through this before. Marco Rubio said that in terms of the timing, it was necessary to stop their nukes, stop their ballistic missiles, stop their sponsorship of terror, and stop their slaughter of their own people. Another big reason that we went in is because they were slaughtering their own people, which they've stopped doing. And another reason that we went in is because they're developing ballistic missiles which could reach Europe and eventually the United States, which is another reason why we went in. Another reason why we went in is because they're nuclear enhancement, which they've agreed on. So for you to somehow try to deflect to Marco Rubio is fundamentally dishonest. We went through this whole thing before, then you repeated it, which is showing that you're not really listening. Who wants to go next?
Yeah, I think we should let Manfinity go.
Good idea. Let's get to Manfinity. Yeah, go ahead. Not that I'm not as good as Manfinity. You just set me up, Alan. I know you already.
Yeah, but I haven't heard Man in a long time. So I
just stepped in the room. I'm not prepared to contribute at this point. But thank you for the layup.
Did you vote for Trump?
Well, I can continue on because all these things are connected. Let's go. The last 12 months and stuff like that. Iran, when the war started in Ukraine, guess what Iran was doing? They was giving Russia the Shahed drones in masses. And countries don't give you anything for nothing. Like they're gonna, oh yeah, how you doing, Russia? I'm just gonna give you these bombs and these drones for shit. No, they got something in return.
guess what? Last year, Russia sent nuclear scientists to Iran. This is in the news. You know, people don't pay attention to shit like that. And then the world became
China has nuclear engineers in Iran as well, some of whom got killed when we bombed their nuclear.
All these, because that's Joe Biden made this world a dangerous place in Kamala. When they went to war, it was pretty much a proxy war, because this dumbass Biden felt like he was like in some Soviet Cold War in his demented brain. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was craziness. The nuclear treaties.
Does that mean that America was never ready for a black president in the first place?
That's totally. It was. Let me continue on, because I was onto something, right?
Obama was not black. Does that count?
That the nuclear treaty is gone now. Yeah, people don't realize what that means. That means that no matter who you are, where you are, Israel too, it's more dangerous. It's way more dangerous. Ukraine attacked Russia, triad system, attacked international bombers. Putin said he's not going to sign it. Right now, I think we have about 4,000 nuclear bombs. Russia has about 4,000, 5,000. Now it's off the table right now. It expired last month, I believe. Now Russia can ramp up. See, back in the Cold War, we had like 50,000 between us and Russia. Now all these effing nuclear bombs is going to be ramped up. Hey, slip into a terrorist hands? Maybe. Can they still off? It's hard to track down 50,000 or 80,000. We don't know what's about to come. That's Biden's fault and Kamala's fault and these dumbasses. And then number two, who the fuck? Iran is not a superpower. You know what I'm saying? They're not a superpower. Russia is.
Well, they seem to be powering American and Navy and military, including Israel.
We have two different.
So don't don't diminish somebody else's whatever capabilities. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and I remember, and Nathan, I don't know if you remember, but at least on this app and elsewhere on social media, when the war with Ukraine started, one of my points was, look, Russia's a superpower, and they were saying, oh no, it isn't. They're going to get beat. There's nothing to worry about here.
They said these ridiculous. Alan, from the bottom of my heart, Biden, Kamala sent these people to the slaughterhouse. It's over absolutely. 1 million Ukrainians are dead right now. 1.5 to 2 million people have been died in that war.
Exactly.
I agree with it, by the way.
If they had gone and told Ukraine, look, you're getting nothing from us, you got to negotiate with Russia, make peace, then there would have been no war. They would have come to some agreement, and those people would be alive. Instead, the U.S., and this is what the U.S. is responsible for, push for Ukrainian NATO membership, which the Russians had made clear they didn't want. They made it clear for 8 years. And so then that's how this happened. But, where we're at now, it's how many years later, Russia still holds the same territory it held for the last 2 or 3 years. And that, for all of their bluster about we Democrats saying we don't want any more endless wars, get out of Afghanistan, what did they do? Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, and 2 months later, however long it was.
Exactly. It's about 2 or 3 months, right? Yeah. Right when he pulled out, I remember right when we pulled out of Afghanistan, we told Ukraine, tell Russia and Putin to fuck off, fuck himself, and we went right into a proxy.
Alan, I have a projection for you. Okay, check this out. What I'm thinking, Alan. This is especially for you, but could be for everybody.
Yeah.
So Henry Kissinger was very brilliant in opening up our relations with China because it divided China against Russia. Now, or Soviet Union. Now, China is descended as a major adversary, and Russia has really been split away from them. So this is what I think Trump's big plan is. Because who's going to be the next big problem in the Middle East? Our old friend Turkey. And who is Turkey's biggest enemy? Russia. So what we're doing is we're getting a little closer to Russia, dividing Russia again against China. China is a big funder of Iran and a big customer of Iran. And it'll be the United States and Russia against Turkey, and they'll finally get what was coming to them, going all the way back to the Armenian genocide. But that's my theory. What do you think?
But Turkey is a NATO power.
I'll tell you what I think, Norm.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. The problem is, now I haven't been on top of it lately, but Russia was making deals with Turkey, in the last I heard, which would kind of goes against what you just said.
I just made that up, you realize. It was pure like speculation and fantasy.
Oh, well, good. Well, it's
But
not
to be honest, I think it's better to get Iran up on Friday rather than start speculating on parts because they're not trustworthy.
I will tell you something else, Norm. The problem with Turkey is that they are in terms of geography, they are in the sweet spot between the Middle East and Europe. They know it, we know it, everybody else knows it, and nobody fucks with them, because if they do, it's a problem. So
They're also part of NATO.
it would be nice if what you said happened, and I think that would be a good thing. How they pull it off, I don't know, but you are never going to minimize Turkey, because Turkey is right there at the nexus between the Middle East, Europe, and even, down into the lower parts of the Middle East. So I would like that to happen. I don't know if it...
Well, you're ruining my fantasy with reality.
Well, I'm sorry, but it could happen. I mean, don't forget, the Turks piss off everybody, so they might piss off Putin, and that'll be the end, and it'll go the way you're talking.
All right. We can move on now.
I had a turkey sandwich for lunch. Does that count?
Yeah, you're good.
By the way, Nathan was saying, is Nathan still here? Yeah, Nathan was saying before that he got his Twitter account canceled for saying that it came from a lab. Not only was it obvious to most everybody that it didn't come from a pangolin in a wet market, which is sort of a weird idea, but Fauci went on TV in the early days of the pandemic, before the lockdowns, and said he had created the labs in China where they were studying gain-of-function viruses as a potential bioweapon. He said it on TV. All this stuff has been memory hold. He admitted that he was indirectly supervising gain-of-function research, which, again, now it looks like led to the accidental lab leak of this virus. And these, like Wuhan, they had lab leaks before because China has a much lower standard of safety. So that reinforces what Nathan said before.
Did you see Jon Stewart on Colbert? Colbert was beside himself. He didn't know what to do because Jon Stewart was saying, essentially, of course it came from China. It's called the Wuhan virus. And he said, and his joke was, it's as if an outbreak of chocolatey goodness happened in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Who are we going to blame? Hershey's, of course. It was hilarious. But Colbert was like beside himself because, Stewart is his boss, essentially. And he couldn't say anything, and he tried to mitigate it. But the fact was, Stewart was in one of his now few moments of clarity.
You know what's crazy about that Jon Stewart moment? You could feel, that's what makes people conspiracy theorists, because when you saw Colbert's face, you could see Colbert's face. Everyone who understands English understood that the logic that John was putting down. But Colbert, it was almost like he was trying to stop his friend from jumping off a cliff. Like, you don't really want to do that now, do you? I don't know. Don't do that. Oh. It's like, damn, I think that John knows that he's not able to say it, but John understands that his celebrity is way too far high. Also, he has a plausible deniability of being a comedian. Everybody knows knows that shit came from a lab, man.
I didn't even know you and John were
In China, right?
Yeah, me and John are best friends.
No, but it's also very like coincidental what happened straight after with Russia and Iran, 7th of October. It's like, you know, when the world was at its weakest.
Under Biden.
But they wouldn't dare to do that during like an American Republican governance, would they?
I don't think it matters. Honestly, I think that we should be past partisan lines as Americans at this point. I don't think for the working class American playing partisan politics does us any good whatsoever. Like the differences between the parties aren't big enough to where I can write somebody off for voting D or R. They're more similar than they are different. And then honestly, the president is just the biggest scapegoat in the country. He's just the person who we blame for all of our problems when things are going bad, even though most of the things that are affecting us now are policies that were written 10 years ago. So that's just what it be. Like, we just find a person to blame, and the president is just the most popular person to blame if there's a problem. Sometimes it's their fault. A lot of times it's not.
What is it that's going to get the Black Americans behind like a president like Trump? This is what I don't understand about like minorities in America.
Yeah, to your point about the differences between the parties, come to California. There's a big difference, number one, and number two, that, you know, there's old saying, the way California goes, so goes the nation. They're trying to, the same policies that they've implemented in California, that's what they're trying to get on a nationwide scale. And those do affect the middle class and working class, definitely. Because if you got, certainly, if you own property in California, they're trying to tax the shit. They're trying to get rid of the current tax structure in California, and it's reprehensible. And so that will affect people.
What do you mean by get rid of the tax structure?
Well, right. Well, specifically, Prop 13, which was enacted, I forget, way back when, you are taxed based on what you bought your house for. So, you know, so you buy a house, you pay $300,000, then you're taxed 1.1% plus cost of living increases, inflation increases. It's not reassessed every year by the city or local government. Mm-hmm. So at number one, it gives you as a homeowner predictability. You know what your tax costs are going to, property tax costs are going to be. And then the other thing is that it keeps it low. So once it keeps taxes low, so that, you know, over the year, it's not getting jacked up by thousands and thousands of dollars. They are actively, there's a now thing they want to do split rolls, where it's like, okay, if it's under $3 million, then it'll stay the same, but if it's over, it'll get reassessed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they're trying to slowly chip away at those protections.
I mean, and why is that a bad thing?
It's unrealized capital gains, Alan. These people don't even have that money. Yeah. It's like it's speculative.
Why is it a bad thing? Because they introduce, first of all, they introduce it as, oh, well, this is just for the rich and they can afford to do it. And then eventually it comes down to their bar for entry of who they're going to tax gets lower and lower. For example, we had Prop 19 in 2020, which essentially, it also used to be you could will your property to a child or grandchild, and the tax base would, your tax assessment would stay the same. They would inherit that. And they changed it in 2020 to say that, yes, that you can do that as long as it's the property is worth under $1.5 million. Well, welcome to California, where the median price is something like $800,000, and properties now are close to, or if not going over, $1.5 million that weren't within that. So it's a way that they're trying to raise taxes on people. Why is it bad? Because it's just another way that they can try and pull taxes from people to fund their already failing budget, failing projects, and the fact that the state is so poorly run, it's with debt bills.
I mean, okay, so people is like a wide net. They're trying to increase taxes on the baby boomer ruling class.
That's not it, but it's bigger. Okay, so when you look at the incomes, they're going after the upper middle class. And normally, when we talk about raising taxes on the rich, we're not thinking about people who are making $500,000 a year. We're thinking about the billionaires and the millionaires. What you have are. Did you just listen to what he said? So if your family bought a house,
I heard everything he said. I don't need to explain to me.
So what he talks about, most of those people, when people lost homes in California on this app, when California was on fire, everyone thinks that people who own homes in California have money. A lot of those people had those houses handed down to them, and they can't even accept their inheritance because of the way that the tax laws are written. It's actually fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So they're gonna create more aggressive tax laws to go against the billionaires, but they're not going against the billionaires. They're just increasing taxes on upper middle class people, and then those people move.
Well, they're making, so I can see how this is good and bad, which is why I asked the bad part. Thank you for explaining, Alan. I can see how it would negatively affect people who have inherited homes that are over whatever limit they're starting from, what'd you say, it was $3 million for a house, which could still put you in a neighborhood that isn't, you inherited the house, you're probably not making that much, you're paying low taxes, you can still afford to keep it. This law would hurt people who can do that, right? Who can still hold on to it. However, for the people who are living in homes that far exceed that amount, and I'm talking about 5, 6, 7, 8, 24 million, 56 million, I don't know, and that's not a percentage of homes. That's a lot of, not the 24 and 56, but the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a lot of houses in California.
They don't have that money.
I'm sorry, I can't hear everybody at once. I'm sorry.
If you bought your house for $1 million and now it's suddenly worth $20 million, then you don't have the money to pay the taxes on $20 million. You didn't get the $20 million. It's just a speculative idea of what the house is worth. That's why they call it unrealized capital gains. They're going to assess your house and charge you for money that you never got.
Yeah, see, the thing is that's the thing. You buy a house, and let me, before I get on to what you just said on Normo, the area that the fires were in, that's a heavily black neighborhood.
Well, one of the areas.
I know that neighborhood. And those
what's the name of it?
People,
what's the name of it?
Altadena.
In Altadena.
Altadena.
Those are nice houses, but it's not a rich area. And those are the people that are affected. Yet, and the problem is that the way the left portrays it in California is that it's the billionaire class that are somehow aren't paying their fair share of taxes, and that who can afford this anyways. But when you read the actual laws and the way those laws are struck, you realize that that's just a cover and it affects everybody. And the other principle is whether you buy a house for $20,000 and now it's worth $100,000, or whether you paid $1 million and now it's worth 10 million. The property tax laws were put there because the government was taking advantage of property owners and building the government on the backs of property owners. And then it became so bad that you had the tax revolt. And it's all things that the left hates because they just want to extract taxes. I agree, yeah, if you're worth $100 billion, yeah, you can afford it. But the principle is the law applies to everybody. And the fact that a billionaire benefits a little bit more is not a reason to penalize all of them.
So if you're worth 100 billion, my question to Xerxes is, why is it a good thing? So like whether or not you're taxing people earning $1 billion or $1 million or $100,000 or $50,000, why is it a good thing? That's my question to you. It's like, let's say the tax is only people worth 100, like it's taxing on unrealized gains is what it is. So why is that a good thing regardless of what income bracket it is? That's my question.
Well, I'm not gonna. So regardless of what income bracket, isn't really. That's not. I think that's a conversation that like maybe Middle America can have. That's not a conversation that I can have as like a Californian, because like the different tax brackets are, the difference between like, you make $50,000 and for somewhere else that's like you're balling, but for here that you're at the poverty level.
Sure.
So I'll just deal with like the question of the homes. Like I think what I can see as like the good is like our state taxes tend to benefit a lot of people, right? And the taxes that have already been instituted mostly on wealthier people go to serve the people who are less wealthy, right? So this is already benefit number one. Also, like, I think what my brain is having an issue with is like for the people who maybe got inherited a house or maybe still living and bought their house in like 1980, whatever the fuck, and are paying that low percentage for like pretty much forever versus their neighbor, brand new neighbor who just moved in next door and pays whatever the property taxes are for 2026. I don't know, man.
Well, it's very simple.
Wait, you guys understand the biggest thing?
Simple. The neighbor who bought the house yesterday, 30 years from now, with inflation, his house, the price of his house and the taxes he's paying will seem extremely low to the neighbor sitting next to him who buys the house 30 years from now. Yes, it seems unfair to the neighbor now, but 30 years from now, everybody benefits from it.
Well, everybody doesn't, because 30 years from now, that person will be taxed at the inflated rate, right?
Yes.
So it's not fair to them, and that's what's been going on for the last 30 years, right?
Then have a flat rate. Like the solution isn't to gauge.
Right, but that's the part that I'm struck with.
Fair to me.
We're talking about fairness in a taxation system. So why don't we just like, I know that this is obviously never going to happen in the United States, but why don't we just throw away the entire tax system that we have in the United States? Why don't we we have a progressive tax system? Why don't we just make it a flat rate across the board? We're not making it a flat rate across the board. Of course we wouldn't make it a flat rate across the board, because, and then people who are poor would pay exorbitantly more taxes. Because people, that's why this whole idea of like Bernie Sanders saying the rich need to pay their fair share of taxes. Look at
and then we act like the rich in this country.
So I never brought up fairness. That was Alan that brought up fairness. What I see this as is like inefficient, and that's why I pointed out when Alan says, in 30 years from now. So I just think 30 years back, right? When I'm pretty sure that this is around the time that proposition was passed. They're like, oh, sick, this is going to work for us. And then every single year for that 30 years, somebody next door doesn't get to benefit from that thing. And it's okay if you have space to do that. If there are new homes being built, there are new offers, there's not as many inequities in housing. I think like first time home buyer rates like have dropped to like a historic low, like 22% or something. So if you don't have those things, then this still works. But in California, you don't have that structure.
And you know,
but the thing is, the issue is that like all the problems aren't caused by the perpetrators that we have been trained to believe cause them. And then, like, the solutions don't even solve, like, the problem. We have the wrong perpetrators, and then we don't have any the solutions don't even solve the thing. So raising taxes does not help more homes.
Yeah, but I don't know. This language, using the language of perpetrator is a little bit weird to me, though. Because, like, our rich people in the state are not always thinking that they're being antagonized by these things. They often want to help.
And everything that we blame all economic problems on rich people for the most part in the United States. No, so
it's all my fault.
So I just want to finish the idea.
You've been over the longest, Alan. So of course not.
The idea is that if only it were true, if only getting more tax dollars actually improved government. They've done the studies. Like I think Ezra Klein did.
It's not about government. It's about improving the communities, though.
So who else?
It does do that. So just for example, are billionaires and millionaires being taxed like during the pandemic, right? Led to all of these programs to service people who didn't have things because of the pandemic, mostly kids, right? All of those programs being massively funded immediately. We had extra stimuli for low-income and needy families, free meal programs. People are brokering deals to get people stuff because we had a surplus from those people being taxed, right? But so it's not like that tax money doesn't work. It doesn't help. It does.
The way nothing is all or nothing. But the way that you're framing this is as if they increased the taxes on billionaires as soon as the pandemic hit. That's not even true.
No, that's not what I'm framing it as.
I know, but people who have more money have been contributing more to the taxes ever since we've had a progressive tax system. What I'm saying is something very specific, and then somebody else can talk. The only thing that I'm saying is that spending more money. The government getting more money doesn't equal more problems solved. And you see that in California. California is the biggest example of just increasing tax revenue alone doesn't do shit. The homelessness problem isn't because of too low. The problems in California isn't because rich people aren't paying enough. The problem in California is bad governance mixed with middle-class people having an interest to keep their property's high value because of NIMBYism. That's the issue in California. And any more taxes is just going to strain the economy even more. It's not going to solve the fucking problem, which is the biggest thing.
Yeah, I'm moving out of California because of the governance of the state of California. I used to live there. I lived there for several years. I love the state of California. I lived in the Bay Area. Loved it. Wonderful restaurants. Great, like just a really, 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 really great place to leave. One of my last things I did before I left the state of California was to vote for the recall of Gavin Newsom. Obviously, that wasn't successful. The Democrats are running that state into the freaking ground. Like, I'm sorry, like this idea that you are somehow correlating money being given to the government as somehow the people's lives get better. There's no evidence of that, and there's plenty of evidence to the contrary. There's a lot of evidence to the contrary.
Actually, that's let me say this. Actually, it's not true. Listen, if I move to Nevada right now, my tax burden would go down by $200,000 a year, right? But as a person that is civilly active in the state of California, and I actually study our budget, and yes, there are problems in our budget where there's excessive spending. We can't account for the $50 billion that was supposed to go to the homeless. We've now accounted for about $25 billion of that now.
Whose money was that? Whose 25 billion was that? Was that the people's money or the billionaires' money? Taxpayers' money? Whose money was that?
This was the taxpayer money. This was the measure that we passed. Hold on. This was the measure that we passed. California's passed $50 billion measure to go to building facilities for the homeless and taking care of the homeless. But however, let me say this. California has a lot of programs. And yes, it does benefit. In fact, the life expectancy and the health of poor Californians is far more superior than in Republican-ran states in the South. Because in California, healthcare is pretty much for all. Access to healthcare is for all. Relatively okay healthcare facilities, and you get your mammograms and all the things that you need. There's a lot of programs that service the poor in this state, and that's what essentially we're being taxed, is to support those who are in the underclass.
Yeah, and
so you just did an amazing.
Yeah, wait, NPC, I waited for you, I waited for Ben, I waited for Malik. To your point, Xerxes, yes, I brought up fairness. But you said in terms of efficiency. And that's the point. When you talk about homelessness, I just read KB Construction, which is one of the biggest construction groups that has built most of, Irvine and Orange County. They're leaving the state. I remember 10 years ago being at government meetings where the local governments were screaming at the state because the regulations that the state has imposed, and this is the problem throughout California, the regulations and the taxes that the state imposes on the people who are the ones who actually create jobs, who are the ones, and more to this point, that create homes, who actually go in and build the homes, are leaving. And because they need to make money, and that's something that the California government doesn't seem to understand. They hate people who make money. And so they penalize them at every single turn, to the point where now it's like U-Haul has statistics on how many people are leaving California and what states they're going to. We lost a congressional, and I'll end with this, we lost a congressional seat in the last census because enough people left California to where we lost a congressional seat. Mm-hmm. That's how bad it is. So the idea that we're going to tax people, we're going to tax the rich, we're going to tax people who make money, and then that'll solve, as Ben said, and that how will solve these problems. It's not working. We can see that it's not working, and it's just ends up pissing everybody off. But it makes the politicians and it makes people feel good. Oh, we're getting those evil billionaires. If you really want to solve the problems, you got to look at it different.
I mean, how though? What's the different thing?
The different thing is I want you to look up so there's this guy from the New York Times. He talks about abundance liberalism, and I like what he's saying, because I think that we've been arguing really, really outdated, like political, like conservative, liberal. That's the left and right. That shit doesn't even really exist anymore, because I don't even think there's a conservative party in the United States mainstream. But that's a different story. So when you look at abundance liberalism, it talks about efficient government. The problem with California is there's too much like proceduralism. So that's the reason why they haven't been able to build the railroad. The Xerxes, look up how much they've invested in high-speed rail, and look up how much high-speed rail has been. Look up how much high-speed rail has actually been built, and then look at the time frame. Every single excuse cannot be okay, well, whatever. You have to look at these things. People don't have a problem with paying high taxes if the city actually works. That's like living in New York. People have a problem with paying high taxes when the subway isn't clean. People have a problem with paying high taxes when there's high crime. People have a problem paying high taxes when the public school system is shit. Where the fuck is the money going? You gotta just say 50 billion, and you can only account for 25 billion? We're not talking about $50. We're not talking about like 50 cents and then you miss a quarter. We're talking about $25 billion.
So were you gonna answer my question about how then?
The way that you improve, my bad, Edie. The way you improve is have effective government, cut down unneeded regulations so the government can move fast and responsibly. You cannot have a slow, high-paid government. It leads to corruption.
Okay, so since you guys have all of this insight, so like, can you give me 3 examples of like unnecessary regulations that significantly limit the progress of the state?
Yes. So the forest fires that happened, one of the reasons why the forest fires happened is because there was an air quality statute that
you mean the fires at the beginning of last year?
The wildfires.
One of the reasons why the wildfires happened is because they stopped doing controlled burns. Why did they stop doing controlled burns? Because the environmental groups added more stipulations and they were complaining about the air quality and they weren't able to do it because of the controlled burns. Now, imagine how the air quality was after everything was burned down. Hey, Zaza, don't eat that. Don't eat that. Set that up. So this is what I'm talking about. What we're talking about are examples of seemingly compassionate policy, all like the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The environmental
that's just not true. So I'll take another example.
What do you mean? Is it not?
Like the wildfire started because of an arsonist, bro. Like
but it wouldn't have been as big. Why?
So we can just it's fine. We can just pivot to a different example. There's so many.
I didn't lie.
NPC, let me clarify.
Thank you.
It was exacerbated.
No. See, because it wasn't just because what those controlled burns do is they burn away the brush that they know will be a problem. It's called forest managed forest. So that instead of it burning uncontrollably, I'm in the middle of speaking. Thank you very much. I don't know why you're speaking. Thank you.
Interface.
So when I moved to California, that was the norm. So you did not get as many wildfires, number one. And number two, the other part of this whole thing was they closed down. The city didn't have enough water to fight the fires. I know people, they were literally trying to fight the fires on their own properties.
Smoke some
and
weed.
The city cut off their water again because there was some minnow that fish they were
Alan, I'm just gonna say, like, I feel where you're coming from. I'm just gonna address the statement as it was said to me. The fires begin because of an arsonist, the confluence of like really strong Santa Ana winds and like really extreme, unseasonable weather conditions. None of those things have to do with regulation, and none of those have to do with controlled burns. I'm gonna continue. Continue. It is true. Were you here? Because I was here. Okay.
Hang on. When
you cut me off to.
Hang on 1 second. I'm a little bit of an expert on this because I studied it, and I made a series for Al Gore about this, about smoke jumpers in Montana. So is it Nathan, or no, it's NPC and Alan are 100% correct, and I'll explain to you how it is. California is a desert. That means it wasn't designed for people to live there because there's not ready access to water. And it is very, very dry. It rains very seldom. And the landscape is designed actually to burn periodically. That's the natural condition of the Pacific Northwest. And in the case of California, all the way down to the Pacific Southwest, it's supposed to burn periodically. That's just the way the flora have evolved. So what the controlled burns would have done, and what they used to do, is they clear away, as Alan was suggesting, all of the underbrush. They clear away the fuel. If people had been held to the rule of keeping the fuel away from their homes, then the homes wouldn't have burned. The
The control burns do what nature normally does, but of course we don't want wildfires around our homes. So you have to burn away the underbrush periodically. Basic wildfire science.
Sure.
There are many books written about this.
Yeah, sure. And I think that would be true if we were not talking about your example. Oh my God. You see how I just let Norm? Do you see how I just let Norm speak?
No, but you interrupted me to say that.
Okay, well then fucking. Oh, because clearly you just need to.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much.
Okay, even though he was addressing me.
You interrupted me to say that I was wrong. And what I want to say to you is that I'm wrong if you strawman me. If you make me say something that's stupid that I didn't say,
I can't make you do anything.
No, but I didn't say what you said. What I'm saying is that I'm not saying what caused the immediate fire. I'm talking about what made it worse, what turned it into a catastrophe. Because it wasn't, even if there is a fire, it's not supposed to get that big, even if there's strong wind. The way that they contained these fires was by doing controlled fires. That was my point. My point is that due to over-governance, bad governance, and bad policies with good intentions, California was turned into an inferno when it didn't have to be if they just did controlled fires. They didn't do controlled fires, even if there is an arsonist, which is proven. Even if there was an arsonist with the controlled fires, it would not have been the catastrophe that it was. That was my whole entire point. My whole entire point it wouldn't have been as big with controlled fires. I'm giving you an example of government inefficiency and just getting by it because you have an agenda and you're biased, and that's fine.
No, just like the way that you don't want me to assume what you were saying. You've amended your thing, and I listen. You're not going to assume what I was saying. You know what I am.
Let me address your point. We've always had wildfires in California.
Correct.
There have always been arsonists in California.
Correct.
There has always been the high times of high winds in California. But the impact of those fires was less, and they were more controlled than what happened last year because we had forest management. This was way worse, and it was way worse because the Democrats in the state, because of environmental concerns, quote unquote, stopped following the practices that mitigate all of those other things you're talking about. So yeah, that's the difference. You're not wrong. Yes, we had it before. All of those things since I moved. It's not only the fires, it's then this subsequent mudslides, because then when it rains, there's nothing to trap the water and you get the mudslides like crazy as well. So all of that, all here, since forever, the difference is what we're complaining about is specifically that. It was way worse.
That's right. It was catastrophic. I mean, it's supposed to burn periodically. There's no way around that. That's the point that controlled burns.
We would tell Kevin Newsom all the time. It's like, you need to thin out the forest, and he refuses to do it.
Well, actually, I think that this might be a better question. What
like cover up for your lack of personality?
That sounds like a personal attack. It sounds like she said somebody has a lack of personality. Might be me. So my question to Xerxes and anyone else who wants to answer it is, let's assume that taxes solve problems.
Where is that written?
No, I'm saying for the sake of argument, let's assume the more money a state has, the better its government is going to be. So let's assume that more taxes equals more power for the government to help poor people's lives be better. That's what the government uses money for poor people's lives to be better. So let's assume that. What do y'all feel like is the highest progressive tax percentage that we should ever reach when it comes to rich people? Whether it's Jeff Bezos or your person who makes like $750,000 a year. What should be the highest amount of a person's income?
We should be any more than 50%. When I lived in New York City, I was paying 52% in taxes between local, state, and federal. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so anyone else other than a person who's actually paid high tax? Well, what should be the most that we're legally able to get from an individual?
500%.
15%.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna tax unrealized gains, you're gonna start taxing people's paintings and cars and things like that, even before they sell it.
The Revolutionary War started on a tax increase over 4%. So why?
Okay. So
that's because King George is coming after our tea.
So my last job was helping millionaires save money on their taxes. So okay, great. So let's go to the comments. Let's say that we find Elon Musk. We look at Elon Musk. Oh, you filthy billionaire! You have all the money. Let's solve the world's problem by giving other people your money. That's gonna solve poverty, hunger, all the things, homelessness. We can solve all the world's problems with your money. Let's take 90% of his money. Oh shit, actually, it's unsold Tesla stock. Fuck. So how do we get the money that's...
Well,
he's a billionaire because... he's a billionaire because of unrealized gains. He's not a billionaire.
You can tax his Tesla shares before he even sells it with the new bill.
How the fuck does that happen?
It shouldn't really be that.
You get a tax bill at the end of the year.
What if we took out NGOs? What if we took away NGOs? Think about it. If we took away NGOs, there'd be less confusion when it comes to moving around digits. My opinion.
Nobody doesn't realize.
Excuse me, hold on, Mr. MPC. I do apologize for interrupting. But I'm hearing a lot of great dialogue talking about issues in California. But but the big thing that needs to be brought up is why is taxation so aggressive over there? Because let's take the most simplistic thing, like we're talking about the forestry. Okay, Norm brought up a very critical thing, and he even wrote a paper. He said about it, by basically controlling the ecosystem by eliminating dead debris, which naturally is fuel for fires. Well, let's think about this. Why did they deny controlled burns to destroy it? Why? Because someone convinced a politician that it's going to be bad for the environment. And you could trace it down to have a good sense of humor. Break down everything that's asked from the state of California, from the federal government, or not from the federal government, but asked in the taxes. And then if you look where it goes into that element, then do a FOIA report, a FISA report, and then realize, hey, why is it kicked to an NGO? Why is there multiple NGOs handling a specific subject? And then when you dive into it, oh wait, why do we have third-party contractors coming in to do forestry surveying? Why do we have third-party contractors coming in doing biological engineering or biological surveying? Why are we third-party in it? Why? So that way we can find out where the money's being funneled. You're paying so much taxes because, in my personal dumb opinion, and you guys probably going to tell me I'm dumb for saying it, is when you have NGOs, you have an excuse to move money around. That they're going to have to, instead of a FISA report, they're going to have to subpoena documents